Hello, we will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
We will connect in a little bit.
Okay.
Good morning. Welcome all to the first session of our second day in the conference. And I will welcome our first speaker, Professor Ivanka Gergova, who is professor at the Institute of Art Studies in the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences in Sofia. And her main scientific area is the Balkan Orthodox art, painting, wood carving, cults of Bulgarian saints, late illuminated manuscripts, iconography, art, and cultural interactions. And since 2015, I forgot to mention this, she's a correspondent member of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Professor Gergova will talk about Ukrainian traces in Bulgarian cultural heritage. Professor Gergova, please.
The organizers of this excellent conference, and to thank Juliana for inventing this project, for leading this project, and to working so hard. And I want to thank Natalia Kumashko for sharing her knowledge, and her experience, and for her help in my investigation. And now let's talk about Ukrainian culture. The topic of Ukrainian traces in the Bulgarian artistic heritage is extensive and requires special searches. The modest purpose of this text is to highlight some aspects of it and to point out some individual examples. The research could move in three main directions: searching in Bulgarian temples, museum and library collections of works created in Ukrainian lands, influence of Ukrainian models on the iconography of Bulgarian works, Ukrainian saints and miraculous icons in the repertoire of Bulgarian masters. The contacts of the Bulgarians with the Ukrainian lands and culture over the centuries have different dynamics, but are facilitated by the common Orthodox religion and Church Slavonic language. Bulgarians passed through the Ukrainian territories on their way to Moscow, sometimes staying in them longer, and after some Russo-Turkish wars, large groups of Bulgarians emigrated and settled in Ukraine, where there is still a large Bulgarian community. In the 19th century, Odessa was an important center of Bulgarian immigration. Bulgarians have trade offices in Kiev and Odessa. A number of Bulgarians received education in Kiev, including icon painters studying in the workshops of the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra. Undoubtedly, the largest fund of Ukrainian works on Bulgarian territory are the old printed books, which are decorated with engravings. In Bulgarian churches and libraries, there are editions of the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, the Puchaev Lavra, Lviv, Chernihiv, and other printing houses. The chronological range is wide from the 16th century, when the Ukrainian lands were within the borders of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, to the end of the 19th century. The decoration of these printed books was in front of the eyes of monks, priests, and teachers, but it played the most important role for Bulgarian icon painters. They studied the engravings in Ukrainian books, copied them, used them as models for icons or mural compositions. For example, drawings from the album of the icon painter Toma Vishanov, who copied exactly the images of the evangelists from a Kiev edition. Recently, I came across an unknown set of calendar engravings, which turned out to be an exceptional find. On 12 leaves are depicted the saints and holidays of the whole year. The set is dated 1628 and signed by Pamvo or Pavel Berinda. Here the signature, Pavel Berinda, proto-single of the Patriarch of Jerusalem. Pavel Berinda was a great Ukrainian intellectual who led the printing house of the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra. The set of calendar images, together with his variant today in the Bodleian Library, made by the same master and his assistants, are the earliest examples of this kind of engravings, which subsequently gained immense popularity and spread in Russia. At the time they were made, only Kiev remaining as a small Orthodox island in the Sea of Catholic and Uniate territories. The choice of saints in the calendar has a programmatic ideological significance. As a result of inter-church contacts, several anti-mentions have come to our country, executed in the Ukrainian lands and consecrated by local bishops. I'm showing an anti-mention consecrated by Metropolitan Peter Mogila during the reign of the Polish King Vladislav, used in the Sliven diocese. If we continue with graphic art, we should focus on two large-sized prints representing Christ and the Virgin Mary with the child on thrones, surrounded by scenes. There are some Ukrainian themes in the margins, such as the iconography of the Dormition of the Virgin Mary. On the bed of the Mother of God, one can see a metal door here, a metal door, a detail that points to the miraculous icon reliquary kept in the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, but disappeared during the Second World War. Some Ukrainian graphic model was used in the booklet Scroll or Prayer to the Most Holy Mother of God, published by Nicola Karastoyanov in Samokov. It begins with a woodcut representing the Virgin Mary with the child who crowns her. At the end of the previous 18th century, exactly the same image was printed in Chernigov and in the printing house of the Puchaev Lavra. Ukrainian ties with Mount Athos are centuries old, and some of their results are also found in Bulgaria. such as the manuscript in the National Library, St. Cyril and Methodius in Sofia. It is a volume with the miracles of the Virgin Mary, translated from Greek into Slavonic on Mount Athos by an Ukrainian monk, Samuel Bakacic. The manuscript is decorated with engravings printed from copper cliché. In some places, fragments of prints are glued into it. The copyist, Monk Patermufi Mushinsky, is depicted holding a scroll with a prayer in Greek to the Virgin Mary. Perhaps the earliest signed icon by Ukrainian master in Bulgaria is Our Lady of Fakhtir in the collection of the National Church Museum in Sofia. As the inscription on the bottom frame says, it is a reproduction of the famous icon found in Akhtirka village in 1739. On the back, there is an even more interesting inscription, according to which the icon painter Stefan Danilov Medlinsky from the town of Gadyach, Poltava region, gave, according to his promise, the icon in the temple of the presentation of the Mother of God on the Holy Mountain, namely in the Hilandar Monastery, in 1758. The icon came to the museum from the St. Spas Church in Sofia. It is an early copy of the widely popular Ukrainian icon of Our Lady of Fakhtir, officially declared miraculous only a few years earlier in 1751. There are other later replica of this icon in Bulgaria, some executed in the icon painting studios of Holloway. According to the style and the iconographic features, two icons of Christ in the City Art Gallery Plovdiv are probably executed by Ukrainian or South Russian icon painters, according to the attribution of Natalia Komashko. In the Shipka Monastery, there is an icon donated in the early 20th century by Kiev-Pechersk Lavra. The icon is a replica of the miraculous icon of the Dormition of the Virgin Mary from the Lavra. It was made in the first half of the 19th century. Sometimes Ukraine is just a stop on the way of some work to Bulgaria. One of the oldest replicas of Our Lady of Vladimir in Bulgaria is undoubtedly executed in Moscow, but its journey through Kiev is documented by an inscription cut into the background. Part of the Ukrainian traces in the Bulgarian artistic heritage are the images of Ukrainian saints, regardless of where and by whom they were executed. I mean the saints of the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra. Through Russian or Ukrainian engravings, the subject of the Council of the Saints of Kiev-Pechersk Lavra became known among Bulgarians. I can point to an engraving in the collection of the Historical Museum in Samokov and a similar later version in the Church of St. Nicholas in the same town. The two founders of the great Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, St. Anthony and St. Theodosius Pechersky, are often depicted in different contexts. The National Archaeological Museum in Sofia holds an icon of Our Lady Pecherskaya with the two Kievan saints. They flank the Kiev icon of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary in other wood-carved icon in the same museum. Anthony Pechersky accepted monasticism on the Holy Mountain, and this may be one of the reasons for his popularity among the Bulgarians. The images of the Saint Anthony and his disciple Theodosius also appear in Bulgarian church art. In 1824, painter Dimitar Christov from Samokov placed St. Theodosius Pechersky alongside his eponymous St. Theodosius the Great in the chapel of the St. John the Theologian in the Rila monastery. The monastery also keeps an icon with the two eponymous saints, which was probably in the cell of some Rila monk on the same name. Later, the two Kievan reverends are represented in full length in the Church of the Nunnery, the Presentation of the Virgin Mary in Kazanlak, probably work of a local painter. Particularly interesting for our topic is a triptych from a Sofia church in the collection of the National Church Museum in Sofia. In the general part of the triptych is mounted a metal icon of daisies, or sedmitsa in Russian, week. The icon is typical of the repertoire of Russian Old Believers Foundry workshops. A Bulgarian master executed the painting of the full-length, the painting of the triptych in the manner of Russian triptychs with mounted metal icons or crosses. The wings depict full-length figures of Anthony and Theodosius Pechersky, while the central part represents St. John of Rila and St. Harlampius. The combination of the two Pechersky saints with St. John of Rila points to the Rila monastery. The triptych may have been executed for a monk's cell. In Bulgaria, there are a number of images made in different techniques related to the great Ukrainian Pochaev Lavra. Legend associates this monastery with the appearance of the Virgin Mary, who left a footprint of her foot on which the monastery's Catholicon was built. Another treasure in the monastery is the much honored miraculous icon of the Virgin Mary of Pochaev, presented to the monastery in the 16th century by local aristocrat Anna Goyska, which she received from the Bulgarian Metropolitan Neophyte before 1559. Here we have evidence of a Bulgarian trace in Ukrainian cultural heritage. The Bulgarians may know who was this metropolitan neophyte. I don't know yet, but it is interesting to find out. The Bulgarians may have known the Virgin of Pochaev in various ways, for example, through engravings in the edition of the Pochaev Lavra. It is not known how the priest Paul Flovich, who reproduced it in his manuscript, knew it. A later icon is from the National Church Museum in Sofia, identical to one lithograph of the Pochaev Lavra. In churches all over our country, we find chromolithographs reproducing the icon, which no doubt penetrated by trade. In most of them, under the Virgin and Child, the famous footprint of the Virgin is visible. The legend of the appearance of the Mother of God to a hermit and a shepherd, it is itself illustrated in an icon from the City Art Gallery, Plovdiv. A gonfal one exhibited in the museum in Pleven also shows the Pochaev miraculous icon. The famous icon of Sophia, the Wisdom of God, from the St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev was known in Bulgaria. It was reproduced by a zograph from Triavna in an icon for Veliko Trnovo Church. An eloquent testimony of the popularity and authority of Ukrainian Orthodox culture among the Bulgarians is the legend of the miraculous icon of St. George in the Glozhene monastery, flown from Kiev, and the monastery itself founded by a Kiev prince named George Glosh. I had an opportunity to speak of this icon on the first conference here in Retimno. The last example I will focus on is the work of Ukrainian Cossacks, white emigrants who settled in Burgas on the Black Sea and founded the Burgas Cossack Society. The icon, painted in 1939, was donated by them to the Burgas Cathedral Church. The iconography is quite original. The inscription says, Pokrov, protecting veil of Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary with an homophore in her hands is in the heavens above a fortress wall with closed gates. Two Cossacks are standing at the gates. As the inscription explains, the icon embodies the hope of the immigrants through the meditation of the Virgin Mary, mediation of the Virgin Mary to return to their lost homeland. In conclusion, it can be argued that Ukrainian art is not as important in Bulgaria as it was, for example, for the Serbians in the 18th century. However, contacts with it were constant, though not intense, and deserve a future special study. Thank you for your attention and for a good collaboration.
Thank you very much, Professor Gergova, for this well-documented and interesting material you brought to our attention. And I would like to invite our second speaker, who is online, so we need to take a few minutes until she's online. Is she?
You can sit here if you want to
No,
have
okay. So our second speaker is Mother Athanasia Vaidishi, whose talk will be on a new visual culture, the spiritual and artistic patronage of Poiana Marului Hermitage, mid-18th to 19th centuries. Is she online?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I try share now my PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, and please, I try if it's running. Please help me.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it's running.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to see you again and to greet you, even if from at a distance. I thanks for this, Juliana Boycheva and Anna Dumitran. And now I start my presentation. In the early of 18th century, a group of Slavic monks led by Abbot Vasile settled in Buzău region, southeast Romania. They were at the origin of what I know in Romanian culture as Paisianism, after the name of Paisie Velicikovski, the better known disciple of Abbot Vasile. The bibliography of this topic is vast. Nevertheless, it only regards the spirituality they promoted and the philocalic writings they translated, copied, or printed. Broadly speaking, the Paisianist movement was formed around the Written culture, philocalic manuscripts and printed books, and the translation from Greek into Slavonic and Romanian. It is just that these monastic communities also founded churches, celebrated service, and used liturgical objects. Consequently, there was also an ecclesiastical art and a visual culture connected with this movement. And so far, these aspects have been rather ignored by most scholars. This happening, I believe, because it was been difficult to understand and assimilate the rupture, the gap between the Eastern spirituality tradition of literary corpus on the one hand, and on the other hand, the different aesthetic horizon featured by the westernization of artistic language. As I will explain, the visual culture widespread in the monasteries where these monks lived was contrary to the Byzantine tradition of hesychast spirituality, which they also promoted through their translation and writings. My aim is to present the spiritual center from which these new artistic forms irradiate, namely Poiana Mărului Hermitage, and to show how it influences the ecclesiastical art in its proximity and all over the region surrounding it. Starting from here, over the course of 150 years, the image of liturgical art in the Romanian monastic space changed. Poiana Mărului Hermitage was founded in 1730 by Abbot Vasile, a Slav from Cherasky, a south of Kiev. He came together with a group of monks. The Hermitage was supported by royal voivodal endowment and became an important spiritual center. The two churches that can be seen today were built in 1776 and 1818, while the monastic community was organized according to this topography. The plan reveals an organization of monastic precincts which was different from the traditional in the Romanian area. There is the cells dating from 19th century. Archaeological excavation in Buzău Mountains, where these monastic communities settled, have shown that these Paisian monks introduced the monastic village. You can see in the right, yes, monastic village type of spread community instead of the fortress model surrounded by defensive walls, as it was customary in the monasteries tradition in Romania. In this area, there were 7 monasteries under the spiritual guidance of Abbot Vasile, and they were small communities, hermitages, focused on the prayer of the heir and on hesychast, and these monastic communities took over the new artistic forms coming from the Slavic, Ukrainian environment. There are documents attesting Slavic presence in Poiana Mărului for another century, which has left its mark on what we can still see today in the churches located in the area influenced by the hermitage of Abbot Vasile and his followers. In Poiana Mărului, in the oldest church, there is this iconostasis that bears the mark of Kievan artistic milieu, to which the monks living in Poiana Mărului belonged to. This was the first time that this type of iconostasis architecture entered in Wallachia. This iconostasis is defined by uneven height regimes, a frontal jutty protruding in the central part with icons surrounded by frames, which are different for each register. Up to that moment, this type of iconostasis was specific to the churches existing in Wallachia. Here are some details of the icons in this church in Poiana Mărului. You can see the images of the icons. And after this moment, in 1775, a group of monks from Poiana Mărului community settled in Valea Neagră Hermitage. The iconostasis here has a different architectural composition. Through its chromatics, style, physiognomies, and scenery details, it also brings along a totally different new style to a Romanian space. In the second church, Valea Neagră is here. In the second church of Poiana Mărului, there is this iconostasis. Details. And it was going to pave the way for a series of iconostasis commissioned for monasteries that were under the spiritual guidance of the abbots from Poiana Mărului. These were following the monastery in Dălhăuț, dedicated to Poiana Mărului, Găvanu, also dedicated to Poiana Mărului, and Ciolan Monastery, reactivated with monks from Poiana Mărului. And with regards to iconography, let's go back to the first church in Poiana Mărului. Here, in the royal in the royal icons register, there is this full-length representation of Jesus standing along with a set of elements that are specific to the monarch iconography: the crown, the scepter, and the orb. The orb contains this amorphous matter with elements that refer to the days of creation. This motif is reminiscent of the group of manuscripts of the Bible Moralisée, made in France in the 13th century. They show God as architect of the universe, holding a compass in the one hand and the orb in the other. This orb features an amorphous matter that is about to become the head. And it is also reminiscent of Salvator Mundi type of orb present in Renaissance paintings, where the orb appears in various spheres, metal mirrors. But in Flemish art, the orb sphere also includes everyday landscape elements. The engraving developed this motif in its own particular manner. This European visual culture was familiar to the painting workshop in Lavra Pečerska. There, this motif was assimilated and adapted in the icon-specific language. In 1818, the monastery's second church of Poiana Mărului, its iconostas repeats the motif of Jesus with the orb. Here, Jesus Christ, just like the Virgin Mary, are represented in throne position. Nevertheless, the orb has the same composition, the Genesis dates landscape, but rather more realistical rendering. Jesus enthroned as emperor of all emperors with a scepter and an orb is an iconographic motif typical for Russia ever since late 18th century. This is the pattern spreading in the monasteries in Buzău Mountains, with Jesus enthroned, and the orb includes the landscape motif. Jesus enthroned with his cape draped as in the Western iconography of Salvator Mundi, rising a little bit his leg that support the orb, is the iconographic pattern which will be followed in the royal icon commissioned for the iconostas of several hermitages that spiritually belong to Poiana Mărului. This was the case of Gavanu Hermitage, rebuilt in 1828 with the contribution of Archimandrit Elisei from Poiana Mărului, and Rogozu Hermitage, rebuilt in 1830 and administratively subordinated to the monastery of Poiana Mărului. These icons of increasingly poor artistic value and no longer made in the workshop course of Laura Pecerska or by painters trained in that workshop, but a prototype cultivated by local painters had already been set into place as it was requested by local commissions. It can be found in parochial churches as well. During the same period, the same motifs appear in Ciolanu Monastery, also in Buzău County, that was rebuilt with the help of the abbots from Poiana Mărului. But Jesus does no longer appear enthroned or standing, but in position that is rather typical of the painting school in Buzău. Jesus rendered 3 cartas. Together with Nicolae Teodorescu, the painter, who painted this icon in Căldărușani, in Ciolanu, the iconographic theme and detail are also assimilated by representatives of monastic painting schools who were actively working during the first half of 19th century. The motif also appears in Căldărușani, you can see in the icon, where Nicolae Teodorescu, the painter from Ciolanu, was trained. Evgenie Lazar, student of the painting school in Căldărușani, painting in 1853 this icon of iconostasis, and he used the same iconographic motif. God with the orb. The standing type is reminiscent of the original model from Poiana Mărului since 1791. I believe it is also possible that Evgenie Lazar himself would have seen the icons in Poiana Mărului. Căldărușani owned lands and metochions in Buzău County. But most probably, the motif circulated through a painting handbooks they were using at the monastic schools of painting. This is where Gerontie Gheorghe, the zograph or the painter, working in Vâlcea region, must have taken it from, as he was also present in Căldărușani and copied a painting handbook. Gerontie, the painter, however, makes an original composition. He did not paint the Genesis landscape inside the sphere, as other icon painters had done in Buzău area. Instead, like the Flemish painters, he introduces everyday landscape, but that were familiar to him. He lived and painted in Vâlcea, a region with many monasteries, which he renders inside the wall as a proskinitarion. Gerontiesograph combines the orb motif with the stars, sun, and moon that we could have seen, for example, in Bucharest Chapel, at Metropolitan Chapel, which he could consider as a proskinitarion for Vâlcea monasteries. He could have also seen the painting in the chapel of Kozia Monastery, where he had begun his monastic life. Another theme that was spread due to its origin in Poiana Mărului was the coronation of the Virgin. You can find it together with halos designed like sun rays in the drawing from Lavra's painting workshop. The Virgin's coronation by the Holy Trinity didn't appear here for this first time in Romanian artistic milieu. It is, for example, a mural from 16th and 18th century, but this composition is different. At Poiana Mărului, a virgin is kneeling, and the image is dominated by the figures or coronation here. These representations must have had a Western source. Here is a Rhenish painting, also including the orb with the landscape details. The compositional type from Poiana Mărului was spread during the 18th-19th century. It was taken over by the second church in Poiana Mărului, and it was adopted in the local workshops' thematic repertoire. It was also one of the favorite themes of monastic painting school in Cernica, Căldărușani Monastery, and Buzău Bishoprics. In Poiana Mărului, there is also this canvas with the sleep of Jesus of the unsleeping eye, with Jesus sleeping on the cross. It is a variant of the Anapason theme, rendering verses of psalm. And the version originated in Western art, the earliest example that back from the 16th century, and it was cultivated by Italian and Flemish painters and engravers, so that in the 18th century, the motif became popular in the territory of Ukraine and in Russia's central and septentrional regions. In the National Museum in Lviv, there are numerous examples coming from artistic centers such as Kiev, Podolia, Cherezky, all of them dating from 19th century. In many of them, the theme of unsleeping eye is associated to other saints as well, like in Poiana Mărului, where there is an image of Archangel Raphael holding hands with Tobias. You can also find it in the monasteries subordinated to Poiana Mărului, such as Delhăuți, or an almost similar panel, and in the painting, in mural painting at Gavanu Hermitage. In the second church in Poiana Mărului, the icon of Synaxis of Archangels also belongs to the Royal Icons Register. It introduces a compositional detail, Tobias, accompanying Archangel Raphael, which will be spread in the Paisian milieu. You can find it in the icon of the iconostasis of Gavanu Monastery in the right, but also in the book illustration. This engraving was also present in the printing page. The monks in the scriptorium in Poiana Mărului were binding together with manuscript pages. The pattern was also used in the 19th century in the printing press of Neamț. The engraver Gervasie made the same drawing in 1833 with small differences, talking over the engraving pattern concept in the printing house of Lavra. And now, one of the most important themes around Pecersc Lavra that spread in Buzău area was the monastic iconography. In All Saints Church in Poiana Mărului, pious saints and monks are painted on tower, in the nave, and in the narthex. Sure, the monastic theme was central in Lavra's iconography, and it developed in the close connection with the representation of the monks in Kievan Patericon, or in the mural paintings of the churches that belonged to the Lavra. In the Church of the Dormition of the Virgin Mary, in the painting from 1720, there was this typology of the monks with analavos, the monastic robe, and the prior robe in their hands. This element, the prior robe, was included in the monks' representation at the same time with the first illustration of Patericon since 1661 by engraver Ilia. In 72, using the same style, Leontie Tarasevich also made the second set of engravings that illustrate the Patericon. The motif also reached Romanian land with the help of the monks and patrons from Poiana Mărului. From there, which had appeared for the first time, it spread monastery in Buzău Mountains to monastic communities that were spiritually related with this hermitage. Here, Tălhăuț, Gavanu, or Ciolanu Monastery. An interesting detail here, the three hierarchs, St. John Chrysostom, Vasile, and Gregory, in the right in image, are also painting as monks and not in the bishop's garments. However, the Pecersc Lavra or Kievan style of icons and iconostasis also spread to parochial churches. Without being able to establish a direct filiation with Poiana Mărului, I can nevertheless observe, by correlating my field research with historical data, that as founders, some of the boyars had connections in the Russian war, worked along with craftsmen and in workshops belonging to the same stylistical milieu. Here are several examples. In Vrancea County, near Buzău. And now my conclusions. The art in the monasteries led by Abbot Vasile and his followers demonstrates that the spiritual trend of Neo-Hesias revival, the Paisianism, brought along a new style of painting and decorating churches, a style that replaced the traditional Byzantine one. The style eagerly penetrating Greece, Mount Athos, and entire Orthodox world in the Balkans. In the Romanian space, its spread is strongly connected with the rule of Abbots Vasile and Paisie, and the circulation of monks in their communities on the route Kiev, Mount Athos, Romanian principalities. Material sources, artifacts, can prove it to a greater extent than documentary sources. They can also prove that the stylistic import coming from the European Baroque and brought along by the Slav monks ended up by being assimilated in the local monastic workshops. This is a formal cultural perspective. But my conclusion is that this stylistic transfer was due to a spiritual network. The route in which this mutation took place at the formal levels is that of a spiritual filiation between the connection between monastery, monks, abbots, apprentices, and their followers. What made it difficult for the visual aspect of this movement, initiated by Abbots Vasile and Paisie in Poiana Mărului, to be assimilated in Romanian research was the impossibility to reconcile this European Baroque art deeply linked to the Catholic Church with the movement of revival of the Byzantine Philocali spirituality. About Vasile belonged to a world in which the stylistic import happening gradually in early 15th century, and it was due to the neighboring and having a common history with Catholic churches and peoples. In Romanian space, where the Byzantine tradition was better preserved, this style penetrated later in 18th century and was perceived in the terms of rupture. Hence, the difficulty in associating the philocalic spiritual movement with a new visual culture introduced by Poiana Mărului and the hermitages surrounding it. But this mutation took place only at a visual, formal level. The Eastern Christianity, dogma, spirituality, and its whole teaching were not contaminated by Western influence. The Westernization of Byzantine heritage did not also bring along theological innovation to the monastic space in Romanian principalities, and the authority of patristic model, which eventually these monks placed in the center of their lives, had an important role here. This is how visual culture could continue in the next generation in painting workshops and schools patronized by Romanian abbots and bishops, in monasteries and bishoprics like the ones in Căldărușan and Buzău, as I have shown before. The definition of a local and national stylistic and iconographic innovations of the school of Lavra Pecescu. The definition of a local and national style in the ecclesiastical art in the second half of 19th century was based on the stylistic and iconographic innovations of the school in Lavra Pecescu. They were brought by Abbot Vasile and imposed in the churches he founded in Poiana Mărului. From here, they spread to hermitage and monasteries in Buzău Mountains. In 1836, when Bishop Chesarie of Buzău and painter Nicolae Todorescu founded the painting school at Buzău Bishopric, all this monastic visual culture had been assimilated for a generation, so all they did was to perpetuate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mother Athanasia, for this very, very thorough analysis of this new visual culture that spread from Poiana
Mărului.
That was indeed a very thorough and, from many aspects, presentation of this new idiom, let's say. And now I would like to welcome our third and last speaker for this session, Dr. Cristina Cojocaru, who is a researcher at the Oprescu Institute of Art History in Bucharest, the Department of Medieval Art and Architecture. And her main research interests lie in medieval, modern, and contemporary art. And also she has materialized many, she has presented many scientific papers, studies, and articles. And of course, she's a member of the RICONTRANS team, and her paper will be on Russian or Ukrainian Kievan icons in the Romanian principalities in the 18th century.
Can you hear me? No? I'm not sure. It's okay like this? It's free, but I'm not sure why it's not. It's a little bit complicated. Do you hear me? It's okay. I hope this wouldn't fall here. Okay. Thank you for the button. It's this one, the black one. Okay. So thank you for your kind introduction. I'm very happy and glad to be here, and I want to start by thanking to all the team of RICONTRANS project, and especially to Ana Dumitran, my colleague and my chief in this Romanian team. That unfortunately she couldn't be here with us today, but I'm pretty sure that she's listening us. So I want to remember her name because she did a lot for this project, and what I managed to gather here, it's mainly her accomplishment. I was asked in the beginning of this project to look for Russian icons. Because the title of the project is about Russian icons, of course. And I got an issue in that moment. Of course, I managed to find a lot of pure Russian icons, about 100 actually, but still I got this issue about what a Russian icon is. I know I don't want to be rhetoric, but we are used to define style in national terms. Of course, we are art historian, and we have to deal with it. So we have a Russian icons type, a Greek, a Serbian, and so on. We have also Romanian icons, and even sub divisions like Moldavian icons, whatever this means. So in the case of our project, we had to deal with Russian or Muscovite icons, and of course the so-called Ukrainian icons. Why? Because a large part of the actual territory of the Ukraine belonged to the Russian Empire during the 17th and 18th century, and also in the beginning of 19th century. So a lot of objects, as you saw in the presentation before before mine, a lot of artifacts, they belong to this this place, this area. But we still have a problem to understand what it's a Ruthenian or Carpathian style, or a Kievian or Malora style. And because of this confusion, many scholars in the past, they invented terms like Russian Ukrainian. This is was a very fashionable expression, term, concept in our historiography, art historiography, or also the Ukrainian Baroque, the generic Ukrainian Baroque. So in this project, we struggle to deal with this inheritage of art history language and art history way of thinking. But as you'll see in my case study about the icons from Putna Monastery, in some moments, this distinction can be very, I don't know, very difficult to make. So let's begin. About Ruthenian style, there is a volume coordinated by Ana Dumitran and Miroslav Kruk that was published in this framework of the project RICONTRANS. And it's quite clear what this means in Romania. Iconostasis like this in Neamț, the former iconostasis of the Neamț fortress, the icons in Wallachia made by Andrew from Lviv, that they were preserved in Târgoviște in Stella Monastery. Nowadays they are in the National Museum of Art of Romania, or Rădeana iconostasis. So I will skip this, but I'm pretty sure that you have in mind these kind of icons. Those are other important so-called Ruthenian icons from the 17th century in Romania. The icons made by the Metropolitan Stephen I for his church in Bălănești in Vâlcea County. Now they are preserved in monastery of Hurezi. Still, the things, they were not quite clear, because an icon like this, that it's the icon of the patron of Saint Triarch Monastery in Iași, that was founded by Vasile Lupu. This icon, it's supposed to be Russian, because our historiography and our documents says that it was painted by the painters invited by Vasile Lupu in Moldavia to paint Triarch's church. Obviously, from the stylistical point of view, this it's not in the trend of Russian icons, so we can consider it Russian, despite the fact that all the documents says that this should be a Russian icon. So still we have a trouble, an issue here. In other cases, the so-called Ukrainian patrimony, even the fact that it's Ruthenian or Kievan, it's spread in churches. You saw in my colleague's presentation, in Mother Atanasia Tvăietiș presentation, the story of Poiana Mărului monastery and patrimony, that it's very linked to Lavra Pecerska community through Vasile of Poiana Mărului. So this is the iconostasis that it's considered to be an Ukrainian, actually Kievan work. And see the style and the signature, and the fact that some of the icons, they are pretty much the same with other Ukrainian icons found in Pecherska area, and also with the icon in the middle, I will show immediately in Putna Monastery. We also have in Romania other let's say Baroque Ukrainian iconostasis and icons. Other few examples, Icoane Church in Bucharest, or the iconostasis in Archbishopic Cathedral in Roman, and the iconostasis in Sucevița Monastery. And of course, other kind of icons, they are not in their place. They were moved, and they can be found in a museum. Those icons are from the Roman Archbishop Museum, and they are quite large, or others like this from Brădicești Church in Iași. They are still preserved in their own iconostasis. And we have another example like this. This is Coada Stâncii Monastery. This is a very interesting case, because we have the documents that say that this monastery was a hermitage in the first, it's a parish church, was in the first founded by monks coming from Ukraine, from Malorusia, and because their church burned, they took parts of the original iconostasis of the church and come with them in Romania and founded another monastery. So imagine that they traveled with the iconostasis to Romania. And here I found some comparisons with Ukrainian icons and some icons in Putna Monastery donated by the Metropolitan Antonie of Putna. That was the Metropolitan of Chernigov and Bielgorod. So as you can observe, as you can see, they are quite different. So I don't think we can speak about a style in these icons because they are all very different. So they are supposed to come from the same place, and that place, that it's Kiev or Lviv, should have a style. But as you can see, everything goes crazy because those icons, they come in different styles and materialities, and they look more Byzantine or more westernized. It's very hard to understand what is happening. So in this context, I just found the icons from Putna, a set of initially 86 icons intended to be display to be put on the tetrapod, to be placed on the tetrapod for the worship or of the believers. So it's a very, I mean, it's a unique case because there are a few other examples in Romania of this kind of collection of icons intended for the feast icons, intended to be used in a church in each day. We know another two cases, one in Hurez Monastery, but it's a Romanian style set of icons. And as you'll see, the tradition is still preserved in some churches in Bucharest, but I will go there immediately. So this set of icons made me think about the problem of style, of Kievian or Ukrainian style, and made me wonder if we can consider this kind of icon Russian or not, because they are slightly different than the other icons produced in the area. Another interesting fact is that those icons, they are stamped on their back. It's like a stencil with the name of the donor. And also they got a lot of inscription and those very, very strange signs on the back. I will explain you immediately because it took me like 2 years to understand what is the meaning of them. But you see the two triangles that are in the lower part of the icon. So Putna Monastery, it's one of the most important lavras in Romania, in Moldavia. Actually, it's located in the north of Moldavia, in Bucovina. And it's it's considered to be like the core, the soul of all the monasteries in North Moldavia, because here is the resting place of the Stephen the Great. That it's also the founder of the monastery, and of course this was the first monastery he founded in Moldavia. So was like his gift to Moldavia. And after this founding moment, also the monastery played a crucial role in the history of Moldavia. And a lot of monks that were trained here, they became metropolitans also in Moldavia, but in Russia too, as we will see. So in this condition, Putna was a very wealthy monastery, a very well connected with also the Constantinople and the Athos Mountain, but with Russia and Kiev and Lavra-Pecherska at the same time. And they managed to gather a huge patrimony. So the art collection of Putna Monastery is a museum itself, one of the most interesting and important museums of art, church art in Romania. So the story of the Russian icons in Putna Monastery, it's a long one, but I started with those two icons. You can see it, one in a part, sorry. It's missing the second the second circle to mark the icon. So there are two icons that they are placed in the iconostasis in the Catholicon of the monastery. And these icons, they got also a description, a very old description, because in 1796, Putna Monastery made an inventory that it's quite unusual for the Romanian space, because the Romanians don't like to to make inventories and documents. But because the fact that in that time, the northern part of Moldavia become a territory of Habsburgic Empire, they were forced by the Habsburgic authorities determined to make inventories. So the inventory is very interesting because the monk probably that made it says interesting things about art. It's like an art critic, and he identifies those icons as Russians and a good one, comparing with the other icons in the iconostasis that look to be Greek and bad realized. So other images with the iconostasis. And those are the two Russian icons that they are still in situ in the iconostasis nowadays. They are the icons of the feast of the monastery. So the monastery is dedicated to the Assumption of Mother of God, the main church, and the secondary church, the Paraecclesion, was dedicated to the Saints Peter and Paul. And in the lower part of the icon, in the bottom part, there are two inscriptions on each icon, and happily I finally managed to transcribe this inscription. And sorry. And I want to thanks to all the colleagues that helped me. First of all, to Mihai Hâncu from the Southeast European Study Institute in Bucharest, that had helped me a lot, and also Vera Centova. And I hope also Mrs. Komashko will check this inscription. So it's a very interesting story, because those icons, they were donated by Pachomius, that was a metropolitan of Voronezh, and this monk actually come from Moldavia, was a Moldavian, but managed to become a bishop, a metropolitan in Russia, because the Putna monastery started as other monastery by taking money from Russia in this system of alms, getting alms, but they soon realized that they could get the next level in this game, and not just go and search for money, but have they understand that they could have someone there to send the money all the time. So they arranged the placement in Russia of two monks that they were related with the monastery. So this Pachomius and also Antonius, that became the metropolitan of Chernigov and Belgorod. So those monks, they sent items, sent a lot of icons and books and liturgical object, precious object from Russia to Putna. So that's the story of those icons. And of course, we realized by transcribing the inscription that the other two icons, Russian icons, that they were kept in the repository of the monastery, they are in pair with the two one that I showed you. So all those four icons were donated by Pachomius in 1722, despite the fact that those icons, they look a little bit older to me. Maybe he already got them, and after that he donated. Of course, Putna Monastery got many other Russian icons, starting with those beautiful, gorgeous icons from the 15th century. They are the oldest Russian icons found in Romania, and it said that they were a donation of Stephen the Great. And of course, they were researched by Angelina Smirnova a few years ago, and also this triptych that was said to be also to Stephen, to belong to Stephen the Great. But after that, some of our colleagues and also Angelina Smirnova wrote that the true fact that it's a 17th century piece, a very beautiful Stroganov triptych. And this baptism icon that was decorated with this revetment that it's later, so belonged to another icon of Putna Monastery, and they just took and put on this icon, and that's why a huge confusion was made for many years that this is the Moldavian icon, and this it dates back to the 16th century. The inscription on the revetment, it's made in the 16th century. This is the Mother of God Kazanskaya that was also part of the iconostasis of Putna Monastery, because it was placed under the royal icons for prayers to kiss. And the revetment, it's made in the monastery by the monk Raphael. And last but not least, the Mother of God Odigitria. And this is another interesting piece, because we have an incision on the back with the ear. It's 1692, 1693. So the icon should be made prior to this date. And as our colleague showed before, in Bulgaria, we also have a Akhtarskaya icon, but ours, it's it's earlier. It's the earliest icon of Akhtarska, Mother of God, that I can found, because it got the datation. It's 1743, and it's not the year when the miracle happened, because that was in 1739. Many icons, they got an inscription and it's the year, but it's the year of the miracle. This is not the year of the miracle. This is, I believe, is the icon that Antonie himself sent to Putna, because Antonie was actually the bishop that confirmed the miracle, because the miracle was happened in his area. So he was sent by the Tsar and by the Russian church authorities to check this miracle, and after the confirmation, he was spread as a legal miracle. And in the meantime, between the miracle, between 1729 and 1751, I believe, is the official acceptance of the miracle, he made this icon and sent to Putna Monastery. And this icon also starts our past discussion about the style, because it's an icon that it's very difficult to be placed in the, let's say, Ukrainian area of style or a Russian area of style. So this is the set. Unfortunately, they were 86 icons, and they were brought from Kiev in 1757. We know this because there is a history of Putna Monastery written by Vartolomei Măzăreanu, that was the abbot at some time of this monastery. And he was in person to Kiev to take these icons, and also he wrote the history of monasteries, and said, I was, and I did like this. Unfortunately, there were 86, as I told you, but nowadays they are only 76. Two of them, they were lost since the late 18th century, actually, because the inventory from 1769 it's saying that they are only 84. So I will just quick pass through the images, because they are so many, but I just want you to see how they look, and to catch their style. I arranged them in the order of the feast in the calendar, because as you'll see, they were placed in this way on the wall of the altar in the church. So they were placed in pairs, 2 by 2. And they stayed in 12 pieces iconostasis made especially for them. And those are the pairs I made following the signs on the back. You see the signs. So I discovered that each icon got a sign, but it's a different sign. And they are two, they are pairs. And we can match icons like that, but I don't know, I really don't know, because some of them, they got letters, other got symbols, and the one with the letters, I can't understand the meaning or the possible meaning of those letters. And another interesting fact is that there are some names written on the back, and this made me think that they could be the painters. It's Ioanu and Timush. And Vasily. We found 3 names written in the same fashion as those signs to match the icons. So they were displayed like you can see here. This is an image from Saint Archangel's Church in Bucharest. That it's a parish church now, but it's a church that it's linked with the Paisian movement that Mother Athanasia presented before. So they still kept this tradition of displaying the icons in the altar in such rows, in such iconostasis. And also another interesting fact is that Bartolomei Măzăreanu took from Kiev with the icons 2 liturgical flags that they are still preserved in the monastery. And we managed to find other Kievan icons that we believe that they were brought in the same moment, because together with Bartolomei Măzăreanu at that time in 1757 in Kiev was also the abbot of Solca Monastery that was affiliated to Putna Monastery. And those 9 icons, royal icons, they are originating from not Solca, sorry, from the Putna Metochion, that was Sihăstria Putnei. So the 3 monasteries, they were together, Solca, Sihăstria Putnei, and Putna. So those are from Sihăstria Putnei. And they initially, they were 9 icons. There are only 7 preserved until nowadays. And this is the inventory of the monastery, naming these icons and telling their story. And it's a very important fact that we know the origin of them, because it's a very, very rare thing. So to conclude, or to put the final question, actually, because I couldn't go to a conclusion to this paper of mine yet, I found also, besides those icons I presented you, other Russian icons made in Moscow that they got a similar style with those Kievan icons. So I couldn't wonder if there was an influence made by the Russian painters, Moscow Russian painters, because the composition, the style, it's pretty the same. There is a type. Of course, the way they painted it's slightly different, but they could be considered like a school, a part of this local school that is a part of this huge Russian heritage. So to conclude, I don't think that we should split the icons into those boxes in which we name it as Russian or Ukrainian, because there are a lot of icons that they are in between, and they are influenced from both sides, and it's very difficult to say that it's an Ukrainian or a Kievan or a Russian icon in some cases. And of course, we need to to search more and to find a way to say those things in a way that it's not slippery, and to invent the right terms to name them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, not just for bringing all this fascinating material, but also for discussing the main questions that I think plague all of us in this research. I would like to invite Professor Gergova to come here for the discussion. Do we have Mother Athanasia online? Excellent. Okay. So I guess that next to the title Juliana put to this session, we should probably add a question mark. National identity as a tool for classifying artifacts? Question mark here. So questions, comments, can we, the lights, can we, thank you. Questions or remarks to any or all the speakers? Juliana and then Nana.
Thank you very much, both the three of the speakers. I waited very much this panel and the presentations of Professor Gergova, Cristina Cojocaru, and Mother Athanasia. For me, this the subject that the subject of this panel is very important, and I think that this is it's a crucial question of our project. I want to, but for me, I will my answer for this question, if we may use the national labels for the icons and for this artistic production related to the 17th, 18th, early 19th century, it's not correct. It's not correct because in this period, this object had the name of their local workshops. They was product in different political and in difficult political state organization, in fact. And it's very difficult to use the content. It's not very correct. It's useful for us, but it's not very correct for the material to use the contemporary notion of Russian and Ukrainian, and Ukrainian or Romanian or Greek icons, Bulgarian icons, and so on. Because Christina showed us Greek icons, but in Greece, if you say Greek icons, what it's nothing. It's not. This is an object in the tourist shop as well, at least.
But we use this in our
yes. I think you may organize a workshop about this the terminology for how classify all this artistic production of religious art from the early modern and modern period. In fact, because for the medieval art, it's more or less easier, I think. But we have as well the problem with what is post-Byzantine art, all these methodological tools of art historian. It's very crucial and very important questions for us. I think that it's for my answer for these questions that when we are trying to understand this material, it's better to use the name of the workshop for the first, or Kievan, or Muscovite, or St. Petersburg, or Mstiora, or I don't know, or a local workshop in Transylvania, and so on. And if you want to use the name, the contemporary ethnic notions about the Russian, Ukrainian, or Greek, Bulgarian, and so on, we have to make a notice that to explain this. So I think that this is a new methodology. The methodology of art history now must be more precise, use more, more precise terminology when in the study of these artifacts. And the other thing is very important, I think, because we have to do with not only with highlights artifacts. We are in our hands very large number of artifacts, and they are, so this is the problem, because this is the mass-produced icons and religious artifacts, and they have not been in general classified and identified like before. So we have the big catalogs with the highlights, and in fact, our project tried to put all this material, unknown material, in this frame, and so I believe that in the papers we published, this terminology and this instrumentarium of art historians must be find the fine-tuning for use. This is more general consideration, and I want to to say to Christina that in the Patmos Monastery, I'm sorry, but there is the same big donation of 75 St. Petersburg workshop icons with the same function, and this is a very good. We may present this kind of donations. They are dated in 1825, if I'm sure, I don't do mistake, but it's a very similar tradition to offer a big in all the year calendar feasts for to the monastery. It's a donation of Archimandrit Sachinis in St. Petersburg. Thank you.
So, yes. First of all, I want to thank to all of you for presentations. It was very impressive to see the presentation of Mother Anastasia, so thank you very much. And I want just to follow this discussion. I agree absolutely with Juliana, and I think that your question, Christina, was in that direction. Actually, writing national historiography is just one model. We don't have necessary to write national historiographies. So there are different methodological approaches you can write, stylistic, and etc., etc. But what is impossible is just to put something what is contemporary in the older historical context. And when we are speaking about the 17th or 18th century, there is a huge problem in all sources that we have. I have from some inventory, they say Moscovite icons. That doesn't mean Russian. Moscow, that term they are using for the Russian Empire, Russian state, but only that. We have a monk, Yov Vasilievich, they say Moscow, he came from Kiev. So nowadays, this topic is very sensitive because of the war and so on. But just to remind you, we have absolutely the same discussions in the case of the Macedonia, or today in the case of Montenegro. For example, there was no sense of something that is Montenegrin, not Serbian in the 19th century. And today, if you say that Bishop Montenegro, the great Serbian poet Njegoš is Serbian, then you are extreme nationalist in Montenegro today. So this is a huge discussion, but that is impossible. So that is for us really very sensitive. When we use terms, we just have to put in the footnotes what we think about it, that we don't think and we don't discuss in the conditions, in the terms of modern national identities. Because in the 18th century, there was not such identities at all. Not only in the case of Ukrainians or Russians, in the case of Serbs. And for example, I teach Serbian art, and we cannot say there is something typical Serbian in any century. In the 19th century, Serbs, some live in the Adriatic Sea, some in the Balkans, down, some in Habsburg monarchy. Everything is different. So, or in the case of the Germany, what is typical German? Something from the Bavaria or something from the north. So that is actually national projects. And the problem is historiography because in the historiography we have since the 1950s, 60s, this national project of Ukrainian in the Soviet books and so on. So we just have to be careful and put in the footnotes what are we thinking about, and not to try to find national marks, but these local workshops and etc.
Well, thank you. This is a discussion following Juliana and yourself to bring out interdisciplinarity. I am a maritime economic historian of basically late 18th to 20th century. And I led the project from 2012 to 2015, a Black Sea project. Now that was the 24 port cities of the Black Sea, okay? And the idea is that we go beyond nations, because the different places were in different empires or nations from late 18th to early 20th, all right? So the way to do it was what you have both suggested previously, to talk about places. We talk about port cities, and then we use geographic terms: northern coast, eastern coast, western coast of the Black Sea, southern coast of the Black Sea. So when we talk about Varna, Burgas, Galatz, Braila, Sulina, Constanza, Odessa, Kherson, Nikolaev, Theodosia, Sebastopol, Kerch, Mariupol, Taganrog, Novorossiysk, Batum, Trabzon, Samsun, Kerasun, and so on. We talk about port cities. Okay, so this is and also we use the spellings of the names as they were in those days, or the 2 or 3 names if they changed nations, because I mean, we cannot change history. We had an issue now, of course, with Ukraine, and we all issue. We had, of course, these terrible things that happened, and the only thing we do is that when we now talk about the Odessa archives, that we found this in the Odessa archives, we put Odessa with 1 S. But when we talk about Odessa as a port city of the 19th century, we have Odessa with 2 S's. Okay, so that is the so thank you. If I may add something to this. Well, if I may add something to this discussion, I fully agree, of course, that we need to localize the way we understand and characterize objects. The problem there is that sometimes the use of national designation is ideological, but on the other hand, it is also a cover-up of our lack of knowledge. We don't know enough about this material, also because, first of all, because some of us, at least in Greece, we have never paid any attention to this material, to the Russian material, again, for ideological reasons, which is probably the case with other Balkan countries as well. This is one part of the problem. The other is, as Juliana said, that this is, to a large extent, a not so impressive material. It's not high art. Some of them are really cheap icons, mass-produced, without much ambition. So nobody has paid real attention to them. So I think that the answer is to deepen our research and have a more systematic way of addressing this material with the aid of technical analysis. To me, this is the most important part of our discussion in order to be able to pinpoint the workshops, along with
solid art historical work, of course. But without this body of solid data, we cannot organize the material in a meaningful, historically meaningful way, I think. Would you like to add something?
Just it's okay. Just a little comment. In some cases, there are impressive icons involved, as the case with the Three Hierarchs Monastery in Iași. It's one of the most famous icon in Moldavia for that period, and it's considered by everyone to be Russian, despite the fact that the style it's not saying this. So it's not only the problem with the mass-produced or the low-level icons and pieces. I think they are helping. Actually, they are helping us to solve the problems with the high-class art, because in many cases also this high-class art it's bad interpreted or bad pointed in some cases, but still we need to say the things in a way. This is the problem. Okay, we agree that we shouldn't use the national labels, but what we should use. I found myself in a need of terms, of new terms, how to describe those pieces, those icons, what to say about them, because you cannot just put them there and say, okay, it's an icon. You should say the datation, the place, that you should create a context for him. And you work in a famous museum, and you know that the public needs the context. The public needs to know. It's not enough to be just a beautiful work of art. So we need to recreate this context. And in some points, in some moments, we don't know what is the origin of the icon, the workshop that produced. I struggled in this project to find. And I show some icons also to, to Mrs. Komashko, that is the specialist in this case. So she told me that, oh, Christina, this could be like this, or this could be like that. And I don't think it's our fault that we cannot know more. We are not able to know more. I don't know. I feel like we need to create a new frame to talk about those things, because we will never be enough smart and good to know everything in the world. So, yeah.
I think the problem is exactly there, that we should not create a frame, because this would be an imposition to a historical period of modern concerns. What the public demands is our problem, not, understand what I mean. I mean, the material, these objects were made in a certain historical context where national identities were not the issue. So I think that maybe we should, write down our concerns and the possibilities, and hope in the near future that further research will solve the problems, and be honest about the lack of knowledge, of depth of knowledge about this material. I think this is, in a way, this could be even more attractive to the public, to understand how true knowledge about the material has pitfalls and difficulties, and not just a story. Everything is set, set in stone. That's my understanding of it.
Hi, I just want to add that all these icons and material, they also have some visual characteristics and some artistic qualities, and they can be classified by that, only using their visual similarities or differences or qualities.
Some cases it works, but in some cases it works, but not every time. So, for instance, for Holui workshop, we know how a Holui icon should look like in each period, but it's difficult to see this in icons that they are made by painters that traveled a lot, that intently mixed style. Because you cannot know if that icon was made in Wallachia or in Constantinople or in Mount Athos or in I don't know, in Kiev maybe.
No, yeah, I'm not trying to say that by that we find where the icon comes from, but still you find a system of classifying them and grouping them, you know, independently of where they were created. This is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I intended not to enter this discussion, but still I am to remind you that we have similar terminological problems classifying Slavic manuscript, an example. And what I can propose is not to abstain in the field of art historical studies, to use some terms like generalizing terms like East Slavic. This is something very useful, and in the field of manuscript studies of the Slavic Orthodox world, it works. Of course, it depends on the context. Of course, it depends. But there's no reason in our times to apply the term Russian icon to every icon which comes from the area of East Orthodox Christianity. East Orthodox is the more neutral way to say it comes from this spiritual and cultural space, and depending on the region, it might mean very different things, of course, if we apply it in the question of commenting style, workshop, and so on. That's all.
I'm just going to add to this. I'm sorry about this. I come from a different discipline, but this is very interesting, extremely interesting for me. Now, when I do maritime history, I do global history, okay? So this is the world, trying to see the world without boundaries. And it's also the time, let's say, from the 18th century, 19th century, but also before you had a lot of mobility and communication. When we talk about context, it's not just national or imperial context, it's also the context of trade, of communication, of transport, and so on. And this is an area, Eastern Europe, geographic, yes, it's Slavic, and an ecumeny of they have used actually in globalization the word ecumeny. All right, so that is an ecumeny that communicates with itself. All right, so I think one should put in the context a bit of economic transactions through art and icons in a way, and transport and the increase of that. And go beyond. People did have identities, but they had the local identities more. But it is a space which communicated with each other in the same language, and particularly in church. So, and in the visual arts. So maybe this kind of context, this is a wonderful project for this, okay, of Eastern Europe. Of Eastern Europe, Black Sea, and the Eastern Mediterranean, right? So maybe to use a bit of geographic and church terms to describe the area might be useful with local sort of areas. Sorry.
I would just sorry for this again. I will just follow this discussion. Of course, this is a huge question in the methodology of art history. And there are several congresses, big congresses of the CIHA, this World Organization of the Art Historians, how to overcome old methodologies. That is a huge problem. And there are many different answers, of course, and I will follow this. One of the answers, and very important, that was just a topic of the conference, was, for example, geography. And that was not problem for this region. That is also the problem in the region of Central Europe. For example, you have Habsburg monarchy, there you have Czechian population, German language, German aristocracy there, etc. So many different problems. So national historiography, in all sense, cannot help at all. So you can use always this kind of terminology. You can say Russian. I use Russian, but I think on the Russian state, not on modern contemporary Russian nation. When I don't know anything precise to say, for example, it came from Moscow or from that, and Moscow, that means also nothing. You just have to have exact name of the workshop for in the Kiev or in Moscow or somewhere. But you can use it, came from that territory. And we see that the problem, you told that is a huge problem, why we didn't saw these icons earlier in our churches, for example. I know that because in the Serbian case, there are a lot of icons, Russian, Ukrainian, from Russian Empire. But researchers are writing national historiography. When they see them, not important. And then they are looking for the best stylistic examples. So now we have a huge problem because there are so many material that is not published at all. They just look to find something that is national. Something like that exists. So we can use other terms to define the artworks, this culture. That's several elements of context, not one, not national, not geographical, local, etc., etc.
Other questions or comments? Other questions, either on this fascinating topic or on any detail from our speakers' talks? Is it coffee time then?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much to our speakers. Mother Athanasia, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, 12 o'clock back for the second session.
Okay, this is the contents of the black. So, okay, I will arrange the microphone. This is so you can either use the arrows or this. The arrows. Okay, I will bring it down.
Well, I think we should So get started. This session has the title Piety and Ideology, Russian Icons, Russian Saints, and Serbian Painters Trained in Russia in the Early Modern Serbian Visual Culture. We're going to have 3 talks. The first one, 3 papers. The first one is by Dr. Nenad Makuljevic. You all know him. He's a professor of art history at the University of Belgrade. His main research areas are Serbian 19th century art, Balkan visual culture, art historiography, the relation between art and politics. You know, classic work by Dr. Makuljevic is that on art and the national idea in 19th century Serbia. And also the interconnections between Ottoman, Christian, and Jewish visual culture, especially in Belgrade during the 19th century. We are delighted to have you here once more at Retimno, and the floor is yours.
For organizing the whole project of RICONTRANS, and actually she helped us to open the eyes and just to look more carefully in our churches and the museums, and to see much more and to learn much more about the cultural transfer, and especially cultural transfer from Russian state territory to the Balkans and to the Serbia. From the second half of the 15th and the early 16th century, the time when the Balkans fell under Ottoman rule, Serbian church culture was significantly oriented towards Russian Orthodoxy. I use term Russian primarily. I just want to underline this is a notion for the territory, state, not for the nation. So I'm not speaking about the Russian nation when I use term Russian in the sense, but that something coming from Russian territory, from the Russian state. Travels to Russia, the education of clergy and monks in Russian monastery, the use of Russian books, and numerous translations into Serbian led to deep understanding of Russian Orthodox culture. Simultaneously, there was an intense transfer of Russian books, icons, and liturgical items to Serbian Orthodox churches. This extensive and long-lasting Serbian-Russian ties also facilitated the transfer of icons and other sacred visual objects depicting certain saintly cults from Russia. The transfer of this Russian Orthodox culture was a highly complex process involving significant contributions from translations of Russian theological literature, this education, and these numerous travels. The relationship between Serbian and Russian religious culture has been developing since the Middle Ages. This is very important. Saint Sava Nemanjić, the founder of the Serbian church, was tortured at the Russian monastery of Saint Panteleimon on Mount Athos. So from the beginning of the Serbian church, in the sense that we know, or the history knows, there is this very strong connection with Russia. During the centuries of the Ottoman rule, numerous appeals, the numerous documents for assistance were made, and Serbian monks traveled throughout Russia to seek aid. In the 18th century, part of the Serbian clergy, especially from the territory of the Habsburg monarchy, attended to the Kievo-Petrarska Lavra, and the literature and icons and everything from there has been transferred to the Karlovci Metropolitanate. In the 19th century, for example, the number of Serbian students in Russian theological schools increased, included prominent hierarchs of the Serbian church, such as Metropolitan Mihailo Jovanović of Belgrade and Bishop Nikodim Miloš of Dalmatia. Petar II Petrović Njegoš, a prominent bishop of Montenegro, statesman and poet, received his episcopal dignity in St. Petersburg in 1833. So this centuries old and intricate ties between the Serbian and Russian churches ensured that the Serbian hierarchy become well acquainted with all specifics of Russian spiritual culture, and especially saintly cults. leaving numerous testimonies about the veneration of Russian holy objects. So we have, for example, in numerous diaries, when they are traveling to Russia, they know what they're looking, where there's most venerated icons. They also go, or there are some relics, etc. So they really know what is going on. And we have this numerous documents who are speaking not about Kiev, Moscow, St. Petersburg. It depends from the century to the century when we have the most information where they went. The existing insight into the transfer of Russian visual culture into Serbian churches shows that one of its essential characteristics was the bringing of the copies of Russian miraculous icons. These copies, most often crafted in folk workshops, were brought to Serbian churches, often through the trade routes. Believers purchased these icons, placed them in their homes, or donated them to the churches. So numerous replicas of these Russian miraculous wonder-working icons are present in Serbian churches, from Dalmatia to Kosovo and Metohija. During the 19th century, Serbian society became particularly familiar with them, and travelogues published in the press often highlighted these icons. The prevalence of Russian miraculous icons in Serbian churches is not fully evident. So we don't have full evidence, and that is always the problem when we are publishing the paper. So what can we note? But we can also just, for some example, from literature, I will now tell. So, for example, the icon of Our Lady of Aktirs was in the church in Doljani. The icons of the Mother of God of Joy of all who sorrow in Doljani, Koprivnica, and place called Švica. The icon of Our Lady of Čelabinski in Doljani again. The icon of the Theotokos of Tikvin in Zalogica, Klinovac, and so many other places. The icon of Theotokos of Smolensk, for example, in Tuzla, Bosa, and the icon of Our Lady of Kazan in the monasteries of Heliander and Rakos, etc., etc. So there are numerous. The biggest problem with these icons, actually, for us, for researchers, is that we don't know exactly what was the reception in the Serbian folk. That means we don't know if they are buying just the icon of the Mother of God, or they know that they are buying the icon of the Mother of God of Kazan, for example. So that they know this distinction and or specificities. So we don't have any sources that say that in the village that they actually venerate that wonder-working icon. And that is a problem. That is a problem. But there's a big difference with the one icon. Probably the earliest Russian miracle icon among the Serbs was the Vladimir icon of the Mother of God. One of its early copies, dated to 16th century, was located in the old church in Sarajevo. This icon was highly venerated and elaborately framed, what we see here. The Church of the Nativity of St. John the Baptist in Stony Belgrade, Sekešvar, today's Hungary, houses a 17th century icon of the Vladimir icon of the Mother of God, while, for example, in the Krušedol Monastery, houses an 18th century icon. A unique example of Serbian-Russian spiritual connections and the veneration of Russian miraculous icons, as well as the transfer of their working powers in the 18th century, is linked to the one copy of the Vladimir icon of the Mother of God. This one. A monk named Paisios, Greek, from the island of Corfu, left a record of his life. It is well documented, and the bringing of this icon to Serbia. Paisios was tonsured at Kievo-Petrovac Lavra and inspired, he is written, by earlier saints who rebuilt and founded churches and monasteries, sought a place for asceticism and church building. During the years between, here is the context very important, during the years between 1770 and 1739, when north part of Serbia was under Austrian rule, the Orthodox ecclesiastical life experienced significant renewal. So Paisios decided to come to Serbia. He arrived in Belgrade in 1727, bringing with him, I quote, the icon of our most holy mistress, the Theotokos and ever Virgin Mary, which was painted by Saint Apostle and Evangelist Luke, known as the Vladimir icon. adorned with silver, gold, and various embellishments. So it was adorned in Belgrade. Paisios was received by Bishop Stefan Ljubibratic, who was in that moment there. Belgrade, Metropolitan of Belgrade was not there. He was in Vienna in that moment. And Bishop Ljubibratic placed this miraculous icon in the Belgrade Cathedral in the moment, where it healed many of the sick. So this icon started with water working and became the object of the veneration of the Serbian believers. A little bit later, Paisios found and restored abandoned monastery in Vinča, in a place called Vinča, near Belgrade. 2 years later, on July 2nd, 1729, on the feast of the deposition of the honorable robe of the Theotokos, the icon was transferred from Belgrade to the monastery in Vinča in a ceremonial process with priests, deacons, gospel readers, and singing of psalms. So there is a whole description of that ceremonial procession. The icon was placed on special throne in the monastery church, where it was highly venerated and assisted the faithful. The date of the icon's transfer to Vinča became the monastery's feast date. So monastery, in that moment, this icon got the other name, so it became known as the Mother of God of Vinča, Bogorodica Vinčanska. But in 1739, when the monks of Vinča fled to the Habsburg monarchy before the advancing Ottoman army, the icon was transferred to the Bezdin monastery. Bezdin monastery is today in Romania, near Arad. The significance of this icon and the veneration of its miraculous powers led Patriarch Arsenie IV Jovanović Čakabenta to move it, actually to stall it, in 1743, and then to move it to the administrative center of the Serbia Church in the Habsburg monarchy, located in the Sremski Karlovci. So it's not so close, far away. There it was housed first in the Patriarchal Chapel. Patriarch Arsenie IV commissioned a silver cover for this icon in Vienna in 1745. On the occasion of placing the new cover, the Patriarch composed a prayer hymn engraved on a silver plate beneath the icon. But there was the whole process, because the monks from the Bezdin actually wrote to the Habsburg administration, and they asked the icon to be returned back. So he must give it them back, and the icon was returned to the Bezdin monastery in 1748, but the copy of it was placed in the Patriarchal Chapel and later in the cathedral. The copy was also highly venerated and received a silver cover in 1750, along with a representative carved and gilded frame. The copy of the icon was transferred from the Patriarchal Chapel to the newly constructed Cathedral of St. Nicholas in Sremski Karlovci in 1781. So today in Karlovci, in chapel, is this in church, is still the copy of Mother God of Bezdin there, but the destiny of the icon is something else. After the World War I, when became clear that Bezdin will be the part of the Romania, the Banat bishop from the Serbian church took the picture and moved it, and the picture icon is today in the Patriarchal Episcopal Chapel in Vršac, city of Vršac, in the Episcopal Chapel of the Banat Eparchy, and that is the huge problem because it's not in the church; it's actually in some kind of private possession. So this icon became very venerated. There are numerous copies of it, and it was reproduced also in prints and in many other icons, so you can see some of them. So really we can find the cult of the Mother God of Bezdin, icon of the Mother God of Bezdin, in large number of the Serbian churches, especially above the Sava and Danube on the territory, former territory of the Habsburg monarchy. Now, likely, there are some informations, other Russian icons gained popularity in Serbian communities. One of such icon appears to to be the throne icon of the Theotokos from Velika Remeta. Even Regenario wrote about these icons. It is a part of larger group of icons received by Iguman Georgiev from the Rakovica monastery near Belgrade. In the church of Stari Banovci, there is another icon, the copy of this, being an inscription stating that it is a copy of the miracles icon from Velika Remeta. And that's what is now tricky, that one other icon from this group of Russian icons is venerated as a miracles icon in Remeta, Russian, but not this. This is, but there is evidence that about 2 copies of this icon. One is from the this Banovci, and the other is from the Church of the Nativity of the Mother of God in Zemun. So, intense Serbian Russian spiritual ties also led to the presence of icons and wall paintings depicting certain Russian saints in Serbian churches. The treasury of the Hilandar monastery houses numerous icons of Russian saints. So you can see, and it is written about them, Professor Petkovic especially, likely donated during the frequent visits of Hilandar monks to Russia. Preserved icons from the second half of the 16th century depict Saint Alexei the Wonder Worker, Leontius of Rostov, Euthymius the Wonder Worker, Sergius of Radonezh, Prince Theodore of Smolensk with his sons David and Constantine. So here are some icons from the Hilandar monastery. So one of the most representative gifts was a catapetasma donated by Tsar Ivan IV and the Terrible and his wife Anastasia in 1555. The complex iconographic program of this catapetasma, I'm sorry, I don't have a good picture of it, highlighted the Tsar's family, the role of the Russian church and Russian saints, connecting Serbian and Russian saints. So the central representation features Christ the Great Christ with the Theotokos and Saint John, while numerous saints are depicted in medallions. So as you can see, among the depicted saints are Metropolitan Peter of Moscow, like pairs there, and Saint Sava of Serbia, Sergius of Radonezh, and Saint Simeon Nemanja of Serbia. Others include Metropolitans Alexei and Yona, John of Novgorod, Leontius of Rostov, Prince Vladimir, Boris and Gleb, and Theodosius of Pečarsk. So they are on the border. So one for the veneration of the Russian saints in Serbia also is a very important one episode. Actually, we know that larger in the Karlovci Metropolitan, the large number of Russian saints were celebrated thanks to the use of Russian books. So, but by the order of Austrian court Kohler, this practice was stopped, and the Church People's Assembly in Sremski Karlovci in 1769, when actually decided to abolish, to stop celebration of 27 Russian saints in Serbia Church. And all of them, that was the problem for the Habsburg administration, because Serbia didn't work at all. That are so-called red days in the calendar, and 27, they stopped, they had in that moment 56 feast days. They stopped. And 27 of them have been dedicated to the Russian saints. But what is now the problem is that actually we don't have evidence in the churches that we can find icons, or everyone overlooked it, of this saints, because it will be quite normal to have the icons of all that saints in many churches, at least in the Metropolitan Church. But nowadays we don't have. So I can go further. Significant testimony to the Serbian-Russian cooperation and the success of the Metropolitan Mihailo, I'm going now to the 19th century, was the establishment of the Serbian Podvorje in Moscow. The Church of St. Kir and John was founded in the 16th century. During the 18th century, that was the church which is destroyed, that I don't have pictures. During the 18th century, the old church structure was rebuilt by order of Empress Catherine II, and the church was later looted in 1812. So the Holy Synod and the Russian state gifted the church to the Church of the Principality of Serbia, and as the Serbian representation in 1873. the church was soon restored. So, but we have very good and very big description from the papers. The church was soon restored with the help of Moscow merchant Sisoyev and other benefactors, and it was consecrated in 1874. At that time, the church received a new dedication to the Annunciation of the Theotokos, celebrated on November 30th, coinciding with the feast of St. Andrew the First Called and a Serbian, which is also a Serbian state holiday, commemorating the issuance of the Hati Sheriff in 1830. During the restoration of the church, a new iconostasis was created. So we have these scriptures only. So based on the Cross Church of the Merciful Savior in Rostov in the Yaroslav region. This was a tall iconostasis with 4 tiers of icon, while the icons from the old one were purchased by merchant Sisoyev and donated to a church in Montenegro. We don't know where are they donated, what church in Montenegro. 6 icons are painted by I.K. Kondrad. I don't know who is I.K. Kondrad. I couldn't find. And they say with a plastic gold field. And they were displayed on the church walls. They depicted Saint Sava of Serbia, Saints Kir and John, Saint Andrew the First Called, Venerable Sergius of Radonezh, the Mosque of Saints Peter, Alexis, Jonas, and Philip, Saint Basil the Blessed, and the great martyr Barbara. Then also wall paintings were executed in fresco texting, and there is a description on golden fields. So on the walls, numerous Serbian and Russian saints were depicted, included Saint Sava of Serbia, Saint Simeon Nemanja, Saint Cyprian, Metropolitan of Moscow, Saint Peter of Cetinje, Metropolitan of Montenegro, Saint Demetrius, Metropolitan of Rostov, Venerable Angelina, Serbian Despotess, Saint Arsenius I, Archbishop of Serbia, Saint Maximus, Hungarian Vlachian, Saint Stefan de Chansi, Saint King Milutin, Rightus Philaret the Merciful, the memory of the Metropolitan Philaret of Moscow, the Slavic Anlaita Cyril and Methodius, Saint Alexander Nevsky, in the memory of the Tsar Alexander Nikolaevich, who gifted the church to the Serbian clergy, and great martyr Katarina in the memory of the Empress Katarina II, who built the church. In the church altars, icons of the Theotokos of Vladimir and the Mother of God Kaloga were placed. So, and this object was actually very important for the Serbian church because many monks and later bishops actually stayed in this church until the revolution. During the Serbian-Turkish wars in 1876 and 1878, the presence and promotion of Russian saintly codes became particularly significant. A group of Russian volunteers brought a chapel tent church dedicated to St. Alexander Nevsky to Serbia. This church was carried to the battlefield, and afterward, the church dedicated to Alexander Nevsky was established in Belgrade. Today, you see this. This is the church of Alexander Nevsky. This building is actually from the middle period of between the 2 world wars, but first church was built in the late 19th century, becoming the most important site for spreading his cult in Serbia. But icons from this military tent church are now located in the village on the church of Kloka near Klagujevac. During the Serbian-Turkish wars, Nikolai Nikolaevich Rajevsky came to Serbia and he died on the battlefield. In his memory, for example, a church was built in Gornji Adrovac by his relative Maria Rajevsky. The wall paintings, at least partially designed by Viktor Vaznetsov, memorialize significant events from Serbian and Russian history and national holy warriors. They are depicted the coronation of Saint Stephen the First Crown and the baptism of Rus, as well as Saint Prince Lazar and Saint Alexander Nevsky. So, representation of Russian and Serbian saints can also be found on the iconostasis, for example, on the Cathedral Church in Sarajevo. Maria spoke about it yesterday. The iconostasis gift from this Russian benefactors prominently involved the Abbot Ignatius from the monastery of St. Sergius near Petersburg. And on this monumental iconostasis, there are many Russians and Serbian saints. So I will just Saint Alexander Nevsky, Saint Eugen, Bishop of Kherson, Saint Demetrius, Metropolitan of Rostov, Saint Alexis, Metropolitan Moscow, Saint Prince Vladimir, and Saint Mitrophon, Bishop of Orange. So there are so many examples. So I will now just conclude. So centuries of long Serbian-Russian cultural and spiritual ties facilitated the transfer of Russian miraculous icons and iconic depictions of Russian saints into Serbian churches. Miraculous icons, often painted by folk iconographers, can still be found in numerous Serbian churches from Dalmatia to Kosovo, clearly in testifying to their immense popularity. A unique example is when one copy of the Vladimir icon of Mother of God gained entirely new life in the Serbian environment. It was venerated as a miraculous, received a new name, and was celebrated as Theotokos of Vinča Bezin. Depictions of Russian saints appear on individual icons, but now we can only identify these very early icons from the 6th century in the Hilandar Monastery, but their most extensive repertoire can be found on the Katapetasma of Ivan the Terrible from the Hilandar Monastery, the wall paintings for the Serbian Podvorje in Moscow, on the iconostasis of the Sarajevo Cathedral, and so in these complex works, Serbian and Russian saints are depicted together, resembling a unified core of saints, and that was clear testimony to the shared, some kind of Russian spiritual, cultural, and ideological connections. Thank you.
Now, okay. Thank you very much, Professor Makulevich. I think it is very important, the question that you raised about what we actually know about the reception of these icons. And as you showed us, even the miraculous icons from Russia change identity as they're moving back and forth in their trajectory. So we're going to have the opportunity to discuss more about miraculous icons in the third paper of this session by Ivana Zhenyaru-Rajovic. But now we are moving on to a different dimension of transfer, this time a transfer through education, we could say. And our next speaker, Anna Kostic, will speak about archival evidence, archival documents on the education of Serbian painters in Russia during the 19th century. Let me say to you a few words about Dr. Kostic. She is assistant professor of history of art at the University of Belgrade. Her main research areas are Serbian 19th century art, Balkan visual culture, the religious art in Serbia and relation between religious art, society, state, and politics. Dr. Kostic received her PhD degree in 2016 from the University of Belgrade, and her thesis was on the connection between state, society, and religious art in the Principality of Serbia, 1830-1882. Dr. Kostic, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Firstly, I want to thank to Juliana and the whole team for this project and collaboration through these 5 years. It was my pleasure to be the part of this team, and I want to thank also to my Professor Makulevich, to include me in this team. So for today's presentation, which is based on archival documents and personal correspondence of Serbian painters educated in Russia in the second half of the 19th century, I'll try to give an insight into the processes of educating young Serbian painters in monastery workshops and academies in Russia, and point out the significance of their education in the overall transformation of Serbian religious art at the end of the 19th century. In Serbia during the 19th century, most painters studied in Western European centers, primarily at the Academy in Vienna, where they became acquainted with European contemporary art. The education of Serbian painters in Russia became important after the 1870s due to the efforts of the Serbian Metropolitan Mihailo Jovanović. Having studied in the Kiev Theological Academy as a later prominent Russophile and Slavenophile, he supported and initiated deeper political, ecclesiastical, and cultural ties between Serbia and Russia during the second half of the 19th century. As Metropolitan, he reformed the Serbian church according to the Russian model. A crucial aspect of his reforms included the transformation of religious art through the importation of Russian icons, liturgical objects, and books on Serbian soil, as well as the education of Serbian priests and painters in Russia. The general idea of Metropolitan Mihailo was that both priests and painters share the same Orthodox ideal through their education in Russia. This initiative significantly transferred Russian religious visual culture and art to Serbian soil during the second half of the 19th century. Metropolitan Mihailo's support for the education of Serbian artists in Russia stemmed from several reasons. The one reason was non-Orthodox icons in Serbia, the lack of understanding the differences between Orthodox and Catholic iconography, and the absence of an adequate school of icon painting within the Principality of Serbia. In his view, education in Russia at the source of Orthodoxy would enable young painters to grasp Orthodox iconography and produce dogmatically correct religious paintings, which he considered essential for defending Orthodoxy on the territory of Serbia. This was the primary initiative for educating young Serbian painters in Russia. Archival documents concerning the education of Serbian artists in Russia are preserved nowadays in the archives of the Serbian Patriarchate and the Serbian State Archives in Belgrade, with the funds of the Ministry of Education, the Metropolitanate of Belgrade, and the Fund of Gifts and Redemption. The preserved archival materials enables us to reconstruct how Serbian painters were educated in Russia, as well as the challenges they faced with. The documents reveal that Serbian Metropolitan Mihailo, then the Serbian Ministry of Education, and the Moscow Slavic Committee all played significant roles in supporting the education of Serbian painters. Metropolitan Mihailo, through his contacts in Russia, sought places for Serbian students in icon painting workshops in Moscow and Kiev, and through the Serbian Ministry of Education, advocated for scholarships for artists and the provision of better living conditions during their education. The Serbian Ministry of Education covered the costs of the students' travel to Russia and provided them with scholarship during their education with varying degrees of success. In addition to the Ministry of Education, Serbian painters educated in Russia were often financially supported by Moscow Slavic Committee. Although the education of Serbian students in Russia had been present before, it became more intensive after the Crimean War due to the need to strengthen Russian influence in the Balkans among the Orthodox Slavic population. So Moscow Slavic Committee supported financially their education in Russia in that wider context. Among the documents of various content, the most preserved is the documentation for the first generation of Serbian painters who studied in Russia from 1870s. Metropolitan Mihailo first attempt to send Serbian artists to study in Russia was in 1875, when he sought funding from the Russian Holy Synod to educate 2 icon painters. Although this attempt was unsuccessful, the Metropolitan soon arranged with Archimandrit Antonije Medvedev for the admission of 3 students who would be educated in the icon painting workshop of the Trinity Sergius Lavra near Moscow. Metropolitan Mihailo informed the Serbian Ministry of Education of the agreements he had reached in Russia, asking it to launch a contest election for art students, finance their trip to Russia, and provide scholarships. The contest election was announced on December 20, 1879 in the Novine Srpske, the leading newspaper of the Principality of Serbia. The requirements for candidates were that they were not younger than 13 and older than 16, were poor, and had a health certificate. Soon, on February 9, 1870, it was decided to send 3 Serbian cadets, Mihajlo Borisavljević, Živko Jugović, and Blagoje Kulić to Russia. Before leaving, they signed a contract with the Ministry of Education on their obligations during the studies and upon return to the homeland. In short, they were obliged to study for at least 3 years, to submit a report on the progress of their studies in the Ministry of Education twice a year, to live a modest life, and upon their return to the homeland to be in the civil service. After signing the contracts, the 3 students set off in the winter of 1870 to study icon painting at the Trinity Center. Preserved, okay, everything is okay there. Preserved archival documents show that Serbian painters went through 2 phases of their education in Russia. The first consisted of monastery icon painting workshops, and the second of academies. Preserved archival documents testifying to the education of Serbian painters at the Trinity Sergius Lavra give us some insight into how the training processes took place, what knowledge was offered to students, and what the living and working conditions were like. In the first winter of the school year 1870-71, the Serbian students were all in feeble health, unaccustomed to the harsh Russian winter. Sooner or later, all 3 asked to be returned to Serbia for recovery. Metropolitan Mihajlo, being informed of their poor health, helped them with the accommodation for treatment in a more climatically favorable area in Russia for 2 months. Shortly after returning to the Trinity Sergius Lavra, student Mihajlo Borisavljević wrote for us a significant letter to the Serbian Ministry of Education on August 31st, 1871, which exudes dissatisfaction with life and work in this school of icon painting. The student was dissatisfied with the food offered at school, considering it insufficient to maintain health. He complained that they are forced to live like monks, observing strict fasting rules, and if there was better food, it was not available to them because the scholarship was insufficient. He then complained that the teachers did not have theoretical and practical knowledge of icon painting. The students copied the icons, but there are no real teachers to fix their drawings. He said that all icon painters were self-taught monks who learned icon painting only by visiting various monasteries in Russia and copying icons. Borisavljević pointed out that their lack of skill and ignorance in painting harms students and art in general. He also mentioned that even the students who attended the school have no ambitions to learn to paint better because they are poor, so staying in the monastery means a roof over their heads and bread. According to Borisavljević's testimony, the entire education in this monastic icon painting school is to meet the minimum level of knowledge where copying icon is the goal itself. In his letter, in a desperate tone, he begged the Minister of Education to save him from that meaningless school in which he experienced his stay as self-destruction, both in terms of health and intellectually. He also asked to be allowed to study painting at the real art school in Moscow, for which he needed a more substantial scholarship than the one he receives, which is insufficient for survival due to the high cost of living in Russia. By the real art school in Moscow, Borisavljević meant the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture and Architecture, one of the largest educational institutions in Russia at the time. Having received no response from Serbia, he begged again for money to return to Serbia due to serious health problems on January 9, 1872. According to documents, the other 2 students, Kulić and Jugović, also had serious health problems caused from harsh winters. Blagoje Kulić was also very dissatisfied with the life in the Trinity Sergius Lavra. In his letter to the Ministry of Education, dated July 14, 1872, he requested an increase in his scholarship to provide clothing and food. He spoke even worse about the food than Borisavljević, called it a pigwash that was not even edible, let alone sufficient to maintain good health. He also criticized the clothing because the students get 1 suit yearly, which is used daily and on holidays with only 1 pair of boots. So they have to buy warmer clothes on their own expense, and the scholarship does not cover those costs. Due to the lack of food and clothing and high prices in Russia, Kulić expressed his concern that he will not survive the next winter if he does not recover and strengthen himself during the summer. The ministry did not respond positively to the request to increase the scholarship, but there is information that Kulić returned to Serbia during the winter to recover. In the report sent to the Metropolitan Mihailo Jovanovic by Mihailo Borisavljevic, we learned that Archimandrit of Trinity Sergius Lavra, Antonije Medvedev, helped as a parent to Serbian students by giving them warm clothes on his own expense. From Borisavljevic and Kulic correspondence, we learned what fundamental objections Serbian students had to their education in Russia. First, they had poor living conditions, inadequate nutrition, clothing, and harsh Russian winters, scholarship that was insufficient for high costs of living in Russia. And second, they had limited knowledge passed on by monks, which insisted on copying icons, which Serbian students judged as insufficient. This is why they asked to be transferred to better schools or academies to improve their painting skills. What the Trinity Sergius Lavra meant at the time of the education of Serbian students, and what status did it have during the second half of the 19th century. A great medieval monastery played a significant role in the history of Russia since it was founded in 1337. With its artistic treasuries dated from the time of its foundation, the monastery became a prominent art center where Andrei Rublev and Daniel Cherny painted frescoes and icons. The earliest attempts to organize an icon painting school date back to 1746, but it gained a reputation in the middle of the 19th century through the actions of Archimandrit Antonije Medvedev, who expanded the school quarters for students to stay and work. The school gained significant attention from the clergy after the 60s of the 19th century and became international. At that time, with full monastic support, Greek icon painting was taught to up to 60 boys from different regions. That meant students from Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, Montenegro, and Bosnia. In the school program, priority was given to copying icons. At the time when Serbian students studied icon painting in the Lavra, the icon painters were led by the hero monk Simeon, who was self-educated painter, engaged in iconography voluntarily without any scientific knowledge, theory, or knowledge of the rules of painting, but still his contemporaries rated his skill at a very high level. In the reports that evaluated the school work from the turn of the 19th to the 20th centuries, we see that poor students attended the icon painting school, so it had a more humanitarian character than a strictly professional one. Due to the reputation that the icon painting school of the Trinity Sergius Lavra had among the clergy, Metropolitan Mihailo believed that it was a good school and that he was doing the very best for Serbian students, sending them there, so he continued to do so. Thus, in 1870, he sent a student from the Belgrade, Stojan Vojinović, Lazar Krđalić, Mihailo Vasiljević, and also Dragoljub Pavlović. In addition to training at the icon painting school at the Trinity Sergius Lavra, we learned from preserved archival documents that some Serbian students were educated at Kiev-Pečersk Lavra. The icon painting school at the Kiev-Pečersk Lavra included training in icon painting and a detailed study of the Orthodox iconography. As such, it did not differ much from the icon painting school at the Trinity Sergius Lavra. Half of the curriculum involved learning icon painting, while the other half was intended for copying icons and fulfilling clients' commissions, which were carried out by students under the supervision of monks. Among the first Serbian students who attended this school in the 19th century was Živko Jugović, who belonged to the first generation of Serbian painters educated in Russia. Then Milutin Bele Marković, upon the recommendation of Metropolitan Mihailo, also received his education first at the icon painting school of the Kiev-Pečersk Lavra. He attended the 1 year under the guidance of hero monk Theogonos and graduated in 1889. In 1889 first, Metropolitan Mihailo sent also their student Petar Knežević, who stayed there until 1896. After being in the monastery icon painting school of the Kiev-Pečersk Lavra and Trinity Sergius Lavra in Moscow, Serbian painters, considering the knowledge offered there insufficient, wrote to the Serbian Ministry of Education requesting further training at the academies in Moscow or St. Petersburg or in Western European centers. Some were given a state scholarship to continue their education in Russia. Others managed it with the help of Metropolitan Mihailo through Moscow Slavic Committee. Mikhailo Borisavljević was among the first to apply to continue his education with the scholarship from Serbia and the St. Petersburg Department of Moscow Slavic Committee. He transferred in 1874 to the Imperial Academy of Arts in St. Petersburg, where he remained until 1878. Blagoje Kulić, after Trinity Sergius Lavra, attended the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture and Architecture from 1874 until 1876 with help of Moscow Slavic Committee and Serbian Ministry of Education. He interrupted his education because of the Serbian-Turkish wars, where he worked as a translator for the Russian military, and he never returned to Russia to finish his studies due to the lack of funds. With the support of Metropolitan Mikhailo, Živko Jugović, who spent some time, as we saw, in the Trinity Sergius Lavra and Kiev Pečersk Lavra, also received a scholarship from Moscow Slavic Committee for further education in the academy in Moscow from 1873 to 1876. He continued his education in Italy with Serbian government scholarship and then in Munich. After the first generation of Serbian students, the other painters were also educated in Russia at the end of the 19th century. Some are known only by name, while no written or material traces of their education processes or artistic work after education are preserved. Among those who are known and who brought a different approach to Serbian religious painting following contemporary Russian artistic trends were Nastas Stefanović, Milutin Belimarković, Lazar Krđelić, and Rafailo Momčilović. As we can see, all they was educated at workshops, monastery workshops and academies. As previously mentioned, Lazar Krđelić began his education in the icon painting school of the Trinity Sergius Lavra, from which he transferred in 1880 to the Higher School of Arts and Crafts in Moscow, and then completed his studies at the St. Petersburg Imperial Academy of Arts at 1884. Milutin Belimarković began his education at the icon painting school of the Kiev Pečersk Lavra, and then he transferred to School of Painting, Sculpture and Architecture in Moscow, where he graduated in painting in 1895. The Strogan School in Moscow was also interesting for Serbian students, as shows the case of Rafailo Momčilović, who was there between 1899 and 1901, after which he continued his education in Italy. Upon returning to Serbia as state scholarship holders, the painters educated in Russia were supported to pay their dues by working in the state service as painters. But some of them never practicing the painter. Some was a school professor, but didn't practice icon painting at all. And some, like Jugović, Marković, and Stefanović, and Momčilović, did the main commissions as icon painters. And to conclude, what was the significance of these painters educated in Russia for Serbian religious art at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century? Their education had two phases, as we have seen, from monastery icon painting workshops, which they were generally dissatisfied with, to additional education at academies at Moscow and St. Petersburg. In the monastery icon painting workshops, Serbian painters adopted Orthodox iconography and through copying icons adopted the most significant models of icon painting. At the academies, they became acquainted with contemporary trends in Russian art, which from the 8th decade of the 19th century was preoccupied with reviving medieval Russian art and reconstructing medieval artistic models. Academies in Moscow and St. Petersburg went through transformation between 60s and 80s in 19th century with new approach to religious paintings, which was very important for Serbian painters. What the model for Serbian painters could be are the works of Kramskoj, for example, Bruni, Vereshchagin, especially Viktor Vaznetsov, Bryulov, and also Abramsevo Circle. And also the painting ensembles in Isikaevsky Sabor in St. Petersburg and the Vladimir's Cathedral in Kiev, or Cathedral of Christ the Savior in Moscow. Based on these experiences, Serbian painters developed their own style of religious painting. It was not unique. It depended more or less on the place of education, the chosen role models, and any additional education outside of Russia. What painters brought from their education in Russia, which was very important, were iconographic models, which they used frequently in their works with more or less success. The iconographic solution brought from Russia were the most essential element of their religious paintings. They were well accepted by the clergy and emphasized as the most significant value of the education of Serbian painters in Russia. This enabled painters to be well received when painting churches in Serbia. For Metropolitan Mihailo Jovanović and Serbian clergy, the education of Serbian artists in Russia was significant because it guaranteed dogmatic and iconographic integrity and the acceptance of contemporary artistic trends, not from the West, but from the East. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kostic. And our last speaker for today, for this session, excuse me, is Ivana Zenjaru-Rajovic. She's going to speak to us about the Russian icons and cults in the Patriarchate of Pech Monastery during the Ottoman rule. Dr. Ivana Zenjaru-Rajovic is a senior research associate at the Institute for Serbian Culture in Pristina, which is based in Leposavić in Serbia. She's an art historian who has completed her PhD at the Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade in 2014. 2 years later, she published her book upon doctoral research on church art and the religious revival of the 19th century in the territory of the Diocese of Raška and Prizren. She has published many articles and book chapters on the visual culture of the Balkans with a focus on sacral art in the Ottoman era. Her field of expertise is ecclesiastical art in the territory of Kosovo and Metohija, where she has conducted field research for years. So welcome, Ivana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I have to thank to Professor Makuljević, who invited me to be the part of the Serbian team, and to Professor Bojčeva for this really great project. I am glad and also sad because this is our last conference. So my paper and my presentation today is about Russian icons from the Patriarchate of Pech Monastery. And as we all know, many monastic delegations from the Ottoman Empire that went to Moscow in 16th and 17th centuries received these gift certificates or donation charters for their monasteries. And many Serbian monasteries had such certificates, including the Patriarchate of Pech. At the request of Metropolitan Simeon, the Patriarchate of Pech Monastery received a certificate from Emperor Michael Theodorovich in 1641, which allowed the monastery delegation of 3 to 4 monks to travel to Moscow every 7 to 8 years for financial and other assistance. The Patriarchate of Pech Monastery was established by Archbishop Arseny in the 13th century and had served as the seat of the Serbian Archbishopric in the 14th century. It was also the seat of the Patriarchate between 1557 and 1766, when it was annexed to the Patriarchate of Constantinople. In the 19th century, as today, the Pech Monastery was, so it still is, a part of the Diocese of Raška and Prizren. While it was in the heart of the Serbian medieval state before it became part of the Ottoman Empire, it is now an endangered religious site and cultural asset of Serbia in the self-proclaimed Republic of Kosovo. So here you can see a map of Serbia. The red part, southern part of Serbia, is this region of Kosovo and Metohija, today self-proclaimed state. Here with all the Serbian churches and monasteries signed, map. Pech is here. Patriarchate of Pech Monastery is right here. So it is somewhere here. Because of the Pech monks' visits to Russia, the treasury of this monastery used to possess several Russian icons from the 17th and 18th centuries. The most significant Russian icon from the monastery is also one of the most highly venerated objects of piety and worship at the monastery as a pilgrimage center. It is the miracle working icon of the Virgin, traditionally believed to have been painted by Saint Luke the Evangelist and brought to the monastery by the first Serbian Archbishop Saint Sava from Jerusalem or Mount Athos. In reality, this icon, known as the miraculous icon of Pech, the palladium of the city, was painted in the 18th century at the Kremlin Armory Chamber. It depicts the Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus Christ with a rolled up scroll in his hand, surrounded by 12 miniature figures of the apostles, with 4 warriors saints below them. The infant Christ is on the left, on his mother's right hand. As such, this icon is a copy of the miraculous icon of the Mother of God of Jerusalem, also known as Korsunskaya. At the very bottom of the icon, there is a legend stating that it was painted by the hand of the Holy Apostle in the 15th year after the ascension of the Lord. Then it says that Emperor Leo brought it from Jerusalem to Constantinople, where it helped the city withstand Scythian invasion and performed many other miracles. In the 19th century, it was transferred to Kherson during a Russian attack on Constantinople. After the Russian Prince Vladimir was baptized there, he took the icon to Novgorod. The text further states that this icon had an inscription in Greek, which was transferred into Church Slavonic. Then on our icon, this text is illegible, but luckily this legend is well known, so we learn the rest of its content from other sources. So the icon was transferred from Veliki Novgorod, where it became the palladium of the city, to Moscow by the Grand Prince of Moscow, Ivan Vasilievich III, in 1500 and placed in the Assumption Cathedral of the Moscow Kremlin. The baptism of Prince Vladimir in the Korsun Cathedral before the miraculous icon, after he conquered Kherson and converted to Christianity, earned it the name Korsunskaya. And this also contributed to its later symbolic significance and popularity. While the icon was at the Kremlin, it was restored by a painter and monk called Kirill Ulanov, who had previously worked at the Armory Chamber. In 1701, he made a copy of the miracle-working icon, also believed to be miraculous. St. Luke's icon remained at the Assumption Cathedral until Napoleon's invasion of Russia in 1812, when it was stolen from the church, with the old believers accused of the theft. Since it was never recovered, it is assumed to have been destroyed. Ulanov's copy replaced it at the same spot in the church where it still stands. The inscription at the bottom is what gives the icon of Pech special significance, because the sources report that the original icon had the same inscription, while the icon copy that replaced the missing original does not. This positions the icon of Pech among a very few known examples that include the inscription, such as the icon from the Church of the Archangel Michael in Bronici, now in the Church of Saint Demetrius of Thessaloniki, and the one from the collection of the State Russian Museum painted by Tikhon Goransky. That is the icon painted in 1710. The icon of Pech is encased in a golden revetment, assumed to be work of Pech goldsmiths, and this revetment mirrors the inscription written on the icon. The miraculous icon of Pech was and still is the focal point of the monastery's sacred space, and is prominently displayed next to the graves of its founders. Since the mid-19th century, it has stood on a magnificent wood-carved throne produced by Miak or Macedonian artisans and icon painters in 1863. As the protector of the monastery and the city of Pech, on certain occasions, such as severe and long-lasting drafts or epidemics of infectious diseases, the icon was paraded in ceremonial processions through the city. Due to its apotropaic and healing properties, this icon has for centuries been and still is object of special veneration in female piety. Members of other religions visited the Patriarchate of Pech Monastery to see this miraculous icon as well, seeking salvation and comfort, and among local Muslims it was known as Saint Merima. The status of this icon can be compared to that of the icon from the Church of the Tomb of the Virgin in Gethsemane in Jerusalem, Panagia Hierosolimitissa, which was painted in the second half of the 19th century. Our dear Professor Ivanka Gergova has a paper about this icon. Mostly due to its cult rather than artistic merit and style, Page icon had an impact on the visual culture of the host society, producing several known local copies. The oldest one is this one. Set in engraved frame, was made by an unknown painter in the late 18th century. It was brought to the Gorjach monastery near Peć from an endangered church during the March pogrom of 2004. It was a period when Albanian terrorists attacked Serbs and their churches and monasteries. And then it was moved to newly founded Ulje monastery near Leposavić in 2021. Interestingly, only the central motif of this artwork is the copy of the Peć icon, with other saints selected to reflect the owner's personal devotional preferences. That is also the case with the other copies. Another variant, maybe painted by the same artist or workshop, was kept in the treasury of the church in the village of Belopolje, a metochion of the Peć monastery. This is the icon of Virgin and Christ with angels. And in this church, there was also this icon with Virgin and Christ and saints. The church was burned and looted in 1999 and 2004, and these icons were probably destroyed during those raids. The only copy of the Peć Miracle Worker published so far is the one painted in 1806 by the famous Serbian icon painter Aleksija Lazović, commissioned by the local Gavrilović family. Besides the miraculous icon of Peć, several other Russian icons, mostly painted in the 17th or early 18th centuries, once belonged to the monastery treasury and are now kept in the Museum of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Some no longer exist. Others, such as the icon of Saint Sava and Saint Simeon of Serbia, and the icon of the Venerable Joseph Volotsky, illustrate important cults in both Serbian and Russian milieu. The icon of Saint Sava and Saint Simeon of Serbia represents a fine example of the Moscow style of icon painting from the mid-17th century. The renowned Serbian saints, a father and son, are depicted as standing figures with golden halos in a rocky landscape, facing each other in a three-quarter stance. Simeon was the monastic name of the Grand Prince Stefan Nemanja, the founder of the Serbian Nemanjić dynasty, the medieval Serbian ruling family that produced a number of locally revered saints and thus became to be known as Saint Bearing. His cult spread from the Studenica monastery, where his relics are located, boosted by encouraging impulses from the Halander monastery on Mount Athos, which he founded. Simeon's youngest son Rastko took the monastic vow and the name Sava in his youth, later becoming the founder of the Serbian Orthodox Church and its first archbishop. The presence of icons with images of Serbian saints Sava and Simeon in Russia is not unusual because they were known and revered in various Russian circles, mostly owing to the monks of the Hilander monastery, Melešova and Studenica. The earliest literary compositions mentioning Saint Sava emerged in Russia in the mid-15th century and were soon followed by his biographies and services. A stronger influence was exerted by Theodosius' life of Saint Sava, which Grand Duke Vasily III received as a gift in 1517 from the monk Isaiah of Mount Athos. It was translated into Russian by dozens of authors over the following decades. On the other hand, Russian church officials were also familiar with the icons of Saint Sava and Saint Simeon, thanks to the gifts of monks from Hilandar and Mileševa who went to Russia to ask for help for their monasteries. It is interesting that almost all known icons of Saint Sava in Russia date from Ivan the Terrible's era, because his maternal grandmother was Anna Glinskaya, daughter of Stefan Jakšić, who was a prominent nobleman in the service of Matthias Corvinus, and her grandfather Jakša had been a duke under despot Đurđe Branković. In the 17th century, during the reign of Tsar Alexei Mihailovich, a period that saw an increased influx of Serbian monks, icons with images of Serbian saints also appeared. The icon of the Virgin and the Venerable Joseph Wolosky comes from the late 17th or very beginning of the 18th century. The Venerable Joseph Wolosky, born as Ivan Sanin, who lived between 1439 and 1550, also known as Volkolomask, was an abbot and theologian of the Russian Orthodox Church and the founder of the well-known Volkolomask monastery. He founded his monastery in his hometown in 1479 and served as its first abbot. In his monastic life, among other things, Joseph Wolosky promoted the concept of monastic land ownership and the idea of the divine origin of imperial power and fought against heresy. He persistently worked to establish orderly Cenobitic monasticism as a well-functioning community in all of Russia. So his written rules provoked opposition both within and beyond his monastery. But I have to mention his cult never took root in the Serbian church. The icon represents one of several variants of the saint's depiction. He kneels before the Virgin Mary, who is standing on the right, and above him is the bust of Christ in a cloud. Unlike some well-known examples, which are mostly devoid of unnecessary details, the page icon depicts the Virgin Mary standing on clouds, holding a scroll with the words of her intercessory prayer in her hand. In other variations, St. Joseph Wolosky tends to be shown as a standalone full-length or half-length figure, and the third variant, close to the one from the Patriarchate of Pech, renders him in a profile as a standing figure addressing Christ or the Virgin Mary, with Christ positioned in the upper left corner. In addition to these icons associated with specific cults, the page treasury includes other icons of pan-Christian saints and fests. Now lost, they are known only from photographs taken by the Municipal Institution for the Protection of Cultural Monuments from Pristina between 1981 and 1983, before and after their conservation. The only surviving icon is that of the Nativity of Christ, datable to the late 18th century, probably from the Upper Volga region, perhaps from Kostroma, and now in the Museum of the Serbian Orthodox Church. The late 17th or early 18th century icons include an icon of St. Stephen, the Archdeacon, St. John the Baptist, and Nicholas of Myra with Christ and the Virgin Mary over his shoulders, and icons from the 18th century, such as Ascension of Christ and the Annunciation, and St. George and St. Demetrius as well. So most of the monastery's Russian icons were painted in the 17th and 18th centuries, the time of its most intensive ties with Russia. It was after the great migrations of Serbs from the Ottoman Empire to the Habsburg monarchy, and in accordance with the revival of monastic life afterwards. The arrival of Russian icons led to the emergence of local yet very strong cults. The exquisite icon of the Virgin of Jerusalem, painted in the Armory Chamber, became beloved in the local community, and in a few decades, its cult took root, and along with the legend about its provenance, producing its service at the beginning of the 19th century and earning it a specific fast day in the church calendar. Other Russian icons, such as those showing Saint Sava and Saint Simeon or Saint Joseph Wolosky, are fine examples of the transfer of national cults in both directions. The fact that many Russian icons are forever lost leads us to another widespread phenomenon, the neglect and misunderstanding of Russian icons, but along with everything that does not belong to the medieval heritage. Only two of them were mentioned in the only published catalogue of the monastic treasury, which was published in 1957, the Nativity of Christ and St. Joseph Wolosky. Along with the icon of Saint Sava and Simeon, these icons are the only page icons held in the Museum of the Serbian Orthodox Church. The miraculous icon remains on its sumptuous wooden throne in the monastery, while others were either stolen or burned during the years of terror against the Serbian population in Kosovo and Metohija. Thank you. I will.
Thank you all for keeping the time, so that we have ample time for questions and remarks. So So we turn on the lights a little bit. Laura.
First of all, I would like to thank all three of you for your excellent presentations. It was really a great joy to listen to you. As the Western Balkans were not less influenced by Russian culture and in the 19th century, for at least what I'm studying, than the Eastern Balkans. And I have several questions maybe more to Nenad and Tana. The first is whether the icons from Mount Athos Russian workshops were present in Serbia, because we know that they were exported to the Balkans, but not everywhere accepted in the same level, and many icons were brought to Russia after from the Mount Athos icon workshops. And the second question is about the style of the church art, because all this well, the Byzantine style, so-called Byzantine style on one hand, and the academic style on the other hand. And we know what was, I mentioned it already, and we mentioned it yesterday, that there were many cases when the, first of all, the Greek, in the Greek lands, this academic style, the Baroque icons or the academic icons of the 19th century, they were refused because the people said they are not Orthodox, they are Western, they are Catholic. And what was the situation in Serbia? Because in my, well, not very professional impression is that in Serbia in the 19th century, this academic style was much more accepted than, for example, in Bulgaria and in Greece, of course. And this is the second question. The third question is just from curiosity, because as far as I know, the Serbia is maybe the only South Orthodox, South Slavonic and Balkan Orthodox country where the cult of the transition of the icons of St. Nicholas on the 22nd of May is celebrated. And it is from, as we know, it came from the West, and in Russia it came from the West, and it is never celebrated in Greece or in Bulgaria. So is there any evidence from the icons and from art sources of the 19th century whether it is this celebration was spread in Serbia, and whether there is any influence from Russian side about it? Because we know that Saint Nicholas, that Nicholas II, the emperor, he was his day of his saint was 22nd of May, not in December. Thank you very much.
Respond, Ana kaže što hoće, pa ću ja posle da dopunim se.
Okay, I will start. The first question was about the icons from the Mount Athos, right? I'm familiar with two examples from the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. And it was from the monastery Panteleimon, right? For the King Petar Karađorđević, the Serbian king. It was a donation from the Serbian monks from the Hilandar, but the paintings icon was from the Russian painters from the Panteleimon monastery. And also the one was donation to the same king from the Russian monks from monastery Panteleimon. These are the examples that I know. Professor maybe know the more examples. And when we are talking about Serbian 19th century religious art, the Russian impact was obvious in the end of the 19th century through the education of the Serbian painters. And it was, as I tried to explain, the part of the Metropolitan Mikhail's reforms of the church life in Western context. The art was the very important visual part of that reforms. And it is right, you noticed well, that academic style was the style that was accepted. The reasons are in the previous period, in the transformation of the general Serbian religious art through the 19th century. It was one big transformation from the Zograf paintings in the first half of the 19th century. This was the visual religious culture of all Balkans Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire. And when the Serbia became a state itself, the first Serbian metropolits wanted to transform the religious art from the Zograf painting to the academic model of paintings. So it was in the time of Metropolitan Petar Jovanović, who then in the some kind abolish the work of Zograf painters and accepted the painters educated in Western academies. But the problem for the Metropolitan Mihail then was that all those painters were educated in Vienna or in Western academies. And the problem was the iconography at the most examples. So the Serbia, through its Ministry of Education, which I mentioned today, tried to examine the icons and iconostasis, the program of iconostasis, and those commissions always had one painter, one priest. Painter was enough educated to see the style. His style is okay, and it should be the academic style, not any other. And the priest was in charge to see if the iconography is okay, if it is not Catholic but Orthodox. So Metropolitan Mihail wants to simplify the things, not to think so much about iconography, but if you are a painter and you are educated in Russia, your iconography is by default okay. So
no, I will just add something, a few things. First, for the monastery of Saint Panteleimon and that workshop, there are several icons. We know number of icons that are now in Serbian churches. There is no actually evidence that they have been selling on the territory of Serbia. I don't know. We don't find that kind of document, but there was no problem. People brought them on Montatos or I don't know, somewhere else. And there are also some gifts from the monasteries, from the St. Panteleimon in Pirot, for example, we have also, and there are some icons in Smederevo. And so there are icons from that workshop. And they're actually very easy for identification because there is a stamp behind the icon, St. Panteleimon, Montatos, and but they are there, so no one refused. And the other question, yes, it is, of course, that is when speak of Serbia, we can just return a little back to this national problem. What means? And you see, speak on Serbia, that means the state of Serbia. Kingdom of Serbia, not Serbs here, there, under this border, that is everything very confused, and everything was very different. For example, in the late 19th century, you have just to understand that was at least three organizations. One was the Serbian Church Organization in the Ottoman Empire, Church Organization in the Kingdom of Serbia, and Church Organization on the territory of Habsburg monarchy, and Church Organization in Montenegro, every independent. So, you know, and there are many variations, but in general, all of them adorn everything what comes from Russia. And this is one thing. And the second is what is the Russian icon? And that is what we in the 19th century, because everyone starts here when we start with this project. I know for the first meeting here, you know, everything is talking about these folk icons or older icons. But this academic painting was official painting in Russia. That is the point. That painting, what they saw there, they just want. And in the old documents, when they had a problem. They're very similar. Of course, we know from the art history how this academical turn in Russia came, that also came somewhere from the West and so on, but they have been confused and at least and scared. Of course, icon has dogmatic sense and in the Orthodox Church. Therefore, there is not, how to say, there is no play with the icons. So they have been confused what to do. On the one side, they have academic painters. On the other side, they have zographs. They went to Russia, and that is not zograph painting, and that is not this Western painting. But and then the Metropolitan Mikhail organized that there's students who are going there to learn painting, but also the big import of the Russian iconostasis and icons to the Serbia. And in the import, which was made, there is no folk icons. All are also academic. And we have documents. And what is in documents is written, for sure, commission is assigned. They are painted in poor Orthodox style with a Orthodox spirit. So there is nothing concrete. And of course, just to remark, also in the dogmas, there is nothing concrete. When we say something that Byzantine must be Byzantine for the Orthodox, that's not written anywhere. Yeah, that is our interpretation or church interpretation. But in that Orthodox spirit, that is all. So we don't. That is the situation because they had official contact. And also some kind of a result of the project is that on the territory of the Kingdom of Serbia, of the state, it's not big territory, it's a small territory, we cannot find so many folk icons. But we went under the border, little bit, Niš, Vranje, Pirot, Kosovo, you find how much you want folk icons. That means very simple, that you have traders who are not going in the country, but going down to the Ottoman Empire and selling there. So, and that is very example. For example, you cannot find so many icons in Belgrade, in Smederevo, anywhere in Kragujevac, in central Serbia, nowhere. But in Vranje region, for example, you can find how much you want. So that is a huge difference, and that means that is also could be one day we can really realize what was going on actually in the field. But this academic thing you can find. And the third question is very important actually. That is something what I mentioned. What are they celebrating? Because you have these books, Russian liturgical books, monologues, and everything. And we know for the that was I could not include that now, but we know for some topics. There was about the Pokrov, which is typical Russian topic. We know celebrating and the icons of the Professor Petković wrote not only from the 18th century, but before. We have numerous feasts that are coming from the Russian church. And what was the history when it started, that is the discussion, because it was very simplification that everything started in the middle of the 18th century in the Karlovats. No, everything started much before. We know that. And now I have heard for some example, for some feasts were very, very strange. But when I look, for example, there's one feast of Saint Olympius Stolpnik. But on the areas of Kosovo, Metohija, and Macedonia, they are celebrating Saint George and Saint Olympius in the same day. And what Saint George, there's no sense, Saint George is in May, this is in December. Something also came from the Russia. And some families actually celebrate Saint George according to some miracle in the Russia, something like that. So there is also that kind of process, but that is for, for big studies and not maybe for us.
Thank you very much, Professor Makulevich. About the celebration of the Russian icons, of Russian icons with the special Russian iconographic subject. There is one icon offered by Arsenios Elazonas in the Grand Meteora Monastery, and in the donation inscription of Arsenios is indicated that this icon must be feasted in the day. He indicated the day and how to celebrate the icon. This is the one of the first sources about this. And another example with a very a simple icon of mass production, and actually at the Castoria Museum. I think this is an icon of the Virgin Kazanskaya, for example. It's not or Smolenskaya. And in Greek handwritten inscription, there is a Greek handwritten inscription in the frame. This icon was celebrated in the 15th of August, and the name is and translated in Greek. I can't remember now the precise name, but it's not important. There was this indication how to celebrate this icon because it was absolutely ununderstandable. And the third example of this change of identity of the miraculous icons, it was in, I found during my first project in a small village in Lesbos Island, there was a Virgin icon, Russian icons of Virgin version of Smolenskaya, for example. But they did not the name of Smolenskaya, but the icon was offered to the church by the widow and the name of the widow, and the icon took the name of the widow. This icon became the name, the icon of the Mirsini, for example. I don't know, and so on. Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you. I would thank you all for the presentations. They were wonderful. I want to ask a question for Professor Makulevich, and also to reinforce what he already said about the perception of those icons, those Western style icons in Serbia or in Romania, for instance. We have the same situation, the 19th century painters that were trained abroad in Italy, for instance, they signed contracts with the donors, and they say that they will paint the churches in the Orthodox Byzantine style. And they signed, and of course, this was in academic style or neoclassical style. But for them, this was the Orthodox style. So for now, for any second, they didn't question the fact that this style is legitimate for the Orthodox. I didn't find any mention until the beginning of 20th century when the Neo-Byzantine current is beginning. But until that point, since the late 17th century, they never questioned this Western-like style. They just enjoyed it. Okay, so the question was related with the wonder working icons. I saw that many of the icons you presented, they were venerated somehow as wonder working icons. And I want to relate this with the fact that I concluded with the Romanian icons that like 60% of all wonder working icons in Romania, they are Russians. So this thing, it's impressive. So I was to pay attention to this topic, and I have no explanation for this. I'm not sure if it's just happening to be so, but I wanted to know if in Serbia it's the same. Did you check if there is a special cult for these Russian icons, or they are more venerated than other icons you have?
I can watch the winners. Maybe even once I will add later. Okay.
But in the territory of diocese of Rashkan prison, all these miraculous icons are Russian. They are not numerous, but they are Russian.
I think it depends from territory to territory. For example, we have this one Mother God of Page or Mother God of Bezdin, but there are other numerous wonder-working icons, and which have been painted, for example, by Serbian painters. Some of them have been painted also by the painting from Kiev. But there are also all the very famous wonder-worker icons as we hear in the afternoon, Trojeručica in Hilandar Monastery, which was most important, or Mother of God of Čajniče, which is Serbian medieval icon in Čajniče, it is in the Bosnian Herzegovina, or Mother of God of Savina. So it's, I didn't count that, but there is some logic, general logic, how some icon became Wanderer King, and history of territory, etc., etc. And obviously, after all these contacts and everything what was happening, we have also this Russian phenomena with the Wanderer King icons in the Serbian culture. That is also, but they're not the most of the all. I don't know. I never count it. So, and I want to say something what you said about academic paintings. That there is, I think there are several things that are very important. First of all, is that in the 19th century, for everyone who was educated at all, Byzantine painting was not a good painting. That is very important. No one understood that Byzantine painting is something very good as a painting, not as art. There is a whole history of the historiography of Byzantine art. We must understand that, you know, they first researched it like a source for archaeological and historical evidence, then became important for the nations. But as an art, it became very famous to study Byzantine art around the World War II. That was the period of time. Very, very young. Before that, you have books, but they are theological, historical, national, etc., etc. But no one's writing. That is excellent art. That's actually something modern on one sense. It's complicated. Then there's Russia and this anti-Western. So there are many different aspects of that. So educated people say Raphael is the king. He was the king for the Russians. He was the best religious painter in the world for everyone who was educated. And you have that transfer of that kind of painting. That is not typical Western painting. It is always either idealized. We say it is Western, but it's always, it's not realistic painting, actually. It's a idealistic view of Christ, very sentimental sometimes, etc., etc. Not to describe. But that was very important fact, actually. And we know from Dmitry Abramovich, who was one of the first researchers in the Montatos in 1840s, and he wrote that. He was educated in Vienna. He said, now in Montatos, there are some French, and they're looking for the frescoes because of their archaeological value. They're not good. You have in the 1840s always some kind of script that is, you know, Byzantine art is something what is dead, what is not vital, what is that? That is the typical European writing about the Byzantine art. Other thing is that you have people who venerate the Zograf icons in the same time and so on. That situation is always very complex. But that later changed, and that therefore it's no surprise that when art historians started to study Byzantine arts, our medievalists, and not only they said, now we discovered Byzantine art, but Zograf painting is the worst one. That is something what is bad. So that is a situation. We just have to look a little bit at the historiography and how people have been educated. And these bishops, Russian, Serbian, Greek, who have been in Vienna, in Munich, in Paris, what are they looking? They're looking Louvre, they're looking the best collections. We have Njegos, who was the Bishop of Montenegro. He is traveling to Italy and said Njegos and Raphael. You cannot connect it that in life. So simple. So that is one of the reasons. No one was against that, but the problem was iconography. They have been not so sure. Is the iconography then, something what is Catholic, which will come in this Orthodox circles?
Other questions or remarks?
Serbia, the Renaissance is studying Byzantine art. It came with Gabriel Millet and with Kundakov.
Yes,
not before.
First PhD, Božidar Nikolaevich in Munich. Yes. But it's not, Gabriel Millet was very important, of course. But and I know that very well. But actually, that is opposite topic. There are some. Robert Nelson, I think, wrote an article about that. There are a lot of literature about that. When you look at the historiography of Byzantine art, but when you put the historiography, you put everything. But when you have this is fantastic painting as a painting. This valuable painting. The face is excellent. And what can they do? They want to do a little bit better Byzantine model.
Yes,
that means I will took. That was what Dmitry Abramovich was doing. I will took everything from medieval fresco. I will take cloth, decoration, crown, position, gesture, and then I will paint better face, better body. That was the. They say they are not trained. They don't know anatomy. That was the reason.
I have a question. What about the Neo-Byzantine style in Russian architecture and painter and at the end of the 19th century?
There is difference between architecture and painting. Architecture, and there is also in the global context, architecture, history of architecture was more open. Since the late 18th century, you have in the history of architecture, other architectural styles. For example, something what was Ottoman or something for the typical Byzantine or from India or something like that. That is difficult. About the painting, Western canon was very, very actually rigid, extremist, and it was broken with the modernist culture. And in the time of the modernist culture, it's around the 1900s, then you say, okay, we have example, excellent painter of the Byzantine style. Picasso said one Picasso before me was in the Balkans or something like that. But that was the modernistic new view on the visual culture. Not before that, we don't have that kind of evidence. Not that there is important. Of course, they know that frescoes are important for national identity and everything. There's no doubt about that. But about the value of the painting as an art, that was the same time when they opened toward the other cultures, Africa and so on. That was actually connected. Yes, I know. That's Russian.
They ruined old frescoes because Ludwig Tirsch said that these mummies I will not renovate. He called it mummies. And Antonin Kapustin, he wanted to preserve, he could do nothing. But Antonin himself, as he traveled to Italy before, it was in the 1850s, in 1852, and he admired Italian painting and brought some examples, and he was dreaming of Italian, Byzantine, something, this historicism, in fact.
Yeah. What the architectural ceramics, architecture. Sorry, but I'm just jumped in. But I mean, this is an interesting aspect of what you just mentioned, the difference in attitude between architecture and painting, because especially with the Russian church, the architecture was fully reconstructed in a purely in inverted commas, okay, in a Byzantine, medieval Byzantine style. But I think that indeed the change came around 900.
900, yeah,
That's the period when they are.
But in the university, I was looking for the literature, for example, about Byzantine books, and that was not for me, but it was in Munich. And then you have these topics, excellent libraries and so on. Byzantine art from the 10th century. It was sometimes something what is Byzantine is old Christian art, something like that. So you can really see that confusion and this different methodological approaches. And not only that, in some departments, if you want to study Byzantine art, it's not on art history. It's, for example, on department for Greek studies. No, ancient and new. No, I see in some departments, I say no, not in every. So it's very, very different. Therefore, even today, if you find someone who is very old and very strict, he said Byzantine. It's not. I'm not sure that is anything is art except Renaissance advance. So.
Vasari leaves. Vasari rules.
Let me ask you also a question for Professor Makulevich and Ivana. I liked very much your Madonna from Vladimir that came to Belgrade, went to Vinča, and then to Bezdin, and it ended up in...
Now in Vršac, with crazy bishop.
Da, Sremski Karlovci. It's and my question is about all these venerated, let's say, miraculous icons. Do we have evidence, written evidence, about rituals that are related to these icons? And can we draw, for example, thoughts or conclusions about the way these are perceived through this kind of sources, either contemporary, when we're speaking about 19th century, or even after that, in the 20th century, ethnographic, for example, research? Do you have such inputs on when you are working on these miraculous icons? Sorry.
So we have actually some memories about this icon from Page, but not about the veneration of the icon in the church, but about the veneration of the icon outside of the church, because it was specific icon that they said this icon entered the homes. Yeah. So when there was some disease, infectious disease, there was procession, and we have these descriptions how people waited in front of their homes, what they did, how they decorated their doors, how they decorated rooms where icon was entered. In some homes, icon was the whole night, so it slept there. So how this bed, so to say, was prepared. We have these descriptions and processions. We also have this icon had this specific economic role, so to say. A monastery was in big debts of the late 19th century or beginning of the 12th century. So the bishop came up with the idea to take this icon throughout the diocese of Praškan prison to all the big churches in the cities to collect donations to pay off the debts. So it was like a famous role of the icon.
Was it perceived as a Russian icon? This is
No, it was like no one ever. No, it was icon that Saint Sava brought from Jerusalem or Saint Atos, and no one ever actually told aloud it was from Russia. No, never. No, it was not Russian icon. So, and even now we have these travels of this icon, so to say, to Belgrade, and whenever it moves from the monastery, many copies are made, but printed copies usually. Yeah. So, thank you.
And we have also for this icon of Vladimir Vinča Bezdin, also informations and that we have sources from the 18th century. Therefore, we know so much about the history of the icon, and that in that case, it seemed that this copy was already working or miracles when it came to Serbia, because it was there is a description that it all. In that moment, it was also decorated with some gold, silver, etc., etc. And then it was very venerated. There is this whole big ceremony of transfer of icon from Belgrade to Monastery Vinča. There is a big description. This whole procession, liturgy. Then it's their feast is also they're placed and they're written. It is healing, but of course we need, and that is something what we in general need. This say other colleagues, ethnologues, for example, anthropologists who can deal, because we see even today how people in different ways are dealing with the icon. Someone touching, someone kissing, decorating, giving silver frames. And what was the problem that I learned from Professor Timotievich, who was dealing with the working icon? The problem is that there is in the Roman Catholic Church, the adoration of the wonder-working icon has some kind of very strict procedure. You know when it is, what service will be done and how it will be done, and what in the Orthodox Church that is not the case. So that is sometimes the problem because you have so many variants. There is nothing something like official proclamation of the wonder-working icon. So you will never have that kind of source that any icon in Orthodox world there was official proclamation that you have in Catholic Church. Therefore, you don't know. For example, when you go in the church, in some village, you can see the icon of the Mother of God with the silver crown or with the silver hand, you know, votive on a plaque. Maybe it was already wonder-working, or people in the village are actually venerate it like wonder. And then some of icons became much more important for the city, for the region, nowadays for the nation, and so on.
Well, other questions or remarks? We have 5 to 7 minutes more at the end of the session. Huh?
Now, this discussion about the veneration of miraculous icons in Orthodox and Catholic context, I remember during our excursion in Romania, in Transylvania, when we went to the Catholic Cathedral, and in the altar there was a Russian icon. A Russian icon, 19th century Russian icon, took by during the First World War by people from the city, from I can't remember the name of the, I'm sorry, the name of the city when we went, this Catholic cathedral, but he took this, Blash, from Blash, he took this icon from the war, he consecrated the icon in the church, and during the Second World War, the priest organized processions in the city for the salvation of the soldiers that in the war from the city. And this is a very interesting, a very alive tradition, and very illustrative of this of the different levels between Orthodox, Catholic tradition, and the practices and the laws of the limits between the Catholic and the Orthodox in this area, in Transylvania. So it's I think it's one of the best examples and answers how it's worked, because these icons was not concerned as Russian, in a Catholic church in Transylvania. So.
Greek.
Well, if there are no more questions, let's thank our speakers once more. After there is lunch outside.
If we can all move to the courtyard and take a group photo before we scatter. Thank you. Come to the garden for a group photo, please.
Can you hear me? Yes. Right. Welcome to the session Unveiling the Paths of Moscow Armory Workshop Artifacts. Our first speaker is Dr. Yuliana Boycheva. Yuliana needs little introduction to this audience. She is the intellect, the soul, and the iron hand behind the RICONTRANS project. Today, she will present yet another aspect of her diverse research interests and professional expertise, focusing on religious art as a medium for transcultural exchange between Russia, the Romanian principalities, and the Greek lands of the Ottoman Empire. Her talk is titled "The Icon of St. John the Theologian from the Iconostasis of Patmos Monastery, a case of complex transcultural contacts in the early modern Orthodox world." Juliana, the floor is yours.
That you have the passion to listen me the second time these days. This is, I want to present today a case study, a very emblematic case study, an icon that is very intrigued for me and very passionate. And the last months I discussed about this icon with many colleagues and friends, and I want to express my gratitude to Cristina Cojocaro to help me for the Romanian parallels, and to Mrs. Iota Panayota Economaki Papadopoulou. She was the first who studied and the best specialist on Patmos Monastery goldsmiths artifacts, and as well to Natalia Komashko to discuss the stylistic peculiarities of Tikhon Filatiev painting. So I will start. The present paper is an object-based historical study of one of the icons that of St. John the Theologian, which occupies a central position on the main iconostasis in the Catholicon of the monastery of Patmos. The history of this icon is an extremely interesting case study which illustrates the objective of the research aiming to reconstruct the material and the social biography of the icon by examining its multiple roles as an object of veneration, as a work of art, as a votive offering, and as a symbol of Russian support for the monastery. The first step of this study will be to explore the multiple layers of transfers fused in the icon. There are, first, the object transfer. So the transfer of an object of Russian religious painting to Patmos. The transfer of artistic models, Western iconographic details and models, and their incorporation in the into modern repertoire of Russian icon painting, which resulted in the creation of the new iconographic type of St. John the Theologian. Third, the transfer of artistic models, Western iconographic details and models, and their incorporation in the Transylvanian goldsmith tradition, which is evident in the creation of the silver frame for the icon containing compositions based on Western models of the Apocalypse, based on the printings of Lucas Cranach. The icon features the Apostle St. John in the later years as the elder theologian, seated on a throne, his body oriented almost frontal with a slight turn to the left. The saint is depicted wearing a tunic of heavy gold woven silk, red color, chiton, with floral ornamentation and dark green velvet mantle. St. John is depicted holding the Gospel with the calligraphic script containing the 10 verses of the Evangelium, John 1:10. He is seated behind a small table and points with a quill pen towards the Gospel text. The table in front of him features a depiction of two double-bounded codices with wooden boards and gold decorative patterns, a pen calamus, and a candle holder. There is another small table on the back of the saint with an ink pot and a small knife used to sharpen the calamus point on which is written the letter M. Oh, sorry. No. Behind the saint's right arm is the realistic and very expressive image of the ego, one of the four creatures described in the Revelation 4:7 as surrounding the throne of God and associated with St. John. In the Russian iconographic type of St. John, the theologian in silence, the ego is as a symbol of the evangelist was introduced by Simon Ushakov from the Piscator Bible models in 1667. Oh, sorry. The details of the so in addition to the ego, the icon composition comprises the images of two additional objects to which I would like to draw particular attention. Namely, on the table near the two books, we can see a tall glass goblet, and the lower right corner of the icon, one can discern the image of a chaudron, a cauldron. They represent the cup of devotion and the John's cauldron, the instruments of his passion. The cup of potion, usually depicted as a cup with a snake, refers to the potion trial, and the cauldron refers to the episode of St. John's torture. The details I just described. The St. John's torture, according to the Apostle's life, included in the text of Jacobus de Voragin's Golden Legend, one of the most influential books in the later Middle Ages, as said Eamon Dufil. Both symbols of St. John and frequently seen in the visual repertoire of Western medieval art, alongside the Gospel book and the Eagle. In Orthodox context, these episodes from the life of St. John are introduced under the influence of one of the major works of Slavic literature in early modern period, the Numinean reader, Chti Minei, compiled by St. Demetrius of Rostov, Metropolitan of Rostov and Yaroslav, and published in Kiev in 1689, containing 6,064 hagiographical and 22 didactic and narrative texts. The convergence of these influences and transfer led to the creation of a new iconographic type. The Patmos iconostasis icon was painted according to the rules of the Kremlin armory workshops and represent an outstanding example of this new iconographic type of St. John the Evangelist, created the last decades of the 17th century in Moscow. In recent years, several icons of this new type have been published and discussed in the scientific literature. In terms of style, they are attributed to the production of Tikhon Filatiev and represent variation of this iconographic type with minor differentiation between them. The more characteristic examples of the parallel circulation of this new iconography in Moscow are the icons of the Church of the Nativity of the Virgin in Golutvino, Moscow, currently displayed in the Tretyakov Gallery. And icon from the iconostasis of the church in of the Dormition in the Theotokos in the Virgin in Pokrovka, actually moved at the iconostasis of the Assumption Cathedral of Novodevichy Monastery, and some icons, well-preserved icons in private collections. So we can see the four icons with the same iconography. The icon is decorated is a composed silver frame and hollow. The silver flame, sorry. Up. The silver frame, the silver halo is decorated with engraved floral decorative motifs, and the name Georgi is inscribed on it, thus posing the question of the identity of the person who placed their name there. At this preliminary stage of our inquiry, the focus will not be directed toward this particular aspect. The silver flame surrounding the icon is of greater interest. The sixth part, adjusted to the size of the icon, obviously made for another larger icon, are decorated with embossed flower and flower motifs, 5 medallions with scenes, and 1 medallion with inscription. The 6 elements of the frame are fixed on the icon by overlapping certain parts. The floral motifs, the so-called Brankovan motifs, are specific. Are specific to the art related to the production of Transylvanian goldsmiths workshop in Brasov and Sibiu and the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th centuries. The gilded silver plate with the decoration was very similar to the Patmos icons revetment from Cotroceni Monastery around 1618 from the National Museum of Romania in Bucharest is one of the examples of this kind of decoration. In the center of the upper part of the frame, a medallion, a medallion with the synchrony type of the New Testament Trinity, representing the Godfather, the Christ in human form, seated on the heavenly throne, side by side with the Father, with the Holy Spirit, with the form a dove between them. In the lower part of the frame, we can see 4 scenes from the Apocalypse and a medallion with a citation from the Apocalypse, the name of the donor, Todoris Stati, and the date 1697. As can be seen in the images provided, the medallions depicting scenes from the Apocalypse are positioned on either side of the medallion with the script, with the first verse, when it is script the first verses of the Apocalypse. They can be identified as follows: the vision of the 7 candlesticks, the angel and the book, woman clothed in the sun, and the angel showing the Saint John, the New Jerusalem. The depiction of scenes from Apocalypse in the Balkan art is a relatively rare phenomenon before the 16th century. The earliest documented depiction of the Apocalypse cycle in the Orthodox world is attested in the Onision Monastery in Mount Athos, mid-16th century. With the exception of the Mount Athos frescoes, the other group of oldest representation of the Apocalypse cycle is documented on a series of Gospel books covers. Some details from the frame. Up, where is the Gospel book? Up. We lost the Gospel. Where is the Gospel? We lost the Gospel. Sorry. With the many transfers of the, huh? I think it was there, the Gospel with the Apocalypse. Earlier, up. Where is it? No. So, I'm very sorry. Up. Sorry. With the exception of Mount Athos frescoes, the other group of oldest representation of the Apocalypse cycle is documented on a series of Gospel book covers that are very similar and which were produced in the decades of 1617, 1618 by a goldsmith from Brasov, Transylvania. The presence of 2 of these Gospel books covers in Mount Athos and the Simonopetra and Xeropotamo Monastery is of a particular interest. A further example can be found in the Patriarchate in Jerusalem, while a 4th Gospel book cover was donated to the Cotroceni, and the 4th Gospel book cover was donated to the Cotroceni Monastery in 1681 and is currently in display in the Museum of Art in Bucharest. A gift from Mikhail Dracos with a similar decoration originating from a work in Bucharest and dated in 1787, almost 100 years later, is kept actually in Patmos Monastery. The prevailing opinion among scholars of this group of monuments of Goldsmith's art is that the scenes of the Apocalypse cycle are based on the work woodcuts by Lucas Cranach. Oh, no. So, by Lucas Cranach, which illustrate the Luther's B Bible, which found wide circulation in Transylvania in the context of pro-Lutheran propaganda, especially active in the final decades of the 17th century. In this context, the silver frame of the St. John icon from Patmos Monastery provides new data on the decoration of Goldschmidt artifacts with the Apocalypse cycle in the last decade in the 17th century in the workshop of Brasov. You may be curious about the link between the Moscow icon and the Goldschmidt's workshop in Brasov. Let us turn to the written sources and documents that allow us to trace the path of the icon from Moscow to Patmos and identify the agents of this transfer. First, a document from April 1696 preserved in the Russian State Archives we discussed yesterday informs us about the visit in Moscow of the elder Gedeon with the aim of collecting rich alms. 2 years later, the results of this Zitia were documented in 2 memory notes at the monastery, which were almost identical and included the information about the fact that Elder Gedeon came from Moscow and brought with him an icon of the great theologian, decorated as can be seen and costing 315 kurush. The third document about this icon, is we found in the well discussed yesterday Synodic Codex 1016 from the library of the monastery. During our work, we found a note made by the monks that during their stay in Brasov for alms collection, informing us that the Greek priest Papastatis Franzis ordered the manufacture of an icon of St. John and paid for it 15 grosz. We propose the hypothesis to identify the donor of the silver frame, Theodore Stati, which name is on the frame with the Papastatis Franzis. But it's our hypothesis. The record in the archival codex states that Elder Gedeon brought the icon and decorate not only the icon, but as well a decorated gospel, golden cup, and triptych from Moscow or from Wallachia, while from Moscow or from Wallachia. The gospel book cover and the golden cup bear the stamp of George May, renewed, in fact, and very famous goldsmith master in Brasov. So, let me finally refer to the into the mediated information we have about this icon, very beautiful icon, and which is related to the social life of that. In 1731, Vasily Grigorovich Barsky, the author of one of the more important Orthodox pilgrim travelogues of the 18th century, made the following short note. The Church of St. John the Evangelist, which has been subject to numerous prophecies, is adored with magnificent iconostasis, and in it all the icons are from Muscovy. In 1891, the great Byzantologist of the Kiev Theological Academy, Alexei Dmitrievsky, visited the monastery and 3 years later published this book, Patmos Essays, which is a detailed and comprehensive description of the history of the island, the monastery of Theologos, and its treasures, as well as other churches and monasteries in Patmos. Dmitrievsky books is one of the most important sources for the documentation of the relics of the monastery, and especially of the Muscovite ones, as he calls them. Alexei Dmitrievsky ascribes the iconostasis of Saint John the iconostasis icon of Saint John the Theologian to Wallachian workshop, a conclusion based on the information provided in the second monastic notes in monastic codices. Furthermore, he expressed the opinion, I quote, "From an artistic point of view, this Moldovo-Wallachian icon of St. John the Theologian is considerably inferior to the iconostasis icon of the Savior and Mother of God, which were painted in Moscow." The above-mentioned sources show a difference of opinion as to the origin, the aesthetic quality, and reception of this Muscovite icon on the Patmos iconostasis. In 1731, for Vasily Barsky, the Muscovite origin of all three icons and their artistic value are not disputed. At the end of the 19th century, however, there is an ambiguity regarding the reception of the Western style icon, that of St. John the Theologian. Dmitrievsky questions its quality and its Muscovite origin, an attitude which could be related to the change of aesthetic criteria by that time. Furthermore, all three icons are identified as a gift of Catherine the Great, an error that is repeated in oral tradition in the monastery down to the present day, because it fits perfectly to the modern Greek national narrative in which the Russian Empress assumes an important place. Conclusion. The study of the icon of St. John the Theologian I briefly summarized in this presentation reflects perfectly the multifaceted analytical approach of RICONTRANS project, because our project aimed not only to identify and bring into light a scientific discussion, transferred objects of art, which are often neglected in their new Balkan context and host environment. Our aim was equally to elucidate the actual transfer history of this object and bring into light the halo of ideological interpretations, political uses, and aesthetic reception of these objects, both in general and in particular in the case of famous and venerated objects, such as that of St. John of Patmos iconostasis. But most importantly, the approach of the project aimed to disentangle the multiple transfers incorporated into these moving objects and their agency, transfers which point to a dynamic artistic and visual exchange which encompassed but also transcend early modern Orthodox world. The icon of St. John the Theologian is an example of this creative dialogue. The new iconographic type it reproduced was inspired by the great change in Russian icon painting created by Simon Ushakov in the second half of the 17th century. This period saw the improvement of the innovative artistic lifelikeliness style in icon painting, unifying the Byzantine icon painting style with the Renaissance techniques on linear perspective and chiaroscuro. These are icons that combine Byzantine iconography elements with Western element style in a very balanced way. The imposition of this new style in the icon painting production of the Kremlin Armory Chamber workshop, in other words, the creation of the icon of St. John, reflects the synthesis of Russian and Western iconographic traditions and the evolution of artistic concepts, practices, and professional networks. This icon, a product of the latest and best trends in Russian religious art in this time, was brought thanks to the donation by Patmos monks, and brought to the monastery to serve as a central object of veneration, transferring the new style and iconographic type to the monastery's visual realm. As the study of hitherto neglected silver frame of the icon revealed the icon on its way to Patmos, brought with it another distant Western artistic approach on St. John's life to the monastery. The closer study of objects of religious art like this, with a particular emphasis on their mobility, reveals the incessant movement of themes, styles, in religious art across state and religious borders, and raises important questions and opens new fields of inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juliana, for this fascinating and well-documented biography of St. John's icon on Patmos. I invite Natalia Komashko. Natalia is an expert in Russian icon painting, understood in its broadest sense here, from the 17th to the 19th century, as well as in the export and reception of Russian religious art in Eastern and Southern Europe. She previously served as the scientific secretary at the Andrei Rublev Museum of Ancient Russian Culture and Art in Moscow. She has curated numerous exhibitions on post-medieval Russian religious art at leading museums in the field. She directed and developed a project on the Russian icons of Sinai and has authored more than 100 scholarly publications. Currently, she is an independent researcher based in Sofia. She will talk on the subject of royal icon complexes from Moscow in the churches of Constantinople.
Hello, dear colleagues. When there was the first conference some years ago, the topic of my report was depicted to the same theme about Russian icons in Constantinople in whole. But during these years, I made some work, and you will see the results of this work, but it's only a first step, I consider, because the material in Constantinople is very great, and the documentation about it is very thick. And it's necessary to find the documents and new information about these brilliant complexes, and not only about the complexes of armory workshop. But I will speak only about armory workshop. The number of large-scale works increased significantly among the Russian icons sent from Moscow to Eastern Christian countries at the turn of 17th and 18th century. These complexes of royal icons were created for the interiors of Orthodox churches and were placed in the lower row of iconostasis. The dissemination of such icons ensembles from the armory workshop has been widely documented in church and monasteries in Mount Athos, Holy Land, Sinai, Greece, and the Balkan countries. Especially a large number of them were brought to Constantinople. 9 such complexes were discovered here, and it's unprecedented for one city. Of course, this situation is connected with the special status of Constantinople for the Russian state. The Moscow government regularly provided financial support to Orthodox Church in the Second Room. Unfortunately, we have very little information about the Russian icons that were sent there. It's possible that they were ordered in Moscow by wealthy Greek merchants for their Paris churches. However, in documents cases, these were gifts at the state level, often at the request of church hierarchs and the highest aristocracy. It's not always possible to be sure that any complexes was originally sent to the church where it's now located. because the churches of Constantinople frequently suffered from fires and earthquakes. Icons from the damaged ones were sent to the Patriarchate and could later be transferred to a new location. All of the churches in which Russian royal icons are currently housed were subject of complete reconstruction during the 18th and 19th century. In rare cases, inscription on icons and documents have been known to assist in clarifying the history of the complexes. The first complex is located in the church of St. Demetrius Xyloportos, where from 1597 to 1599, the Patriarch's residence was situated. During this period, only 2 years, the edifice was still during this period, in the end of the 6th century, the edifice was still in its original Byzantine state. The Patriarch of Alexandria, Meletius Pigas, who was locum tenens of Constantinople, initiated the transfer of the residencia. He also maintained close contacts with Moscow. The iconostasis feature a prominent icon of St. John the Baptist as the angel of the desert on the right. A depiction created at the end of the 16th century. It's possible that the icon was sent from Moscow as a gift to the newly established patriarchal church, accompanied by other royal icons, which subsequently went missing. The iconostasis also comprised 3 Russian icons dating from the tune of the 7th and 18th centuries. These icons are of similar size to the icon of John the Baptist, so they stand slightly lower. The complex includes icons of deities, Mother of God of Iveron, and St. Demetrius slaying Tsar Kalayan. An inscription in Greek is visible on the icon of the Mother of God, which mentions the name of Foma Daskalos, the son of the jeweler Manuel. In the year 1704, the icons of deities and the Mother of God are indicative of the iconographic contexts of the other complexes of Russian royal icons in Constantinople. The subject of the third icon represents an uncommon theme in Russian painting. Furthermore, the composition incorporates 3 scenes from the life of the Saint Demetrius. The second complex is found in the Church of Archangels in the former Greek village of Megareuma, now it's Arnautkoi, on the European shore of the Bosphorus. Its history can be traced back to the early Byzantine period. Also, the extant edifice was constructed in 1900. A previous building of the church dates back to 1677 and was erected with financial contribution from Manolis of Castaria. The iconostas contains a large number of Russian icons from the late 17th and second half of the 18th century, but I will speak only about the 7th century. The early complex of armory masters is located in the right chapel. On the side of the royal doors, there are page icons of Christ and Mother of God in multi-figure composition of deities and praise of the Mother of God. Christ's name is written in Russia in the Greek manner. All other inscriptions, including the text on the open gospel, are Greek. On the icon of the Mother of God, there is a late Greek text about the renovation in 1852. The third icon depicts the double miracle of St. George and Demetrius, a subject very rare for the Russian icon painting. A fourth icon depicting the Last Judgment is now in the left chapel of this church. A close analysis of its composition and the manner of its painting reveals a significant similarity to the icon of All Saints. These are fragments. You see the level of the painting. The composition of the icon of Last Judgment and the painting is very close to the icon of Kirill Ulanov, All Saints, that now is in Trinity Sergius Lavra. Another Greek village on the Bosphorus, near Hori, Yenikui, was the site of the navigator settlement. By the middle 17th century, the settlement there were 3 Orthodox churches, a fact noted by Paul of Aleppo. Of particular interest are the Russian icons that adorned these churches, a testament to the cultures and the religious influences of the region. The third complex is located within the Church of Assumption, Panagia Kamariotisa. It was destroyed many times, and now current building is dated back to 1837. On the walls next to the iconostasis, there are 4 large icons installed in cases. It has been suggested that they were located in the iconostasis of previous buildings of the church. The icon there are the Assumption, in which the church is dedicated, the Annunciation, the Synexis of Archangels and Deises. The painting style indicates the works of 2 distinct artists. The first 3 icons are somewhat outdated in their painting style. The subjects depicted have oversized heads and large figures, and their facial expression are frequently depicted as naive. In contrast, the 4th icon, the icon of Deisis, was painted by a highly skilled court icon master and stylistically resembles the works of Kirill Ulanov. It's very close to Kirill Ulanov significant icons. That's the other master. You see that the manner is different. The 4th complex is located in the church of St. George in near Hori, known from documents since 1604. Soon after the Patriarch of Jerusalem moved his residence to Constantinople in 1645, the church became one of the 3 Jerusalem mitochion in the city. The existing building was completed in 1857. The complex included only 3 icons: Deisis, the Mother of God, and St. George the Baptist. The composition of the Deisis is the same as in the Church of Assumption. The text of the Open Gospel is also written in Greek in gold. It's clear that one artist painted both icons in Assumption Church and here. The icons, we know the year of creation of this icon on the bottom, near the feet of the Christ. It's 1699. And there is an inscription with the name of Demetrius, son of Constantinus, who sent this icon to Niahori in the mitochion of St. George. The icons was therefore created in Moscow specially for this church. Probably, the individual who produced these costly icons was Dmitry Kantemir. Following his initial brief period as Moldavian ruler, Kantemir resides in Constantinople for the vast majority of the subsequent years up to 1710. In 1699, when these icons were painted, he was married. and settled with his wife in Fanar. It was the next time when he came to Constantinople. The inscription on the icon identifies the Saint Various, George, and Demetrius. The church was dedicated to Saint George, and the patron saint of the person who donated it was Saint Demetrius. Apparently, the icon for the Assumption Church was painted by the order of the same person because they are very, very close. The icon of St. John the Baptist is the only icon in the complex that is painted on a light green background rather than gold. The icon of the Mother of God is an example of rare unfading flower iconography, which appeared in Russia in the end of 17th century. This constitutes the earliest document example of this iconography, the earliest example. In whole, I don't know such icons in Russia painted in the end of the 17th century, only here. The church of St. Nicholas in Niahori, where the fifth complex is located, has undergone several reconstructions, and most recent of which took place in 1839. The iconograph program of the royal icons there is standard for Constantinople. On the sides of the royal doors appeared images of the Mother of God Hodegetria and Christ Pantocrator seated upon the throne. Behind them is the icon on St. Nicholas to the left of and St. John the Baptist, the angel of the desert, to the right. Of particular interest is the difference in the images on the left and right of the royal doors. The former are waist length, while the icons on the right are full length. The landscape depicted in the St. John icon, use of dark use of dark of light in the carnation allows us to date the complex to the early 18th century. It's probably that they were brought to the Church of the St. Nicholas at that time and were preserved there during the reconstruction. The sixth complex was located in the Church of St. George is Chrysokeramos, Kuzgunchuk, on the Asian shore of Bosphorus. The church was first mentioned in the mid-17th century and was rebuilt in 1821. In the early 1990s, under the guidance of Metropolitan Joachim, two icons were relocated to a newly constructed chapel in the Chalcedonian metropolis in Kadıköy. The icons is a question features Christ crowned with the four evangelists and the praises of the Mother of God as the three of Jesse. Both icons have been affected by subsequent overpainting. Three complexes of Russian royal icons are located on the Princess Islands. There are historical connection between this monastery and Moscow during the 7th and early 18th century. In 1691, the authorities of the Trinity Monastery on the island of Halki, Haybeliada, it's the famous monastery, wrote to the Tsars Ivan and Peter Alexeyevich, requesting the sending of four icons for the iconostas in the monastery cathedral, an icon of the Mother of God, Christ, John the Baptist, and the Holy Trinity. The icons' models are attached to the letter. It's unique. According to the documentation, in addition to the four royal icons, 6 smaller icons were painted, also based on Greek models. The icons were sent to Constantinople, but are not in the monastery now. This is a point of view, there is a point of view that in the 18th century, they were transferred by Patriarch Jeremiah III from Constantinople to the Transfiguration Monastery on Prouty, where the 7th complex of Russian icons is now located. The monastery is known since the 11th century. The cathedral was constructed in 1722 with financial support from Greek merchant from Chios. The iconostas features were royal icons of the armory. However, this cannot be identified with those ordered by the monks of the Trinity Monastery. The complex contains an image of the Transfiguration corresponding to the dedication of the cathedral. It's noteworthy that its position in the iconostas second to the right of the royal doors in accordance with Russian tradition, not Greek. The complex includes half-length icons of Mother of God of Iveron, Christ Pantocrator, and a full-length icon of John the Baptist. Undoubtedly, these icons were created for the monastery cathedral especially, and there are some documents about this. The eighth complex is also located on property in the Paris Church of the Nativity. The fragments. It's other master, not Kirill Ulanov, not Tikhon Filatiev. It's close to any other masters. The fragments. The Church of the Nativity of the Virgin, which was built in very late, in 1886. This is a set of 3 icons depicted Christ, Mother of God, and John the Baptist. The later silver revetments features Greek inscriptions with the names of the donors and the date, 1850. This indicates that icons were decorated prior to the construction of the church and were originally located elsewhere. Evidently, the icons underwent a transformation in shape prior to their arrival at Proti. The 9th complex fragments, very good painting. The 9th complex is located on the Transfiguration Monastery on the island of Principos, which has been mentioned in documents since the 16th century. The current church was built in 1869. 3 royal icons within the church are thought to have original from the previous buildings. These icons include the deities, the praise of the Mother of God, and the image of John the Baptist. The icon of Christ features a Greek inscription that references Spiridon, his parent Nikolaus and Nia, and the year 1706. This date corresponds to the creation of the icon. It's possible that some of the Russian complexes of royal icons in Constantinople have not been fully preserved to the present days. The icon of St. Nikolaus and the Church of the fragments of Paraskeva in Khaskoy is thought to come from a lost complex. This church has been known since the early Byzantine period, and the current building was constructed in 1692 by the ruler of Moldova and Wallachia, Constantine Brâncoveanu, and subsequently rebuilt in 1833. The Russian complexes of royal icons in the churches of Constantinople comprise 2 icons, with a few rare exceptions, such as the Church of the Assumption in Neakhori. The iconography program follows standard Greek practice. They includes icon of Christ, the Mother of God, John the Baptist, and in some cases, the feast or saint to whom the church is dedicated. It should be noted, however, that there is a significant variation in the iconographic types of the first three icons. The icons of Christ are either single or part of multi-figure compositions. The most basic type is the half-length image of in the Pantocrator type, as at the Transfiguration Monastery on Provoti. A close parallel to these icons are the icon of Tikhon Filatiev in Vatapedi Monastery, you see here. This type we can see in Chapel of St. John the Baptist at Sinai Monastery, and in variation of Salvator Mundi in Patriarchal Chapel of St. George in Bucharest. Full-length representation of Christ seated on the throne were particularly popular, both in Constantinople and elsewhere. In the icon from the Church of St. George in Skuzgunchuk, Christ is depicted sitting on the throne of a simple form, as seen in icons from Iași Metropolitan Museum and Sinai Monastery in Transylvania. The icons from Constantinople features additional images of the four evangelists in the corners. This represents a continuation of the traditional iconographic style of the Savior in power, where the symbols of evangelists are positions in the corners. Alternatively, this arrangement could be interpreted as a condensed representation of Christ with the apostles. The icons from the church in St. Nicholas in Niahori features Christ seated on the Baroque throne, a style that was more popular than the simple throne. You see the examples of this throne, and you see a more complicated iconography of Kirill Ulanov with apostles. Such icons, but only without apostles, were popular in Russian, but are rare. Yes, the second icon you see, it's from Romania, from Redoubt. You see that there is used another type, iconographic type, the Savior of Tsar Manuel, very rare in the icon sent abroad from Russia. And of course, such icons with apostles, I never see the examples of such iconography in Russia. But it's very popular in Orthodox world, in Russian icons. Sorry. If, a full version of is, and of course, this. Sorry. A full version of such a deices. Sorry. You see that on the icon from Niahori are two angels on both sides from Christ, and it's the elements of a special variant of the deices known as a Vik Sedmitsa. And of course, a full variant of this composition we see in other icons. And from Niahori in two churches, and you see the same icon from private collection painted by Kirill Ulanov. This icon is now in Russian, but many years, its icon was in Europe, and it's painted by Kirill Ulanov as maybe these two icons. In the other icons, Christ is represented is great here. It's the same variant, but without, but only with angels and Mother of God and John the Baptist, but the same composition of Sedmitsa. It's from Romania in Iași. Christ, the great hierarch, is the only figure. Sorry. In the other icons, Christ is represented as the great hierarch. This iconography was particularly popular in Russian icons painting from the late 17th century onwards. Christ, the great hierarch, is depicted in the composition of the three figures deities in the icons in the Transfiguration Monastery on Principos and the Church of St. Demetrius Xyloportos. The royal robe and crown adorning the Mother of God are distinctive features of the second icon. This version of the deities is known as the Queen Present. At the turn of 17th, 18th centuries, such images were often placed centrally within the deities tire of the iconostasis, yet they are seldom encountered in royal icons, as we see in the work of Nikita Pavlovits's a very rare example from Novodevichy Monastery. Christ and the great hierarch is the only figure depicted on an icon from the Church of Nativity of the Virgin Mary on Proti. On both sides of Christ, above and below, there are symbols of the evangelists. At the foot of Christ stand two saints, whose figures are greatly reduced. The iconograph type of Christ, King of the Kings, is used in the icon from the Church of the Archangels in Megarevma. He is depicted wearing a red royal robe and a crown. This particular iconographic type, based on the text of the Apocalypse, became popular in Russia from the late 1670s, but it was not used in royal icons sent abroad. In our example, the image of Christ is part of the composition of the multi-figure deities in Sedmitsa type. As a general rule, images of Mother of God in royal icons are in harmony with the paired images of Christ, both rhythmically and compositionally. The simplest iconographic variant is the half-length image of the Mother of God with a child. In the course of research conducted in Istanbul, two Russian icons of the Mother of God of Iveron were discovered, located in the Church of St. Demetrius Xyloportas and the Transfiguration Monastery on Proti. Icons within this iconography are often found in Russian icon complexes sent abroad. For example, icons of the Mother of God, Hadigitria. One such icons located in the Church of St. Nicholas in Niahori, in the Vatapedi Monastery, and the Patriarchal Chapel of St. George in Bucharest. Full-length images of the Mother of God seated on a throne were also commonly encountered in royal icon complexes. However, in Constantinople, they are found exclusively as part of the multi-figure composition of the prayers of the Virgin Mary, which includes images of prophets. Two variants of such a composition have been identified. The first is characteristic of Russian icon painting of that period, as evidenced by its use in the icons from the Church of Archangels in Megarevma. The composition is dominated by the figure of the Mother of God with the child seated on the throne. She is flanked by 24 prophets arranged in rows along the sides and at the corners of the throne. The figures positioned at the lowest level and closest to the center are David and Moses, who is the only figure to hold his symbol, the burning bush. During the mid-17th century, this specific iconography replaced the more conventional ancient variant of the iconography of the praises of the Mother of God. And this new scheme was adopted by the painters of the Armory workshop in Moscow. The icon of Megarevma is unique in that it is the sole example within the complex of royal icons commissioned for international dissemination. The second type of the praise of Mother of God developed under Greek influence and was used exclusively for export. It's characterized by the image of the Christ with the apostolic tree. You see not only earliest example and others from Serbia, Romania, and Greece. And the second type, sorry. The Russian icon painting style was influenced by Greek iconography and the composition of the praise of the Mother of God with only four prophets, David, Solomon, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, depicted around the throne appeared. This composition is found in icon created for both domestic and international markets. In Constantinople, there are two variants of it. In the first, the reduced figures of the prophets are placed at the corner of the throne. This particular type is depicted in the icon found in the Church of the Nativity of the Mother of God. In the second variant, the prophets are positioned in a way that is proportionate to the Mother of God surrounding her throne, as can be seen is in the icon located in Transfiguration Monastery on Prekipros. Images of John the Baptist in Russian royal icons are not highly diverse, but each one possesses its own distinctive features. They all belong to the same full-length type of the Angel of the Desert. There are 5 such icons in Constantinople complexes, while only 3 are known from other places, as Velika Remeta Monastery, the Church of St. George, Tispolitis in Kastaria, and St. Nikolaus in Redwood. In Constantinople, similar icons of John the Baptist are in the Church of St. Nicholas in Neahoria and the Transfiguration Monastery in Principos. There are 3 icons containing additional hagiographical sense in the landscape, and these are all differ in terms of the chosen sense. The numerous complexes of royal icons of the Armory workshop in the churches of Constantinople are extremely diverse and interesting in their iconographic program. They reflect the creative approach of Russian icon painters who were inspired by the tastes and iconographic preferences of the Greeks while introducing new composition solution of Russian origin. Thank you very much.
Natalia, thank you for introducing us to these new finds, which will change much in the field, I believe. And let me introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Ovidiu Olar. Dr. Olar specializes in the history of political ideas, cultural history, and the confessional Cold War in the 17th century. He earned his PhD from École des Hautes en Sciences Sociales in Paris, and has held since prestigious fellowships in Bucharest, Geneva, Leiden, and Athens. Currently, he is running an ERC project titled Orthodoxies and Politics, the Religious Reforms in the Mid-17th Century in Eastern and Southeastern Europe, based at the Austrian Academy of Sciences. Today, he will present a paper titled Making Sense of the End, the Last Judgment of Saint Mary of the Mongols.
For these kind words. I will start by thanking Juliana for accepting me here and for tolerating my transgressions. I'm using the plural because this is the second one. The first being in Alba Iulia when we met. For me, it's a great opportunity to test one of my pet projects that's going on for a very long time. I'll tell you what it is about, but before that, let me thank to a group of people who helped me and will help me in the near future to complete this. Alphabetical order: Mihaia Mariuței, Elif Bayraktar Telan, Cristina Cojocaru, and Lidia Cotovanu. Before I proceed, let me just explain a bit the title. Making Sense of the End refers both to the lost judgment that was mentioned in the title, and this is the pretext. It's not a Russian item, of course, but it's the pretext that led me to this. But making sense of the end also alludes to a second depiction, also in the Saint Mary of the Mongols church, which is a Russian item. And thirdly, it also refers to the end of a historiographical period. And what I will try to do is to show that the way historians tackle some churches or monasteries or items who have a post-Byzantine life by cutting it completely from the pre-1453, let's say, threshold, or the other way around, the Byzantinists who stop best case scenario in 1500, it's not necessarily a good thing to do. So this is the first pretext. I'll come back later. It's a lost judgment, which is in Saint Mary of the Mongols, Muhliotisa in Constantinople. But please let me tell you how I got here. I'm preparing a book on Dimitrie Cantemir, the Ottoman dimension of the prince. And while going through through his works, I was kind of amazed by a series of autobiographical details that he provides. Now we tend to consider his works of history. Couldn't be more, let's say, tricky. It was not proper history. He was a master of self-presentation and self-fashioning, if you'd like. And one of the stories that he delivers in the history of the growth and decay of the Ottoman Empire, which is not the title that he gave to his book. His book was entitled The Growth and Decay. The history was an edition of his English translator. He tells the story of a church in Constantinople, and this story raised my idea. So basically he says that during the reign of Sultan Selim I, all churches in Constantinople were transformed into mosques, but one, which is the Most Holy Muhliotisa. Selim, says Cantemir, spared this church in gratitude to Christodoulos, a Greek architect who had constructed his mosque in Edirne. Christodoulos, yet again, according to Cantemir, was the nephew of another Christodoulos the Elder, who had built the famous Fatih Mosque for Mehmet the Conqueror. In recognition of his work, Mehmet had granted this earlier Christodoulos both the church and the neighborhood it was located on. Now this creates a series of problems because we know who built both the Fatih complex and the mosque in Edirne, and it wasn't Christodoulos, it was Sinan. But this is Cantemir. We don't necessarily need to take his word from granted. In any case, he gives another details, a couple of other details about this church. He says that during the reign of Ahmed III, who was still ruling when Cantemir was writing his growth and decay piece, the church was once again in danger of being converted to the mosque. And Cantemir claims he had intervened and presented the Grand Vizier Chorlulu Ali Pasha with the firman issued by Mehmed II to Christodoulos, which was preserved at the Muhliotisa. Convinced, the Grand Vizier, a quote, ordered the Turks to give the Christians no further molestation. I was very intrigued by this role of Cantemir in preserving the church, but what kind of ring the bell is that Muhliotisa, according to him, is the only Christian church standing in Constantinople in the 16th century, which had Byzantine roots. So basically that would make it the only church in Constantinople who would maintain unchanged his status and function, its status and function as a church until now, basically, with more or less moderations. And that triggered my intention. So I tried to see basically what's going on and what can I find about this church. It's located in the Fanar district. Now it's close to the Greek school, which was not, of course, extant when it was built, but it was in walking range both for Cantemir's Palace, which Mrs. Komashko has mentioned, and from the Fatih complex. So 8 minutes on foot for the second and 3 minutes on foot for the second. So I was trying to go to see who speaks about this church and what can we find about it. And we started already in the 19th century with the descriptions of Constantinople produced by some elite members of the, let's say, Neo-Fanariot circles. Constantius of Sinai, the future Constantius I of Constantinople, Scarlatos Byzantios, and Alexandros Paspatis. Now, what was interesting for me is that all of them, although being in Constantinople and they could actually see the church, they rely heavily on Cantemir. So I will not insist, but basically they heavily rely on him. The only one who provides, let's say, the visual description of the church is Alexander van Millingen in 1912 in his famous Byzantine churches in Constantinople. And here is there are a couple of quotes from him. Although the building has always been in Christian hands, it has suffered alterations almost more drastic than any undergone by churches converted into mosques. In plan, the church is a domed quatrefold building, the only example of that type found in Constantinople. On the eastern wall, it is a large picture of the Last Judgment. Ever since we enter in the, in the era of serious scholarly Byzantine studies and post-Byzantine studies, the church has attracted significant attention. The best up to date is the archaeological survey produced by Haralambos Buras in 2005. However, the previous researchers, which include some famous names like Franz Dolger, Raymond Janin, Wolfgang Müller-Wiener, have a very peculiar, let's say, detail. They mix hypotheses with hypotheses. So basically, and the first one, and I'll give you a bit of what happened. So according to some researchers, the name of the Church of St. Mary of the Mongols derives from the town of Muhlion near Mistras in the Peloponnese, whose inhabitants had been deported to Fener by Mehmed II in 1458. Most scholars, however, believe that St. Mary of the Mongols should be connected with Maria Paleologina, an illegitimate daughter of Emperor Michael VIII Paleologos and half-sister of Andronikos II. The epithet associated with the Theotokos of the Mongols would reflect Maria's marriage in 2065 with Abba Han, the second ruler of the Ilkhanate, an offshoot of the Mongol Empire that governed much of the present-day Iran and neighboring regions. She bore the honorary title of Princess Despina of the Mongols. This is Pachymeres saying it in the historical narration. When her husband died, Maria and her daughter returned to Constantinople, where she purchased and extended an early 18th century monastery of the Panayotisa, originally founded as a male institution. A narthex was added to the initial dome quatrefoil. Maria re-established the monastery as a nunnery, and it is believed she may have taken the veil here. She may also be depicted in Hora Monastery as Lady of the Mongols, Melani the nun. Now, the problem with these interpretations is that we don't know whether she's really represented in the Hora, and the association of her with the convent was based on the interpretation of the Muhliotisa as being related to her. So it's a kind of series of circular approaches that went in spiral. Even more than that, a note in the Suda lexicon was interpreted as attesting the painting of the church in 2066, 2067, so quite a precise date, and it has been attributed to a certain Modestos. However, this was shown wrong by Peter Schreiner, who showed that basically Marina was transformed by mistake in Maria. So therefore, no Modestos and no painting of the church in 2066, 2067. I could go on with this, but even the post-Byzantine period was quite the same documented. Everybody of the names who have ventured after 4053 relied heavily on Cantemir, and they ascribed to Christodoulos, with all the discussions possible and impossible, the attribution of the church. So this coming together, what we have like solid is a couple of historiographical notes, which we know they are sure, and the architectural details, who show two things. First, that this is a Byzantine church, and then that it has undergone continuous and serious transformations. What you have here is Christ Emmanuel, a fragment that ended up in the courtyard of the patriarchal complex nowadays. So all this intrigued me, and I said, okay, I would like to know more about what happened and about this constant stages of painting, repainting. Nobody's mentioning the painting and what's happening. So we found out that actually it's not very much represented. We don't know much about it. Except for its current state. It couldn't be probably properly excavated because it was still in use. And nowadays its status would not allow for such thorough investigations. So I went to the, let's say, more classical, more traditional sources. And the only one that entered the mainstream and that represented the church, which is now called Canle Kilise, is Nicholas Artamonov, the famous Artamonov. And he gives in the photographs date from 1922 to 1947. And he gives a series of images depicting the church as it standed and the iconostasis. But to my surprise, it is in this context that I ended to the lost judgment that I presented at the beginning. In 1932, a Romanian diplomat who was not willing to kind of work, he was avoiding reaching his destination. He was appointed in Cairo, lingered for some time in Istanbul, and he took pictures of what he called Romanian stones. Romanian stones being mostly Fanariot artifacts, which he interpreted as being Romanian. It's interesting that immediately as he took the photos, they were taken by a famous photographer of the time, Jean Weinberg, of Jewish origin, but with who had stayed for a long time in Romania. He sent immediately the images he took to Iorga, published a short text on it, and then moved forward. Iorga immediately published himself a piece, and let me point out that this is 3 years before Iorga published his Byzance après Byzance, in which he attributed to the Fanariots a very important role in the transmission of the Byzantine ideas and practices. I'm not going to discuss him, but I think it's a connection between the diplomats looking for Romanian monuments in Istanbul and what was Iorga trying to do with it. So basically, the album of Romanescu ended up in the Library of Romanian Academy, where I located it. And among the items that struck my attention was this last judgment, which is particularly interesting because kind of doesn't look like anything that I've seen. Now, both Romanescu and Iorga focused on this depiction of those distinguished gentlemen, which are conducted by the archangel, and both the historian and the diplomat interpreted them as being Fanariot princes, and therefore dating the piece to the early 18th century. So this I kind of registered this as a curiosity. No one is mentioning this, but this may be the last judgment that Millingen was mentioning it. So basically not a Byzantine one by Modestus, but a post-Byzantine one conducted by it. As you can see in this schemas, they might seem complicated, but they attest to the radical changes that the church has underwent from the Byzantine period until late. Several destructions are attested. 1633, 1614, then 1733, and then 1771, in between being the earthquake of 1766. So quite heavy destructions that have altered the structure and produced heavy damage to this. So after putting up together all these pieces, that kind of provided quite a convoluted story of this very rare Byzantine church that survived the fall. I went actually to the church, and of course the icon, the initial one that triggered my curiosity, was no longer there. Instead, what I found was a potpourri of pieces, which included two Russian items. This icon of the Archangel Michael of a very special type. I will describe it briefly immediately, and an embroidery, both dating, Mrs. Komashko quickly took a look yesterday, mid-19th century, so quite late, but for me, in my story, they fit perfectly. Because this iconographic type is called the menacing, powerful, frightful captain of the heavenly host, who stands before the throne of your glorious majesty, is a creation of the Moscow Kremlin of the second half, most probably of the second half of the 16th century. It's one of the cases in which we can clearly attest to that. The earliest dated, clearly dated, precisely dated to the day and to the month is a illumination, is a miniature in the manuscript concerned in Vienna in the National Library. I will not describe it because I talked about it in Alba Iulia, so I will briefly summarize what this is about. So it's a depiction of Archangel Michael as a mounted captain of the heavenly host. Mounted on a winged horse, the crowned gold-winged archangel soars beneath a rainbow, blowing a trumpet, holding a censer and book, and sparing Satan, who plunges into the turbulent waters after a city's destruction. Above, Christ Emmanuel stands before an altar and cross, radiantly blessing the scene. The Russian scholars have identified the main textual source as the canon to the menacing angel, which some attribute to the Tsar himself. The prayer employs the frightful and menacing celestial being to show mercy to the penitent sinners at the hour of their death and of the day of judgment. The angel of death is not named and does not ride a horse. However, Michael's popularity in Muscovy and his significant role in Muscovite state ideology made the association inevitable. Court-sanctioned icons, like the monumental Blessed be the host of the heavenly Tsar from the Dormition Cathedral of the Moscow Kremlin, depicted the mighty winged archangel mounted on a winged horse. Subsequently, Michael was portrayed as a winged knight riding a winged horse. Therefore, this type of iconography may be connected to the Moscow Kremlin, the heart of the Muscovite state, and it may reflect the idea of Muscovy as the new God-chosen Israel triumphing over evil. However, it did not spread widely outside Muscovy initially. The miniature in the Moldavian manuscript is a unique example, more reflective of the commissioner's eclectic taste than of devotion. However, starting in the second half of the 17th century, the iconological type gained significant popularity, particularly in Pomoria, the Upper Volga region, the Ural region, and Western Siberia. The popularity stemmed from the religious reforms of Patriarch Nikon of Russia, which led to the rise of dissenting communities, such as the Old Believers. Nikon's revision of liturgical texts and ecclesiastical ceremonies led the church to discard iconographical types and texts without Byzantine models as innovations. This was branded as such. In response, communities opposing Nikon's reforms embraced these traditional elements, reproducing them and ensuring their survival. So basically the case is fascinating. A court-related iconographic type becomes a favorite of state-defying groups. However, it did not spread in Southeastern Europe prior to the 18th century. And Juliana, in one of her papers, includes it in the list of incomprehensible Russian iconographic types that have reached the Balkans. Its occurrence, when it does appear in the Balkans, the occurrence confused researchers. For example, this Archangel Michael defeating centennial mural painting in the Church of the Mission of the Virgin Mary in the village of Krainici in Bulgaria, also 19th century, was associated with the apocryphal homily of John Chrysostom on how Archangel Michael defeated Satanael. It's clearly not related to this, although we cannot say how the villagers would interpret the image, but this is clearly the Moscovite type. So to find it in Mukhliotisa was quite a shock for me. It's an icon of a low quality. I can't say how it ended there, but it fitted perfectly with the both architectural landscape and what we can find also in terms of mural icons, mural paintings and icons that are currently presented in the church, and that both Byzantinists and post-Byzantinists ignore because, and I quote, "There are no frescoes in the church remaining." They do remain, but just they don't fit the characteristics that would make it, let's say, serious art. Mostly post 71, different styles, different shapes. But what's very interesting is to find that actually the names of the people who were associated with some of them, and the most old ones that I could locate, two huge chandeliers which are located in front of the iconostasis and which were donated, both of them in 1760. The first with the expenses of Ioannis Metaxas, and the second with the expansion of Ioannis Kalfas. Now I will not get into details, but I think I managed to locate this gentleman, Ioannis Kalfas, and it's a very intriguing character, because it seems that it's one of the architects, actually the designer, one of the designers of the new Fatih Mosque, the new mosque that is renovated in 1776, starting with 1766 and completed in 1771 by Mustafa. According to the Ottoman sources, among those involved in the rebuilding is Yani Kalfa, nicknamed Kör, Yani, that means Yani the blind. And according to Enver Rustem, this Greek master was clearly an architect of some importance, since in 1789, the Grand Mufti, the Sheikh al-Islam, whose father had been served by Yani, wrote a petition seeking the Kalfa's release from exile, referring to him as a master builder of imperial constructions, who, I quote, even built the noble mosque of the deceased Sultan Mehmed Khan the Conqueror. The appeal succeeded, and Yani was allowed to return from Chios, where he had been banished from unknown reasons. It illustrates the both. I also identify Metaxas, but I will not get into details. What seems interesting to me is that we have, let's say, documented different layers of intervention in the church, which probably can be or could have been associated with the painting and some of the icons. Some of the inscriptions are not dated, but some of them are. For example, the silver covers of the royal icons are all dated to 1884, 1885, and different icons which are dated 1851 or 1888. And like the cherry on the top, this depiction of Saint Joseph, beautiful Russian embroidery, which, as you can see, is showcased, very nicely showcased. Unfortunately, I could read properly because it's like very poorly located. This is an excellent photo taken by Christina, but this is the best that we could do. So quite a mishmash, you'd say at the beginning, and I was tempted to believe so, but in my mind it was collected. And here are my preliminary conclusions, which will take a more consistent shape in the written form. which of course Juliana will decide whether to include in the volume or not, since the Russian part allegedly is not very consistent. However, it is important, and I will tell you immediately why. Monuments such as Saint Mary of the Mongols should not be studied solely from a Byzantine vantage point. They have a history following the fall of Constantinople that is equally significant and deserving of study. The Ottoman documents, as shown by Karel Alexandra Liel, could provide useful details, and they will. The church underwent continuous transformations that reflected the evolving fortunes and challenges of the community it served, and their destinies were intrinsically linked. The religious images, third point, and liturgical objects, both past and present, bear witness to and result from a spectacularly dynamic process, with items continually being offered, damaged, relocated, or lost, and ultimately renovated or replaced, all of them in different types of quality and degrees of quality, and with ever shifting donors in terms of social and community capital. Although icons of the captain of the heavenly host made their way through the Balkans to Constantinople in the 18th, 19th, and early 20th century, the theme remained largely incomprehensible to Christians in the area, as Juliana said, and I completely agree. However, their presence in places like Saint Mary of the Mongols, while fortuitous, is part of the not so fortuitous phenomenon that RICONTRANS investigates. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ovidio, for this immersion in the post-Byzantine history of images in Muhliotis Church. We have about 22 minutes for discussion. Maybe I can ask the first question, if you allow, to Juliana.
Yeah.
It's quite complicated.
Okay.
So, about the chalice and the chalice and the second object was not the chalice, the cup.
Yes.
The cup and the chaldron on the table of the icon. You mentioned that it comes from the Western, the Latin versions of Saint John's life.
Yeah.
So first, did these versions ever infiltrate Greek hagiographical literature? And if not, then what was the reception of this image? How did they understand it in the Greek context? And here, I said it will be complicated. Second tiny question. So this table where he sits, usually in Byzantine icons, it's not a desk for writing, but it's a different type of construction. Here it's very westernized and modernized. In Greek context, could it be perceived not as a desk for writing, but actually as a as Agia Trapeza, table for liturgy and liturgical chalice and I don't know. So.
Okay. So, the first question is about the two new objects, in fact, in the iconography. I read different publication about this subject, but related to the Russian version of this iconography. I've never studied in details the iconography of the Saint John the Theologian in the Greek version, but I have the impression, I don't know, Anastasia said that there is not these details, this cup of the poison and the chaudron. I've never seen them. I've never studied, but I have this impression. And in the Russian iconography as well, these two details was introduced in this period. It's very interesting that in the bibliography on the subject is very there is many opinions on this. The first one is that these details was introduced from the golden legend of Jacobus de Voragine. But I posed the question, but how to introduce in the Russian iconography something so Western from a Western text, a Latin version, and the interpretation this episode from the Golden Legend was introduced in the Chtiminei of Dmitry Rostovsky. This period, in fact, in the text for the memory of Saint John the Theologian of September, was for me very important. This is an idea proposed by Alexander Preobrazhensky. This is I think it's a very maybe it seemed very possible some interpretation for this for the text source for this objects, but in the same time I'm sure that there was many in if you try and you look for the Western engravings of this period. All the images of Saint John the Theologian were with this cup with the snake, and the other is with the chaudron. So this is something I think that these details that came in the Russian iconography not from one concrete Western engravings, but this is from the visual repertory of the Western models that are familiar in this period in Moscow for the very instructed artist as Tikhon Filatiev. This is this point. I think that from the other another detail I had not that I didn't put this in my presentation, but I found that in many iconostases in Moscow in this period, the last decades of the 17th century, icons with this subject like this like from Saint Nicholas in Golodfino was introduced incorporated in the iconostasis in the as despotic icon in the iconostasis. So the monks from Patmos saw these new icons, this new iconography, and they choose them. They choose the most modern, the most the most fascinated icon of Saint John the Theologian, because this is the patron saint of their monastery, and they paid for this icon 315 kurush. And this is a very important sum. We discuss about this, conforming the Nikolai Todorov, the Balkan city, the price of a house, of middle family house in Sofia, in Vidin, or in Rushchuk, at the end of the 17th century was 150 kurush. So they paid for one icon, for this icon, the price for 2 houses. So this is a huge sum. This is the scale of the of this offer for the monastery, and this gives us as well the idea of the scale of this alms, the measure of the alms they collected, because from the official documents, we know that they took 50 rubles, but paid by force. So, and I couldn't understand. I don't know. I haven't. I had not the time to study, but how? What does mean 15 ruble in force? So what is the what you may buy with this sum? And this is the sum that they take from the Tsar for us Alps collection. and they take other sums for eating, and for personal costs. But the donation of Tsar of the Tsar for the monastery as alms was 15 rubles by force, and they goes to the Ministry of Siberian Sibirsky Prikaz to take this force. I don't know how. Maybe I don't. Maybe this force was transferred after that in Constantinople, and then these 50 rubles became 150. I don't know, but maybe this is something like this. But this is a way of research that I want to do about the price of the icon and this kind of icon. So this icon is a very modern, very progressive icon, and at the same time, this icon stay absolutely ununderstood, in fact, in the Patmos context.
The transfer was incomplete. The image was transferred, but the story, unless we find something
yes,
in
it was-
contemporary Greek sources, they didn't have a
No,
clue about why.
No. The
Maybe
story-
only in oral
Yes.
tradition. Let's skip the second question because of the time. And
Well, thank you very much. All three papers were extremely rich. Again, my question at this moment is to Juliana. Okay, first a comment. It appears that for Patmos Templon, especially for the icon of the patron saint, they went only for the best, the most fashionable icon, and also the most famous metal workers, because Brasov was so fashionable. It was the best place to go, and we know it from so many liturgical objects from rich Orthodox communities who went there to buy gospel covers, etc. Now, I have two questions really. One is a complete ignorance. Do we know do we have evidence of Russian pilgrims visiting Patmos? And if so, in numbers, no, not at all. I have no idea about this. I was wondering if this investment in Russian icons was also an appeal to pilgrims, Russian pilgrims coming to Patmos. I have no idea. And the other question is, if we have, again, any evidence, and perhaps this is a question for the whole Patmos team, all of you who work with the material from monastery, if we have any testimonies regarding object icons brought by Patmian monks to Russia, did they bring with them objects, icons? Because this would be a very interesting way of transferring materials from and to. And if they transferred icons, especially the Patmians, this means Cretan icons, obviously, because
Yes. The first question regarding the pilgrims from Russia, no. The pilgrims from Russia the Russian pilgrims start to go to Patmos very, very late. Barsky is one of the first. And in the 19th century, it was not many pilgrims from, it was question of transport. And it was not in the route to Holy Land. And Patmos was away from this strata. At the same time, this very intensive exchange of monks and objects and rich donations in this period, in the early Patrian period, I think it's related with there was a very it was some reaction to the Catholic propaganda and some how to say they try to protect Patmos for the Orthodoxy. So because this period, and Isaiah Mazaris, we know he went in 1702, he went in Moscow, but 5 years later he went to Rome. So it was between the Orthodox and the Catholic air of yes, and I think this is the reason that Peter the Great support the monastery and start this process of investigation of in Patmos. It's very interesting that and this competition between Catholic and Orthodox authorities for Patmos Sutra has a long story. I never studied this in detail, but it was very interesting story about the visit of representative of the Pope in Patmos, and he offered a portrait of the Pope, and this portrait was exposed in the library, and after that, this portrait. I think Dmitrievsky described very nice this story, and the monks take them the portrait and put them where something, and with actually nobody knows where is this portrait, but it was this competition to have, because Saint John and the text of the Apocalypse is the book very more venerated in the Western world. And the second question is about the yes, and this in our codices there is a list that very clear. They take the icon of Saint John and Trellix and the Petrachelion and Cyril Cross and so on, and this is the one we know by documents, and in the Russian documents, it's recently published by Chesnokova, is described as well that the icon of Saint John that the monks gives us as a donation will be exposed, or will be kept in this place and so on. So it was this exchange. Maybe it's very interesting to try to identify what is this icon of Saint John that which they take in Moscow.
Just a brief question to Natalia. Concerning the first of your churches of Saint Demetrius of Xyloporta, if I'm right. How do you know that on the royal icon Saint George, Saint Demetrius kills Kaloyan the Tsar? Is it inscribed? Is the roadkill in front of Saint Demetrius inscribed as Kaloyan?
No, you can see its own icon. This is a popular subject in Greek icon painting, and sometimes this subject was used in Russian icon painting, but not so often when in.
My question: is there inscription or not?
Yes, inscription. Oh, no. That Kalayan. Oh, I don't remember. I must to see the picture. I must to see the picture. Maybe there is an inscription with the name of the Tsar above his head. I will look and say you.
Thank you.
Can I take the floor? I think the question it's regarding the fact that there could be more possibilities in our icons in Romania. There are several characters that are killed by Demetrius. So It's not by default to be the Tsar, but you should check. And curiously, my question is also for you, Natalia, and it's starting from the same icon, because you stressed several times that some icons, including this one with Saint Demetrius, but also the other one with the two military saints, Demetrius and George, and some others, they show a non-specific iconography for Russian icons, so they are quite peculiar. And I want to know what is your opinion about this process, this transfer of iconography. So how do you imagine that the things worked in that time? The Russian painters, they received commissions and instructions how to paint, or I mean, how they could appropriate other iconographies in such a...
You speak about the icon of double miracle.
I speak about all the icons, because you said several times, this is not specific to Russian, this is not specific to Russian. They copied another iconography. But how this happened? I mean, I should imagine that in the armory workshop, they got like a book with models, and they would say, okay, today we'll paint in Russian style, and tomorrow we'll choose a Greek model in order to be, I mean, it could happen like this, but it's very interesting to find out.
I don't know how they do, how did they do this, because we see the result. And I can say that I never see some iconographic schemes in Russian painting, but in but abroad I saw it's many times, and it's typical for export, but not typical for domestic.
So they would work especially for the commissioners on their own models, because this is very important for me in Romania to know.
But I say about the models from Trinity Monastery on Halki. They asked to make 4 icons, and they sent the models for royal icons and the icons of feast row. I don't know where this iconostas now, but I saw some icons made by armory workshop masters in other churches of Constantinople in first row. Maybe it was the model, and the painter.
They sent drawings, or they sent icons, already painted icons.
It was, I don't know.
No, I'm curious.
We can't understand it from the text of the document. Образец. Образец, model.
Okay, thank you.
Icon, paper. They don't know it.
I'm in the same line of inquiry. What I find really striking, first of all, thank you very much for your paper. It was extremely rich, as always. And I was really struck by this idea of this armory chamber workshop that was apparently producing icons for for target groups. Am I right about it? The icons that were specially made for Greek Orthodox, for Romanian clientele, and so on and so forth. And of course, if we somehow broaden our horizon, this is exactly what was happening with every organized and rich type of production at the time. I have in mind Ottoman textiles, for example, from Bursa at the same period. They had targeted lines of production according to the recipients. They were sending different motifs to Europe, different motifs to the Orthodox clientele that were interested in using them for garments, and so on and so forth. And this is really fascinating because we tend to think that there was just one type of icons produced in this or that workshop, and that the clientele would just buy whatever was available. But it is a completely different process, if I understand correctly from your your work.
Yes, so.
Yeah. Oh, no, thank you.
The most popular iconography between the icons of Mother of God is Mother of God of Iveron. It's not only because such icons was in Moscow since the middle of 17th century, but it was known that, that this icon came from Greece, from Athos, and of course Greek people understand the subject of this icon. And there are two variants to show Greeks the subject that they know, and to show them our sense, Russian sense, that they didn't know. And these two lines I saw in production of armory sent abroad. Of course, but it seems to me that there was not a difference between Greek or Romanian East Christianity.
First, thank you for your presentation to all of you. It was really very interesting. First, I will just add something to this discussion. Of course, in the Armenia, in the painter manual, you have in first pages how to paint in Russian model, Muscovite, how to paint in this Dionysius Porus. He is named as a Greek, but our how to paint with the oil, how to paint with the tempera, how to mix it. And now we have, for example, one source from Serbia, from one painter. He says he will do the job excellent, beginning of the 19th century, and he wrote, he will put Russian shadows, Greek textile, Greek draperies to paint, and excellent faces, you know. So Hebrew, they're mixing, and they know different aspects of the paintings, to say. And my question to Juliana and is actually, we're always talking about throne icons, and they are at Pisaco, they're most of course important, represented so on. But what is with the crosses? Are there transfer or buying of the crosses from the top of the iconostasis and royal doors? Do you have that kind of examples? Because we have some new we found and we don't know what to do with them. So we don't. Royal doors. Did they send and painted the royal doors in Moscow or somewhere else and send it to the churches? Royal doors.
I know what it is. Royal doors?
I know what it is.
I'm trying to remember. You speak about royal doors?
Yes, and crosses on the top of the iconostasis.
And cross on the top. In Russia, it's very late tradition, and this tradition was inspired by West influence. And the first crucifixion on the top of iconostasis became in the end of 17th century only.
Okay, but did they paint it and send crosses?
Yes, painted and sculpture too.
But they send it to the Balkan region.
To Balkan, I never see.
That is my question. Of course, they painted. I know that, but
never see.
Because we have in the monastery of Krka, in Dalmatia, we don't know how it happened. There is a cross, there's icons, cross, and royal doors, and we don't know did they have been brought from Russia?
No, from Russia.
Or they have been made there, but it is from the armory workshop. And from 1705.
No. I know an example in Naxos Island, in one of the churches in the Hora. The royal doors was decorated, but not by Russian painting, but the Russian monks paid for the decoration of these royal doors. And this is indicated in the inscription. This a painting is dated in the period of the Orlovika 17, 16, 17. So it's very it's chronologized in the period of Russian presence in the island. But this is Russian subsidy donation for repaint the royal doors. I have an example, but not with the royal doors, but with doors for diaconicon and prosthesis doors. Two examples. The one of them you know very well. These icons that was showed from Kerkera, from Corfu, from Platitera Monastery. And they are used actually as icons in the church space in Platitera, but it was prosthesis and diaconicon doors painted by Borovikovsky and brought by Capodistria and offered to his family monastery, but they was not used as royal as outer doors. And another example, but it's more later, it's the early 20th century. One more diaconicon and prosthesis doors from the church built in Castagna, in the village Castagna, for the in the new pilgrimage center of Virgin Sumela, and they was sent these icons doors for the new iconostasis. This is early 20th century, painted in Mount Athos, and they also they functioned as doors. But this is a very late tradition, transferred from Mount Athos.
And they're there. And we have this early example also, where we don't know, we have no if they are brought, what happened, the painter came.
And there is 2 or 3 examples in Syros Island, because there was a big complexes, iconostasis complexes with doors, crosses in St. Nicholas Vaporakia in Syros, in city of the Syros, and in the church in Poseidonia. In Poseidonia, there is a fully equipped church. All the icons, all the utensils, all the equipment is Russian, crosses, doors, etc. Yeah, but this is 19th century. It's 19th century tradition. So this is what about?
It seems to me that in Russia didn't know the construction of Greek or Balkan iconostasis, and they decided to send only icons, not royal doors. Royal doors, it's not a so important thing for them. Icon. And they didn't know how to do this royal door.
I'm glad that we are having such an intense and productive discussion, but I will have to stop it now so as we can continue to the coffee break, because we are running out of time. Let us thank again our speakers.
They forgot about you.
Let's come back at 5:30, please.
That only one church was in Constantinople.
Cantemir claims it, and he's lying.
Hello, hello. Irena? Hello, Irena.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm just putting up my presentation.
Okay, we're just 3 people so far in the room. People
You,
are.
you deserved it, the break.
It's a long day,
Yeah.
but everything is going well.
Okay, I will just to see if, oh,
Yeah,
okay, my
now we
camera is
see you.
working. Okay, good.
Now we see you. But I'm trying to turn on our projector just.
Mhm. Sorry, Katerina?
Yes.
Just to ask you, should I turn off my camera when I'm done, or should I stay with camera, because I don't know how do you see
No, we
this
don't.
on the.
We don't see you when it's not your presentation. We don't see the Zoom.
Okay, okay.
So do whatever. The chairman is here.
So far, so good.
Do you want to try sharing your presentation?
Okay.
Yes, we see it. Okay.
It's okay, yeah.
So I'll give the floor to the chairman.
Hi, everybody. The last session of this evening, it's up to me. I'll be short in presenting the speakers because probably you know them much better than you know me, for example, as they are part of the project. And we start with Irena Chirovic. Mrs. Chirkovic is from the Department of History of Art, Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade. Art historian with the areas of special interest: Serbian art of the 19th century, ecclesiastical art, zoographs of the 19th century, gender and art in the 19th century. She will present a paper on Russia and Hilandar Monastery, the icon of the Mother of God three-handed and its revetment. Please, Mrs. Chirovic.
Thank you for the introduction, and hello to all the colleagues. And to begin with, I would like also to join in expressing gratitude and congratulations to the organizer of the project, Juliana Bojčeva, and also to all the teams that were involved. So in the end, this also concluding conference shows that all researchers gave very valuable results. So to begin with, today in my presentation, I deal with the icon of the Mother of God of Three Hands, or Trojeručica, a Slavonic term, as one of the most revered relics of the Hilandar monastery on Athos. So it has a special status of the monastery protector, which only reflects the tradition that the icon itself chooses its place in the monastery church. So according to legend, during a dispute among the monks over the election of the new abbot, the icon originally located at the altar miraculously appeared in the place of the abbot's throne, proclaiming herself as the abbess of the monastery. So it has remained there ever since, housed in the proscenitarium against the southwest pillar, as you can see on this slide, and with the abbot's throne positioned beside it. So due to its significance, the Hilandar Trojeručica has long been a subject of scholarly interest, and it was focused on various questions, including the cult of the three-handed virgin, the dating of the icon, its transfer to Hilandar monastery, and more. And one also author of the studies of Trojeručica is also Professor Ivanka Gergova, who is present at the conference. And one topic related to this icon can also be its revetment, or metal cover, or riza, which I will address in today's presentation. So dating from 1862, I will just show this slide. The new revetment was placed over the icon, playing a crucial role in shaping the appearance of the Trojeručica icon, by which it is most widely recognized today. So researchers agrees that the Hilandar Trojeručica is the 14th century icon of the Virgin of Digitria, and originally created as the processional icon. It is painted on both sides with Saint Nicola depicted on the reverse. So the Trojeručica initially featured the third hand as a votive offering made of metal and attached to the icon. So traces of of its attachment can still be seen beneath the Virgin's left hand, and this metal hand differed in shape from the one that is on the later revetment, occupying even a different position. So I just marked on this slide the traces of it on the icon. And also the traces of other metal applications are also visible on the icon, all of which further confirm the descriptions of the icon found in the 18th and the early 19th century, such as of the monk Vasil Grigorovich Barsky. Juliana already mentioned him, from 1744, or Dmitry Avramovich, also Professor Makuljević mentions him, from 1847, both describing the three-handed Virgin as an icon covered in silver and gold. So the appearance of the icon was completely transformed with the installation of a new cover in the mid-19th century. And during this process, the old metal fittings and votives are removed, and there is no further information about them. So we can only assume that they were preserved according to the practice of handling votives when replaced from icons. So the new revetment for the Trojeručica was a gift from Russia, offered to the monastery most sacred relic, and the names of the donors are inscribed at the bottom. So beginning with the word Ozdravi, as the prayer to the wonder worker for the health, and which is followed by the names of 9 donors, both male and female, and they are listed by their first name only. So this donation of the new cover by Russian donors can be viewed in a broader context as a reflection of the enduring connections between Hilandar and Russia and their far-reaching impact. And one of these outcomes is the transfer of certain cults, including the cult of three-handed Virgin, from Hilandar to Russia. Chronologically, this is linked to the first written records of these connections in the 16th century, associated with visits of the monastery representatives to Russia in search of financial aid and protection from Russian rulers. And the earliest documented visits dating back from the 1560s include reception with the Tsar Ivan IV. And these fruitful meetings also mark the period during which the Hilander tradition of the miraculous three-handed virgin were transmitted. And specifically, this is evidenced by the visit of Archimandrite Prohor and the Hilander invoice in 1558, during which, based on their accounts, the manuscript about Hilander's miraculous icons was created in Moscow. And this manuscript represents so far the first known written mention of the three-handed virgin in Russia, as well as the earliest written source discussing the existence of the cult of the three-handed virgin at Hilander Monastery itself. So the following decade saw the first records of the appearance of the Troyeruchica icons in Russia, all linked to the figure of Patriarch Nikon. And two significant events are worth noting. The first in 1657, when Hilander's Archimandrite Victor visited Moscow and brought the Troyeruchica icon as a gift to Patriarch Nikon. And later, icon is also presented to Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich during the audience in Kremlin. And the second event was in 1661, when the image of Troyeruchica was brought to Moscow and then to the Voskresensky or Novoyerusalimsky monastery next year, and where it was received with great respect by Patriarch Nikon. And as Nadezhda Chesnukova has shown, it was Archimandrite Isak of the Iviron monastery who brought the icon to Moscow following a request from Patriarch Nikon for the Iviron monks to create an image based on the miraculous Troyeruchica icon in the Hilander monastery. So the three-handed virgin became one of the popular icons in Russia over time, and many of her icons have spread across Russia and are revered in churches and monasteries. And along with this, knowledge about Hilander Troyeruchica icon was maintained. And just a brief illustration of this, I will just show one of the popular printed icons, or we can also say them as Russian Lubok, produced in the 18th century Moscow, where among other famous icons of the Virgin, we can also see the Troyeruchica, and inscribed as an icon in the Hilander monastery on Mount Athos. And this is a virgin. It is interesting. It is a virgin of the three-handed virgin, which also exists in the variation as a standalone prints, and they have many similarities with the printing plate that is kept in the Hilander monastery. So that is another topic. And the creation of the new revetment for the Hilander icon of Troyeruchica is associated with Pyotr Ivanovich Sevastianov, one of the significant Russian researchers of monastery of Mount Athos from the 19th century. And he, as a former lawyer, Sevastiano devoted himself to the study of Christian antiques and focusing his research on Mount Athos that he visited several times. And his longest and the last stay in 1859 to 60 was with the recommendation from the Archaeographic Commission. And this time his expedition included the photographers and topographers and artists, and was financed by the Synod and the Empress Maria Alexandrovna. So it just speaks about the level of seriousness of this expedition. So during this expedition, Sevastianov himself facilitated the creation of the new revetment for the Hilander Troyeruchica, as noted by Sava Hilandarac. So he was a prominent chronicler of Mount Athos and also a monk responsible for organizing the Hylander Library. And in his history of the Hylander Monastery in 1898, Sava Hylandarac specified that Pyotr Sevastianov took measurements of the icon during his visit in 1859 and ordered a golden covering on Russia, which was then placed on the icon at 1864. And regarding this year, it is also important to note that also in 1864, several members of the Hylander Brotherhood returned to the monastery from St. Petersburg, where they had been since 1860, gathering aid for the monastery. But whether these monks are the ones who brought the revetment in the monastery requires further confirmation. And regarding this, yesterday the presentation of Laura Gerd on the taxidiotes in Russia was certainly very valuable. And I hope that her findings will also help me in relation to the stay of the Hylander monastery, Hylander monks during these mentioned years. But more reliable information can be found in the details on the revetment itself. So on the cover next to the donor's inscription, the craftsman left his stamp with the year 1862 and the hallmark, which indicates that the revetment was made by Verkhovtsev workshop in St. Petersburg, which specialized in creation of church artifacts. Its founder, Fedor Andreevich Verkhovtsev, gained recognition for his skill and was known for producing very high quality church items. And among his notable works are many revetments for icons, and among which the one made for the Trojeručica icon should be now included. So Verkhovtsev created an exquisite cover for the Hylander icon, richly adorned with gemstones. And it was made of 84% pure silver, gilded and decorated, as you can see, with gemstones in such a manner that it shows a vibrant display of colors, especially around the halos, and important details like the Virgin Mary's crown and the edges of the vestments. And also the base is adorned with the filigree lace, which is only complementing the decor. And you can see also this very quality floral engravings that spread across the cover. And it is important to note that the inscription on the cover refers to the Virgin as the Trojeručica, unlike the icon itself, where she is identified only as the Odigitria. And this semantic of the decoration extends to the revetment frame also, which features a depiction of the tree of Jesse with the frieze with 22 prophets at total. And this theme was chosen as a supplement to the interpretation of the main image, the Virgin with Christ, as the tree of Jesse and the prophets reflected theological ideas about the Virgin's role in the incarnation of Logos and Christ's birth. So it fits seamlessly into the program of Trojeručica revetment. So the main feature of the icon, the Virgin's third hand, is placed below Christ and his right arm, and below the Virgin's right arm, positioned horizontally, and it stands out on the revetment because it is not gilded, but retains the metallic effect of the silver. And its position, as well as its shape, differs from the previous hand, as you can see on the icon. And however, the third hand, as a silver votive, essentially repeats the original concept, which not only reflects the current state of the icon, but also visually reinforces one of the traditions regarding its origin. So different sources offer several versions of the story about the origin of the icon. And one version attributes its creation to the Apostle Luke, claiming that the third hand appeared on his icon when the Virgin Mary placed her hand upon it as a blessing. And another version from the mentioned script from the 16th century tells of a painter commissioned by the Archbishop of Skopje to paint an icon of the Virgin, and the third hand appeared on the icon as a miracle. And a similar story, but with the plot set in the monastery Hilandar, will take place in the 17th century Russia, based on the account of Metropolitan Leontie from Iviron, and it was recorded at the Novo-Jerusalemsky monastery, where one of the icons of Trojeručica was kept. And one of the most well-known versions is the story associated with the Saint John of Damascus. And according to this account, John Damascene was miraculously healed after his hand was cut off by the Prince of Damascus. And in gratitude, he ordered that the hand be cast in silver and placed on the icon of the Mother of God, in front of which he prayed for healing. So the narrative of St. John Damascene's healing was the dominant version at Hilandar Monastery during the 19th century, while other versions just gradually faded. So the Hilandar icon itself aligns with this tradition, with the third hand appearing as a metal votive offering, and this is also reflected in the revetment of the Trojeručica and its third hand, both honoring the same origin story. So in conclusion, the Hilandar Trojeručica icon and its revetment certainly exemplify the connections between the Hilandar monastic community and Russia, and in addition of the spread of the icon's cult in Russia. This is further demonstrated by commissioning of a new revetment by Russian benefactors and its production in St. Petersburg, but furthermore, the involvement of the figure such as Pyotr Sevastianov as a researcher, I think, highlights the complex pathways through which religious art was exchanged between Russia and the Hilandar monastery during this period. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jirovic, for this very rich presentation. And now the floor is open for questions. Huh? At the end? Okay, I had one. That's why I was like very enthusiastic about.
We will do the questions in the end, Irena. Okay. Okay, just a second.
It's my pleasure to introduce another member of the team, which you all know very well, Professor Angel Nikolov from the Institute of Balkan Studies and Center of Trancology of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences in Sofia. Professor Nikolov is a researcher. Among the things that I particularly liked, for example, was like his book on the controversies with the Latins. It's a splendid one. And today he will present a paper entitled Russian Icons with Dated Inscriptions from Bulgaria.
You can use the...
Thank you for this presentation of mine. First of all, of course, many thanks to the dear organizers of this project, of this conference. And it was a pleasure to work with Juliana, with Katerina, with Maria, and with all of colleagues who are present or who are not here, unfortunately. So, thank you. In the course of research on Russian icons in Bulgaria in recent years, we have had the opportunity to see that most of these artifacts, usually inexpensive folk or Suzdal icons from the workshops in Mstera and Holy, do not bear any indication of authorship and dating which creates a number of difficulties in their interpretation. Here, however, we will focus on some of the relatively rare examples of icons with dated inscriptions, which give us certain terminus antiquem, both for the creation of the particular work and for the time when it had already been in Bulgarian land. The oldest inscription that we have been able to document. Here I should make a remark. I'm dealing only with the icons studied within RICONTRANS project by our Bulgarian group. And Professor Gergova presented many splendid icons, items, and so on, pieces of art stored in the main museums of Bulgaria. The National Archaeological Museum, the National Museum of History, the Church Art Historical Museum, let's put it so. This is not the exact naming of this institution. But now we have our field material gathered between 2020 and 2023. So the oldest inscription that we have been able to document is written in Romanian in Cyrillic letters on the back of a Russian icon of the Virgin Mary Comfort My Sorrows, owned by the art gallery in the town of Svishtov on the river of Danube. Quote, Simeon Anghilou, 25th December 1810. It is something quite late, but probably you expected something older, but no. This is the earliest example we managed to find during our work. This date, 25th of December 1810, brings us to the dramatic fate of Svishtov, the town of Svishtov, during the Russo-Turkish War of the early 19th century. On 1st of September 1810, the troops of Major General Vicomte de Saint-Prix captured the town, which was almost completely burned 2 weeks later on the orders of the commander-in-chief of the Danube army, Count Nikolai Kamensky. This forced the local Bulgarian, but not only Bulgarian, of course, except the Turks, population to move temporarily north of the Danube into Wallachia. It is possible that the icon we are interested in was acquired there and brought to Svishtov after the refugees returned to their burned city. It should be noted here that due to its geographical location, Svishtov in the 18th, 19th centuries became one of the most flourishing centers of international trade along the lower Danube. In addition, after the town was burned down in the autumn of 1810, it was occupied by Russian troops one more time in 1829. And in the summer of 1877, it was here that the Russian army first crossed the Danube at the beginning of the next Russo-Turkish War. No wonder then that Russian icons enjoyed a certain popularity in this city. It is sufficient to give 2 examples that are directly relevant to the topic of this paper. In the ancient church of Svishtov, monastery of the Holy Apostles Peter and Paul, there is a Russian icon of Christ Pantocrator, on the back of which the name Alexander is marked. The surname of the owner or donor is almost completely erased. The year 1860 said it, and the place Svishtov. Much more interesting is the second example, which testifies in a definite way about the widespread dissemination of Russian church art in the town in the second half of the 19th century. Several Russian icons from the Church of the Holy Transfiguration in Svistov are now kept in the collection of the Regional Museum of History in Veliko Tarnovo. Our attention was attracted by the large icon of Christ Pantocrator, on the back of which there is an inscription from 1860, which is only partially readable, as a paper note has been stuck over much of it. The visible part of the inscription is difficult to decipher, but the name Aleko certainly appears there, which allows us to propose the hypothesis that the donor of the icon was the uncle of the famous Bulgarian writer and lawyer, Aleko Konstantinov. The name of his uncle was Aleko Hadji Konstantinov. He was a wealthy and respected merchant from Svistov who sympathized with the Bulgarian liberation movement, and during the Russian occupation in 1877-78, took part in building up the judicial system of the newly established Principality of Bulgaria as an elected member of the Rusi Provincial Court. It is known that he was a devout Christian and a member of the board of trustees of the Holy Trinity Cathedral Church in Svistov. Of course, whether he donated the icon in question is only a hypothesis, which cannot yet be considered proven. The surname of the donor, Aleko, according to what is written on the back of the icon, raises a number of questions. If we read it correctly, it is Tonitsa, and no such surname is attested among the representatives of the family whose founder was Aleko's father, Hadji Konstantin. Of course, it is possible that this was a nickname adopted by Aleko Hadji Konstantinov himself, but it may also indicate that the donor of the icon was a person who had no connection with the family. On this occasion, it is worth noting that the personal name Aleko was also borne by other representatives of wealthy Svistov families, such as Aleko Angelov Krastic, entrepreneur, bookseller, and publicist. And I will not enter further details, but this Aleko name is a very interesting topic. I should elaborate it in the final printed version. Several Russian icons with dated inscriptions are preserved in the Ilya Beshkov Art Gallery in the town of Pleven. The earliest dated inscription from this collection refers to 1867 and was made on the back of a rather damaged icon with the crucifixion of Christ and chosen saint, which came from the church of the Dormition of Mother of God in the village of Varbica, Pleven municipality. You can see the location of Varbica. This icon, the text reads, the text on the back, quote, "This icon of Kharlampi Yonkov, he brought it to the church to be consecrated on the 28th day of February 1867, signed by priest Peno Tsankov, the goldsmith." Interesting, combines both capacities. "Let it be remembered, when flour was worth 45 para an oka, wine 4 grosz an oka, 20 grosz a pail, and meat 4 grosz, and fish 12 grosz." This is over the back of an icon. Have you seen something like that? Yeah, of course. in manuscripts, but this is an icon. Since the church of the entry of the Theotokos was built between 1899 and 1903, the church in Verbița, and there was no church in the village before that. The icon was apparently consecrated elsewhere, which cannot be ascertained. It raises some eyebrows that the priest noted the prices of a variety of goods, something that is normal for a marginal note in a book or notebook or a manuscript, but hardly appropriate for an inscription on an icon. The following inscription was made on a Russian icon of Saint Nicholas. Immediately below the image of the saint. Quote, presented by Master Nicola, doctor from Clisura, 1868. This icon came to the Pleven gallery from the Church of All Saints in the town of Coinare, Cervenbrac municipality, 50 kilometers west of Pleven. Nothing is known about the personality of Dr. Nicola. Moreover, there are several settlements that bear or have borne the name Clisura, town in the municipality of Karlovo and villages in the municipalities of Berkovica, now it's Barzia, Clisura in Sofia municipality, Clisura in Samokov and Blagoevgrad municipalities. We cannot be sure which one is this. On the back of another icon of Saint Nicholas, we find an inscription according to which in 1875 it was donated to the Church of St. Paraskeva in the village of Odarne, Pordim municipality, about 30 kilometers southeast of Pleven. I'm quoting the inscription. This icon of St. Nicholas belongs to Nicola Ivanov from Edina, and I bequeathed it to the Church of St. Paraskeva in Odarne, 1875, September 17th. The village of Edina is located south of the Balkan mountain, near Kazanlak. It's possible that Nicola Ivanov brought the icon of his heavenly patron, St. Nicholas in Odarne, from his birthplace, and eventually donated it to the local church built in 1866. In the collection of Pleven Gallery, there are also 3 Russian icons presented to different churches in the period after the liberation of Bulgaria from Ottoman rule. In 1883, an icon of Resurrection of Christ with various scenes was presented to the Church of St. George in the village of Baikal, Dolna Mitropolia municipality. Imagine Baikal, like the lake, a village situated on the river of Danube. Quite strange combination of name and locality. Another icon from the same collection. In 1889, an icon with the crucifixion of Christ and chosen saints was presented to the Church of St. Demetrius in the village of Biała Voda, municipality of Belene. In 903, this is a very late example, 2 families, one of them from the village of Buzenica, municipality of Botevgrad, presented to an unknown church an icon with the resurrection of Christ and 12 festal scenes. If we turn again to the collection of the Regional Historical Museum in Veliko Trnovo, there we found cases in which later paper marks with the information about the year when the icons were given or acquired were glued on the icons, but their authenticity cannot be verified. For example, for one icon of Christ, the O-bearing from the Church of the Assumption, consecrated in 1858 in the village of Dobry Dial, Laskovec municipality. The year is 1860. You remember this year, 1860? I can suspect that in this year, many Russian icons arrived in Bulgaria from central Russia, and they just spread predominantly in northern Bulgaria. But I cannot prove this. So we find a similar case in the village of Gorsko Novo Selo, Zlotarica municipality. St. Michael the Archangel Church, built 1879. A note is glued on the back of an icon with the crucifixion of Christ and chosen saints. And the indication about the year is 1885. From the same church comes a Russian icon, identical in subject, on the back of which there are several inscriptions, one of which has been dated, but later a paper note was affixed over the year. One inscription testifies that the icon was at some point in the Drianovo Inn, which was located in the very center of Veliko Trnovo, the town of Veliko Trnovo. It was later given to the church in the village of Gorsko Novo Selo by a man who came from Elena, from the town of Elena, but his name is not readable. Curiously, in the same handwriting on the back of the icon is written in the lower register, is written, excuse me, some recipe for healing or cleansing, the beginning of which recipe also fell under the above mentioned notes. I'm quoting what survived, but it's under the glued paper. We can just ask somebody in the museum in Trnovo to give us the first part. Still, what is readable now? With an apple, cut in half, then scrub well, then wash with cold water. It will be cleaned. What will be cleaned, we cannot be sure, but it might be a kind of magic performance described here. You can find in some late manuscripts such kind of proposals to cut something, to write something over it, then to eat this fruit, an example with the prayer, the start of a prayer over it, and so on. So I think this is a quite exotic case. Finally, we would like to mention, this is the last example, a rather exotic inscription on a Russian icon of Our Lady of the Sign. Quite strange looking, really. Which came to the Veliko Trnovo Museum from the Church of the Dormition of the Mother of God, built in 1834 in the village, the town of Dolno Rjahovica municipality. So on the obverse, we have, no, on the obverse, it's not the right, in the upper register we have Museum of the Holy Mother of God. What's that? 1940. Founded on 25th of August 1940 by the two Christian brothers, that is members of the local Christian Brotherhood. Todor Musev and Dmitry Filipov from the village of Dolna Uryahovica. 25th August, opened on 28th of August, Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary, and visited by the numerous Christian and Dolna Uryahovica public. Who is writing something like that over icons? Underneath this icon, church 1834. It's written in broken Bulgarian, actually. It sounds not good. So the letter description is placed also on the back of the icon. No, it's useless to see it. Although the material presented here is rather limited, we can make some cautious generalizations about how Russian icons found their way into Bulgarian churches in the 19th century. The standard situation is that they were donated by private individuals. I'm speaking about these krasnushki icons, the cheapest. They were donated by private individuals, motivated either by Christian piety or by a desire to contribute to the proper decoration of local churches, or by an aspiration to perpetuate their name as modest donors. This is the case with the icons from the Church of the Holy Transfiguration in Svishtov, the churches in Barbica, Baikal, Biala Voda, and the one whose donors were from Buzhenica. Sometimes, however, we can also find more complex and individualized motivation that reveals specific features of the personal piety of the benefactors. Such is the case with the icon of Saint Nicholas from the church in Kuinare, which Dr. Nicola from Clisura gave apparently as an expression of special respect to his heavenly patron. The icon of the same saint from Oderne was donated with a similar motivation by Nicola Ivanov. But here we have an even more interesting case of a personal icon that was eventually bequeathed to the local church. There's no doubt that these two examples illustrate well the distinctly commemorative function of the donations. In any case, the material analyzed here once again confirms the well-known fact that Russian popular icons, although aesthetically very different from the canons of Balkan religious art, enjoyed popularity among the Bulgarians and often decorated not only their temples, but also their homes. Thank you.
Το έχουμε βάλει presentation, να το κάνω share. Να το κάνω share. Παρακαλώ. Δεν το έχουμε present. Το έχουμε. Όχι. Δεν το έχουμε. Όχι, δεν το έχουμε. Σωστά. Μισό λεπτό. Ωραία, μισό λεπτό. Οκ, νομίζω το έχουμε. Τώρα το έχουμε. Εδώ τώρα θα είμαστε εδώ. Να δω. Ναι, τέλεια.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can start. Thanks. As often happens in any research conducted in the field and in the written sources, we are faced with a rather expected result or problem. On the one hand, we find objects with little or no documentation, and on the other, we find evidence that does not correspond to specific objects. This statement is not different in the case we are interested here. The research for Russian icons and testimonies about them in the Peloponnese. It is true that in the various regions of the Peloponnese, Achaia, Corinthia, Ilia, Argolida, Arcadia, Messinia, and Laconia, a large amount of works transferred from Russia to the Peloponnese can be found. Icons, church utensils, and vestments, liturgical books, and others. The related testimonies start mainly from the period of the Orlov Revolt, which is understandable as Morea was one of the main theaters of operations of the Russian forces. These testimonies continue in the 19th century with the foundation of the Greek state, since in the Peloponnese, the Russian party was strong, and they arrive until the early years of the 20th century. The main reasons for the existence of these objects were donations from Russians, alms collection missions, Zitia, and finally, and maybe in most of the cases, through donations from Greek expatriates to their places of origin. Often oral testimonies, or more accurately, rumors, are passed on to written sources, mostly in local publications, in which is reproduced without, however, being verified, a rumor about Russian icons, even about entire iconostasis. However, something like this also shows exactly the great reputation that circulated and still circulates for Russian icons, and which reputation had spread even to areas that do not have and probably never had such works. To give some examples, although we read in various sources about the iconostasis of the Church of the Transfiguration in Kastanica in Arcadia, sometimes that it is a gift from Catherine the Great, and sometimes that is a gift from one certain Elias Manes is sent to Kastanica from Odessa in 1810, none of this information is confirmed by the inspection. Likewise, it's the case of the information that the churches of Kinouria, a region in southeast Peloponnese, have Russian icons, gift of the Empress Catherine. The same applies to the information according to which in the church of St. Nicholas in Petsakous near Kalavrita, a church that was completed in 1880, is known for its exceptional icons crafted by Russian painters, but we do not find any Russian icon in this church. On the other hand, in many churches and monasteries, as well as in museums of the Peloponnese, we found Russian icons for which we have little or usually no documentation. In fact, there are few times when we can trace the path of these icons. as is the case, for example, with the two old Russian art icons that the archaeologist Giorgio Sotiriou found in the Church of the Transfiguration in the Methoni Castle in 1892 and deposited in the Christian Museum in Athens. We assume that the icons in question are probably connected to the Orlov revolt, as Methoni in Messenia was one of the most important points of approach of the Russian forces in the Peloponnese. In Achaia, the region of Achaia, in the city of Patras, in the church of Saint Phanourios, we find, and indeed in a prominent position in the shrine of the entrance, a Russian icon, a Virgin of Kazan, I think. We do not have any information about the origin of the icon in question. Possibly it is a donation to the church that was recently built. The same is true for the 8 icons that are now kept in the Museum of Ecclesiastical Art of the Metropolis of Sparta in Laconia, a date from the 17th to 19th century, no one of which we have documentation, not even for their previous location before they were placed in the museum. For example, we see here the Archangel Michael or the other icons. However, they certainly originate from churches or monasteries in the area. Russian icons are also present in the Ecclesiastical Museum of Aegion in Achaia this time. The museum was composed mainly of works from churches and monasteries in the wider region. However, the origin of 2 Russian icons, one Virgin of Tikhvin, this is the Ecclesiastical Museum of Aegion, dated 19th century of unknown provenance, and a Virgin of Vladimir, this is not here, originate from the monastery of Saint Apostles, dated in 18th century. Also, we have insufficient documentation for the many Russian icons, similar in style, in dimensions, and in quality, in the Metropolitan Church of Patras. The church was founded in 1842, and since 1856, it has been the Cathedral of Patras. Never studied, not even in the list, but accessible for worship. There are more Russian icons in the church, 19 in number, to be exact. This is the church. According to rather general and certainly unverified information, these icons were sent from Russia in the 1890s. Perhaps this dating is related to the fact that during the same period, to be precise, in 1890 and in 1892, many other Russian works, candelabra, gospels, a dementia, an epitaph, a tabernacle, we see here some of these objects, this gospel or this tabernacle or this epitaph, were donated to the Church of Evangelistria from Odessa. Anyway, 6 icons with inscriptions, with Russian inscriptions, are placed in front of the corresponding and homonymous despotic icons of the iconostasis, icons for worship, for kissing. 11 icons, see here, for example, Annunciation with a Russian icon, or Saint Nicholas, or Christ Pantocrator, Saint John Baptist, or Saint George. All of them bear inscriptions. 11 icons are located in the sanctuary on the eastern wall of the central arch here. All of them bear inscriptions in Greek, probably covering earlier Russian ones. Also, we can see some of these icons, the same style, dimensions, I think, quality, with Greek inscriptions. St. Andrews and Paralabis, St. Spiridon, Paralabis, Constantine, Helen, Taxiarches, and all. Another icon, Christ of Blessings, is on the parapet of the western wall of the sanctuary. Finally, two icons are placed at the entrance of the church on the left and right, next to the respective shrines. St. Nicholas and St. George. Also, they bear inscriptions in Greek, which probably cover the ones in Russian. In Achaia, the region of Achaia, in another city, in the city of Aegio now, another nucleus of Russian icons and other Russian objects is the community of Asia Minor refugees who arrived in 1922 in Aegio from the villages of Aloni, Vori, and Scoupia of the Proconyssos in the Propodis. Any of the relics, icons, liturgical utensils and vestments, books, and others were saved, now are kept in the church of Saints Constantine and Helen in Aegio. Among the icons kept there is the icon of the Virgin of Perchers, and at least 4 other Russian icons, probably for personal piety, dating back probably to the 19th century, are still preserved. Some of these here, this icon. There are also cases in Peloponnese in which icons can be documented either thanks to the inscriptions they bear or thanks to the various other written sources. In Laconia, more specifically Yeraki, near Mistra, well known for its Byzantine paintings, there is an icon, a Russian icon. From a dedicatory inscription found on a portable icon of the Virgin Mary in the Parish Church of Assumption, this is the inscription. We are informed that the icon in question was painted in Moscow at the expense of Daniel Bratis, then a monk at the Russian monastery of St. Panteleimon in Athos. The icon of my God, his mother, was painted in Muscovy at the expense of me, Daniel, prior at Hubble, in the Holy Land of Athos, from the monastery of the Russians of St. Panteleimon. My homeland is Peloponnese, and my town is called Yeraki, and my father is George of Costa Pratis, to be precise, Costa Bratis, and you who worship this icon, pray for me, the Hubble one. 13 March 1690. The Bratis family, the icon is this. I'm sorry, this is a bad photo, but by now I have no other one. The Bratis family was related to the Church of the Assumption since, as we know from another source, Konstantinos Bratis, also a monk of Mount Athos, built this church in 1702, which means that the icon was later placed in the church. The fact that the commission of the icon dates back to 1690, when the Peloponnese was under Venetian rule, possibly gives special meaning to this commission. This is this bad photo. Of particular interest are the icons kept in another monastery in Achaia near Aegio, the monastery, this is the region, a monastery of Taxiarches, which was founded by Saint Leontius at the beginning of the 15th century, was one of the most important monastery of the Peloponnese during the 17th and 18th centuries. Big Stavropigian The monastery had a large property and held shares in various regions, including Constantinople. Due to its involvement in the Orlov revolt, the monastery was almost completely destroyed in 1772. 10 years later, the few remaining monks began to rebuild the monastery and restored it to the earlier form, which corresponds broadly to the depiction of Vasily Grigorovich Barsky in 1745, including the Catholicon, on the iconostasis of which there are 2 despotic icons. This is the iconostasis, these despotic icons. It is about an enthroned Virgin Mary with a scepter, the Queen of Heaven, and an enthroned Christ as great hierarch. It should be noted that the icons in question, although they are in a prominent place, have never been mentioned in any publication. Similarly, the inscriptions that both bear has not been read. The inscription is this. With the support or the assistance and diligence of the Taxiarchite monk Meletios Sarandis of Diakopto during the saving year 1785 in the month of April 15 in Moscow. Συνδρομή και επιμελία του Ταξιαρχήτου Μελετίου Σαράντου του Διακοπτή του Ενέτη Σωτηρίου 1785 Απριλίου 15 in Moscow. According to the inscription, the icons arrived at the monastery through the actions of the Taxiarchite, nickname received by the monks of the monastery of Taxiarchias, Meletios Sarandis. Evidence for the identification of the latter comes from the monastery codices. In one of them, which is now kept in the State Archive in Athens, we read that Meletios Sarandis was abbot of the monastery at least in the year 1785, the same year as the one written on the inscriptions of the 2 icons. And also that he himself, who is characterized in the same code as a worthy and multi-experienced man, Axios και Πολύπυρος Άνδρας, was sent around 1775 together with another monk in Constantinople with letters of recommendation. He intended to renew the privileges of the monastery and to extract favorable arrangements from the Ottoman authorities. From another earlier manuscript of the monastery, the so-called Holy Codex, which is preserved now in the monastery, we are informed that the Meletios Sarandis of Diakopto went to Constantinople to Zythia. He stayed there for 9 years and returning in 1785 to the Taxiarchies, he presented the following 19.352 piastre, a silver chalice gilded, 4 bronze candelabra, priestly uniforms, copper plates, and what is main interest to us, 6 despotic icons of Russian art for the church. Also, reading another source, the Venetian land register of Vostitsa, the territory of Aegialia, we find that the Sarandis family owned many estates in the territory of Diakopto. This is a document. Specifically, in the area of Paramachalas et Catholiko, an area located at a distance of approximately 30 kilometers from the monastery, which was the seat of the Bishop of Kernitsa, under whose jurisdiction the monastery of Taxiarchies belonged. The Sarandis must have been a rich family of Diakopto. Until 1818, indeed, there was a location named Saradeica. They had rather strong ties with the monastery of the Taxiarchies, as apart from Meletios, at least 3 other members of the family, Makarios, Grigorios, and Philotheos Sarandis, were abbots of the monastery of the Taxiarchies. Meletius himself seems to have been a capable and active personality. Certainly, thanks to his own actions, in the following years, the monastery regained not only its previous prestige, but also its wealth. Perhaps one note in one gospel of the monastery also refers to the same Meletius, and this, among others, belongs to Meletius, και τόδες εν της άλλης Μελετίου του ταξιαρχή του. Moreover, not by chance, in the Holy Codex of the monastery, he is described, as we have seen, as a worthy and multi-experienced man. The second designation may even indicate a trip to Russia, possibly during the time he was in Constantinople. In any case, for a stay of Sarantis in Moscow, we have no other source than the two inscriptions on the despotic icons. The truth of which trip, however, there is no reason to doubt. In fact, we have very little specific information about possible relations of the monastery with Russia. It is testified that after a fire in the monastery, which must have happened in the 1740s, monks who were saved, some went to Russia, others to Smyrna, Constantinople, and elsewhere and collected money. They rebuilt the monastery. If such a thing is true, it testifies to some longer contracts with Russia. It is not excluded that, based on these contacts, Meletios Sarantis traveled and probably stayed in Moscow for some time between 1775, when he left Eyalia, that is right after the conclusion of the Treaty of Küçükhenarcı, and 1785, when he returned. In any case, there can be no doubt that the two icons now preserved in the iconostasis of the monastery church were among the 6 despotic icons of Russian art brought for the church by Meletius. We do not know if the two icons were originally placed on the iconostasis of the church. The present iconostasis was complete in 1816, the work of the woodcarver Nikolaos Metsovitis. The fate of the other 4 icons is totally unknown. However, let us note that in 1834, 17 icons of the monastery were stolen. In the same monastery, anyway, of Taxiarches, among other objects, there are also objects of Russian art and others Russian icons, but in these situations, we can only show gospel or some icons like this. Meletius brought, or more likely commissioned, these icons. This is indicated by the phrase synδρομή και επιμέλεια, assistance and diligence, in the dedicatory inscription. The first synδρομή means simply the expense, or at least the care of paying for the icons. Much rarer in the dedicatory inscriptions is the word επιμέλεια, which mainly denotes the care and effort of the painters. This is the case, for example, in some inscriptions found in the 18th century. However, it is possible that the word επιμέλεια is related to the iconography of the two icons. But in my opinion, there is something even more interesting here. It concerns the style of the two icons, in which we detect elements of some naturalism. In other words, in these two works, we have an early introduction in Peloponnese of elements of Western painting, which nevertheless arrive via the East, precisely via the Russian art. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now, finally, as advertised for a very long
time. The floor is open to discussions.
Just a second so we can connect. Yes.
Please.
I would like to thank all the three authors of papers, which were all three of them were very interesting for me. And I have some remarks concerning the first one to Irena. Thank you very much. And maybe you know that a few years ago we had a big project in Russia about Petr Sevastianov and his expeditions, and many archive papers from the personal archive of Sevastianov, which are preserved in Moscow, were published at correspondence and so on. And well, I also had a contribution in this project about with two cartons from the Paris Photographic Society, which is you can see it on my page of academia with some relevant bibliography. And about this Taxidiotis visit to of the Hilandarians of the end of 1850s. Well, I should have said it yesterday during my speech, during my report, but I can say that now that they received the permission, all this is documented. They received the permission in 1858, and the abbot Sophronius was recommended by Muravyov and by Sevastianov. And Sophronius also received a special recommendation from Filaret Drozdov, the Metropolitan of Moscow. And Filaret wrote that Sophronius was witness of the Bulgarian question in Constantinople at Easter 1860, and followed attentively the Kukush question with the unions of Kukush. And I continue the quotation. He is a man of strong critical thought and strong hope. Anyway, Sophronius died during this Zetia in Russia, and the Zetia lasted a few years, and they came with the Tricheris Troiruchica icon. It's interesting to note that a few years later, in 1866, the Hilandarians were refused to get permission for another Zetia. Not because they wanted it to in a short period time, maybe also this was one of the reasons, but the second reason that there was a conflict inside the monastery. They had a conflict with the Zografou monks at that time for some lands, and the principle of the synod was not to issue permissions if a monastery had disorder inside, because the money could be lost. And the master Verkhovtsev, who made the cover of the icon, is very well known by another objects, mitras for Bosnia, and there are many objects which were sent to the Balkans made by him. So that is concerning the first one, and I thank also Angel Nikol for his paper, and in fact, I remember a manuscript which was from very sacred content. It was not just some notes of everyday life, which also had just on the last page, it's a Greek manuscript where it was written, I bought the fish costs that sum this year, and it became more expensive compared to last year and so on. So it's not something surprising.
Surprising the place.
The place, yes, yes, surely.
Space.
And the magic use of icons is well known in different Orthodox countries. As far as I remember, in northern Russia, you could also find some magic inscriptions on the backside of icons of crosses, and it is not something rare. In fact, in these folk traditions, I think not only in the Balkans, in other countries either. And just a very short remark to the last paper. This epimelia, it is a standard, very standard formula.
For painters.
Yes.
But this is from the
when they ordered something, an icon or a book or something else, in manuscripts, we can find it very often that it is, I forgot the first word.
Yes, but Meletios Saradis is not a painter.
No, I understand, but he paid for it. That's why, as he invested money, it's normal.
Yes, but epimelia I found only in concerning the painters.
Okay. Well,
in the 18th century.
I don't argue. I
Okay.
just from manuscripts I remember it, that it's a normal formula, both words for ordering a text to a scriptorium to make a copy.
Of course, in this case, yes.
Doesn't make a special impression. Thank you very much.
If you would like to react.
Yes, can I go first?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your comment, Laura. It's very valuable that you have that detailed information about the admission of monks in Russia, because I know about Sophronia. I know that they had been. He has been there until he died in 1862. But further of that, I don't know, because the one who stayed there until 1864 and returned to the monastery, I just, because of this same year that Sava Hilandarac is mentioning, that is the year when the revetment came to Monastir. Is it just a coincidence, or is there any connection between them? And also, it is interesting that the correspondence that they had with Metropolitan Mihailo in Serbia always is around the same thing, that they have no success in St. Petersburg. And also it is very interesting that they are mentioning that in I think 1862, they even get the transcriptions of Gramota to Hilandar Monastery from the Moscow archive to prove that they are worthy of getting the permission for their staying there. So that is just another interesting fact. And so I think that if you gave me more information about this, I will be very grateful. And second, about Sebastianov, yes, I know about recent works on Sebastianov. But it's not, on one side, it's not enough for me to connect and to detect his exact role that he had in considering this revetment. Because it must be go through the archives, and of course there is an obstacle, little obstacle, that I'm in Serbia and I cannot travel to Russia at the moment, but and his material is so spread in many museums and libraries. So only I could find correspondence with monks in Hilandar that I know that there are in Государственная библиотека, but I will, and also if you can help how to contact and get through online, I will be also very grateful about that. So thank you very much for all the informations.
Thank you. Questions? So just one, since we are in Hillander, I'll ask the question that I wanted to ask. It's a very short one. It's out. You mentioned the 6050s trip to Russia, to Muscovy. This is the same period when Arseny Sukhanov delivers a report, which is initially very badly received, and he has to kind of self-censor himself. It includes a dispute with the Greeks for the faith, which takes place in Wallachia, and includes a very strong argument with Gavril Raic, among others. This being the context, you mentioned that the icon was very well received in Moscow by Nikon. So
yes,
the disputes that Sukhanov was talking about did not affect this type of icon and the relationship with Serbia, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
So thank you for your presentations. They were very interesting. I have two questions. The first one for Mr. Nikolov. If you or did you investigate or questionate the identity, the ethnical identity of those owners of the icons, the donors? I mean, you said something about the Alecu name, that there is a story, and for me, could also be a story. I was wondering if you search more about those people.
No, I don't feel prepared to dig deeper at present, but I should admit that there's at least one obvious reason why this name might be widely disseminated around the middle of the 19th century in the Bulgarian lands. Probably you remember that, if I'm right, in the 40s of the 19th century, the government of no. I was entering a deep mistake, and now I am stepping back. And well, tell me something about this Alecu thing. Do you think that there's something Wallachian in the name? Yeah. Since I found some instances of the name in Wallachia.
The family name, the Haji name, it's specific to Wallachia, and also the priest that also was a goldsmith, and the idea with writing the prices on the icon. Maybe they use the icon for swearing when they sell something, you know, it's a procedure.
No, this is just a record how expensive everything was. Unimaginably, and it was to be recorded how expensive all these things were.
That was the idea, that I suspect that they were from the north of the Danube. I mean, it doesn't matter what side of the Danube, because they were spread it in all the Balkans. So everywhere we can find this kind of population. So they
You mean Vlachs?
Yes.
I make the distinction between Wallachians living north of Danube and the local Vlach population in the Bulgarian land.
How you do this?
Since obviously there are many different groupings of them with different histories, and most of them, I think, they were traditional local population, not migrant from the north. But sometimes Vlachs from the north of Danube could come on Bulgarian soil. But this was problematic. More problematic case, since
But
you need
happened-
for Vlachs to migrate in Turkish, deep in Turkish territory, as since they were Christians, it would be not the best solution of their problems. But we have instances of many kinds of Vlach groupings. I mentioned broken Bulgarian, not because I have suspicion that all these notes, the most part of these notes over icons were produced by foreign-speaking, not Bulgarian population. I meant illiteracy. Illiteracy, since most of these guys were not capable to write in accordance with the principles of the literary Bulgarian language, which was nascent in a nascent situation, you can imagine. In this period, the mass education of Bulgarians was only starting. And it's not something strange. They were not capable to write something quite properly. That's what I meant by broken Bulgarian. But in the first instance, the icon from Svishtov, we have obviously a Valachian inscription produced in Cyrillic script, which is something quite normal for this period, early 19th century. But okay, we had and we have still Vlachs in northern Bulgaria, and of course, but this was not the topic of my paper.
No, I just asked, please don't suspect me of nationalism.
No, I'm not suspecting.
Valachian nationalism, but I carried on research on this kind of icons. I gathered like 1,000. And I took all the inscription on the back, and there are dozen of them.
Only a dozen?
Yes, they are quite rare.
We have something quite similar in Bulgaria, it's a percentage,
like 25 or 30 in 1,000 icons. So it's not.
It's a very interesting result.
And from the one I got, many of them, they are made by Vlachs, by merchants or shepherds, and they used to write on the back on the icons more than other Romanians from the other part from Moldavia, for instance. So for me, this is an idea that they could have may have a tradition in writing on the back of the icons, because for them was something that was not specific, but was like a fashion for them to leave the name and the family name.
And this is the same period.
It's the same period.
The middle
yes.
of 19th century.
Yes.
And the
I
second
mean,
half.
the earliest inscriptions I got, they are from the end of 18th century, but mainly from the middle of 19th century. So it's the same in my area, or most of the icons, they are from the 40s, 50s, and 60s in the 19th century.
So, but you performed more systematic task to study these kind of icons.
Yeah,
I should point out that the scope of our search, of our the research trips, was limited, thanks to the synod of the Bulgarian Church, which was not quite well. Was not feeling quite well with imagine the title of the project, since they found it inappropriately to allow somebody who is studying the propaganda, blah blah blah, everything else, and propaganda. We had piety, we had more things quite proper, but this propaganda thing was proved to be fatal for the Bulgarian group. Only 2 metropolitans, among 1,000 dozen, gave us permission to work in churches. And finally, the decision of the synod as a whole, this might be interesting for you as a kind of some internal information about the politics behind the scene. The synod, the Holy Synod of the Bulgarian Church was quite unhappy with this word propaganda, and finally they decided we should not study church property. And of course, there were two metropolitans. We were very thankful. We are very thankful to the Metropolitan of Stara Zagora, to the now late Metropolitan, but then alive of Sliven. They gave us their permission, but the else members of the Synod, some of them were even aggressive. But I'm very thankful to the Synod. They didn't anathemize us. It was just a denial to give us permission. That's why we were studying predominantly icons and other church items housed in galleries and museums. We documented some private items, and that was all. So the scope is limited. You had a good chance to study the mass material as such, and we have just a small part of an iceberg, actually.
Okay. Yeah, the same happened in Romania, actually, because the church authorities, they were against not about the propaganda word, but about the Russian word in the title. So they were suspicious. And
as we see, different church institutions have favoring different keywords.
Yeah, the same fears, but with different words. Yes, but we managed to research also in state institution, in museums. But I think the difference is that we had so many icons, and our iceberg.
Okay.
It's so
you were
imagine,
happier.
Imagine that the conditions were the same, but our iceberg peak, it's like 1,000 of icons, and imagine what it's. So I think there are millions of mass-produced icons in Romania, actually.
But we have good news. Professor Ivanka Gergova was to tell you about this, but since she was a member of this team, she became silent. The collection of the Church Museum in Sofia finally was described, and the catalog was published very recently. And I hope many gaps in our knowledge about what existed in Bulgarian landscapes, icons and other church utensilient items will be filled finally. And it was filled already.
Good luck with this. And just only quick question to Mr. Ioanu, or a suggestion maybe.
Yes.
If you check the other in the Taxiarchos monastery, if you check the other icons, because they look like Russian, the John the Baptist with the wings. So not the only the first icons with the Mother of God and
The despotic ones.
Yes, all the despotic
Yes.
one. I think they are Russian.
Yes, I
might be
checked.
Russian.
I think not. But
you should
okay,
check.
I have to go again.
And,
but
another question about
yes.
iconostasis. You said that it's from middle of 19th century or 1830 something.
The iconostasis of Taxiarches.
Yes.
It's completed in 1816.
Because it's too late for the style. We have the same model in Romania, in Bucharest. We have like 2 or 3 almost identically, and they are from the time of the icons, so from the end of the 18th century, not from the
I mean the
middle
wooden
of 19th
part
century.
of iconostasis.
Yes, the wooden part.
Oh, it's just an inscription. We know the artist. Is,
yeah, I don't contradict you, but it's shocking for me
Nikolaos
to have,
Metzovitis from Epirus, yes.
to have the same model in Romania, but with more
course,
than half a
yes.
century earlier, made with half a century
But it is
earlier.
documented in this data.
Okay, I will check. Thank you.
I check also the other despotic icons, but I don't think so. Okay, but thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you. the questions.
One small question to Professor Nicolo. My question is, have you studied inscriptions on non-Russian icons in Bulgaria and on the backside of non-Russian icons in Bulgaria? And if yes, if their contents must be related with the inscriptions on the Russian icons?
As you know, I'm a medieval historian, so my participation in this project was something coming. It was a pleasure for me, of course, and I studied the Russo-Bulgarian church relations in the later Middle Ages. Me and two colleagues of mine translated many documents from 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th centuries concerning the church contacts between Bulgarian church institutions and the Russian church and its institutions. But I cannot claim good knowledge of about what's over the face or in the back of the icons in Bulgaria as such. I'm not in position to comment this, but my impression is from what I saw, since I headed a project about the cultural heritage of the Stranja region in the farthest southeast of Bulgaria, near the border with Turkey, which means we had the chance to study more than 50 churches and to document what's on the face, what's on the back of the icons. I can assure you, in Stranja, this vast region, we found nothing similar. And we found many Russian icons there, but no inscriptions like these I already presented. But I cannot be sure what is the situation in other regions, and it depends on the cultural situation, the local cultural situation. It depends on many factors. So it's something we should study further. This thematic has a good future, I think. It should be developed.
Thank you very much. Apparently there are no further questions. Then please join me in thanking again to the speakers in person and online. I think it's time for synthesis now, so I'll
So this is the last, not session, but the last presentation in our concluding conference. Pavlos Fofalos, you are hearing me? Pavlos Fofalos will present the results of our work on the databases of the project, on synthesis. So he will present what is this database as research tools and how we will use them, and what is the, how to say, the perspective and to develop this data, this huge data collected in the data in the synthesis. And after that, we will discuss.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Pavlos. I am an assistant professor at the Technical University of Crete in Chania. So I'm not a historian. And my background, all my studies are in computer science. So my presentation is of quite different compared to the previous one. And I will talk to you about the information system synthesis and also how we have started now exploiting the data in synthesis to make them public. So first, a few words about the team behind all this work. I represent the Center for Cultural Informatics. It is a specialized unit of the Institute of Computer Science of Forth. It was founded around 30 years ago. It was the first in cultural informatics in Greece. It has several collaborations with international organizations. And here you can see the team, the people who worked in the context of this project in RICONTRANS. Now, the main part, a few words to introduce you in this work. As you know very well, better than me, the study of religious artifacts, mobility, encompasses a wide range of activities, from discovering and analyzing primary and secondary sources or inspecting objects in the field, to collecting, recording, and examining information about the key entities involved, like objects, locations, events, historical persons, and so on. Also their associations, how all these are connected, and the provenance of all this data, like sources, bibliography, and so on. And this data should be systematically organized in a database that can be developed and maintained by researchers and domain experts in a collaborative way. Okay. And at the end, this data should be made publicly available to other researchers and the public. And here I show you the data management process that we have followed. So we have a set of sources, okay, and historians and domain experts study these sources and record data in a structured form. So they perform what we call scientific documentation. Okay, and then a very important part is the curation of this data. So how to improve the data, consolidate the data, and to connect this data. So the result is something like a semantic network where all the different types of entities are connected. Objects are connected with transfers, with locations, with people, and so on. And once we have this data in a good form, then we can provide some data access services. So the public and other researchers can browse the data, search the data, and so on. Okay. And our primary aim is the production of the data of high quality and long-term validity. So we want data that can be reused and extended on demand and beyond the scope of a particular project. So even after the end of this project, we want to have data that someone else can work with this data, or the team can continue working with the data. Okay. And we have some systems that support historians in this process, like synthesis for the documentation part, themas for managing the vocabularies, the source of terms. Also, we make use of CRM, which is an ISO standard for documentation in the cultural heritage domain, and web applications for accessing the data. Now, a few words about the synthesis system. Most of you might know this system and I have used the system. So it's a web-based information system for the collaborative documentation of data and knowledge in cultural heritage and the humanities. And the important here is that the system can be easily configured for specific domains and requirements. And as I will show you, we have used it in different projects. It makes use of international standards for modeling, documentation, and storage, like the CRM ISO standard. And it focuses on what we call semantic interoperability. So we want to have data with unambiguous meaning, understood by both humans and computers. And it has been applied in multiple domains, in cultural heritage by museums, mainly in Heraklion, also in culture and science technology, like for documenting the results of laser analysis on icons, for example. In the history of feminism in a project, in another project, and of course for history of art in the context of the RICONTRANS project. It uses XML technology and a multi-layer architecture. This offers some flexibility and extensibility. So here you can see an example of an XML document, how the data is stored. Okay, so it can be read by both humans and machines, and it supports multi-languages, versioning of information, data searching, visualization on map, for example. Also, we can export the data for external analysis. And it has some user roles. So we have the system administrator who can create organizations. Actually, these are groups of users. We have an administrator of an organization who can create editors for entering the data and guests. And the editor is the main user role. Editors create and document entities for a specific organization, and guests who can only view the data without edit access. But the management of rights can be easily adjusted for any specific needs. For example, we can have some users with edit access to all the entities for making corrections and so on. And here the important is that editors create and document entities organized in entity types. For example, we have the entity brass icon depicting the three hierarchies, an icon from the Nike Museum, which is the type is object. Okay. And here is the user interface of the system. In the left, we can see the different entity types, okay, organized in groups. And here you can see all the entity types for the RICONTRANS project. So we have objects and transfers. We have the sources like archival sources, books, newspapers, web sources, oral history sources. We have bibliography related to the project, source passages, so parts from specific documents, for example, and related documentation like historical figures, historical events, collections, locations, and so on, and digital objects. And now I will show you how these entities, these different entity types are connected. So for an object, we have the current or a previous location. Okay, so it is connected to an entity of type location. We have a responsible organization. We have, the object can belong to a collection, for example, in a museum. It has a main image, so it is connected to a digital object. Okay. And of course, we have a lot of other data like dates and literals and so on. And then we have object transfer, which is one of the core entity types in the RICONTRANS project, which is connected to an object. Okay. And then for a transfer, we have the origin location, the destination location, involved persons or organizations or connected events. Okay. And then we have the roots, which is just a grouping of different object transfers. Okay, for example, transfers related to the same object. And then we have all these sources, like archival sources, books, newspapers, and so on, which provide information about the main entity types. Okay, we have also the source passages, like an article from a newspaper, and the collections of such passages. And here it is important that we link objects and object transfers with the sources. And this is important because we record provenance information. So we have some information about an object, we know the sources that provide that reference this object, or sources that provide information about the transfer. Okay. So someone can inspect these sources. And now a bit of the interface. If we click to a category here, we get a table with the documented entities of the selected entity type. For example, here we see objects. We have some basic info here. And all these are configurable, so we can add a new column or remove one. We can create a new entity for documentation by clicking this button. So we can create a new object here, and we start filling data. And of course, the documentation is not a one-shot process, so it can be very time-consuming. So I have some information, I enter the data, then I save this card, and after some days or months, I have a new information I can return and fill more data. Okay, so it's a process that may take months. Or we can open a card and view the already entered data. We can also edit one of the entities and fill more information, for example, the creation or production date. Now, the data model, it has been specially designed for the domain of history of art and the needs, the requirements of the RICONTRANS project. So here each entity type has its own data structure, what we call documentation schema, okay, which is XML based. It has an hierarchical structure, and the leaves in this hierarchy are the documentation fields that are to be filled by the users. And for example, for the objects, which is the users can provide a lot of information if they, of course, have this information. We have these groups of data, like data related to the object identity, like the name, the official name, or some codes. What is the general subject of the object, topics, the basic material, colors, and so on, the condition. Then we have more details about the object, like other names, measurements, information about the inscriptions, okay, in which position, what is the content of the inscription, the type, the material, and so on, or stamps, or information about the object history, like some historical events, or about the use or the acquisition of the object. And then the references, like archival sources that are related to the object, or book sources, and so on, bibliography. And then some metadata. So here we can fill who performs the documentation, okay, or who is the supervisor of this documentation. Is metadata about the object. And here we can see about an object transfer. We have the transfer name, so we can give a free text here, a name, the transfer date, or what is the transfer object. So we link to an entity of type object here. The transferred from and transferred to, where we link to entity of type location. We can provide the description in free text, or persons or organizations involved. So we link to entity of type historical figure here for the persons. And the purpose of the transfer. So we link to a vocabulary term, or we can link to different types of sources. So where we found the information about this object transfer. And also who provided all this information. And here we can see the different types of documentation fields. So we have linked to another entity, linked to a static or dynamic vocabulary term, okay, or linked to a thesaurus of terms. And here we make use of a system themas through which we can create a thesaurus. We have unformatted free text, formatted free text, number, or date expression. So we have here a set of accepted formats, like 20th century, for example, so on. We have locations, we can set coordinates or also identifiers, and upload files. Some other functionalities now that the system supports. We can filter the data shown in the table by writing some terms here, or we have also searched the contents of the records through this input text here. It has also an advanced search functionality. For example, I can search for objects that have a creation or production date before the 18th century. And for this query, I want to get the official object name and a description. Okay, so I can create a more complex query here. And we can also manage the vocabularies. For example, we have a vocabulary for the category of the objects. And we can add new terms, delete terms, rename terms. So we can define our vocabularies. Or we can visualize the data in a map. For example, we can select some objects, click here in this icon, and we get the current location of the objects. And by clicking on the here on the pin, we can get more information. And the same for the object transfers. So here we show the paths in the same way. So starting from Russia to different areas in Greece. And again, we can get more information by clicking on these pins. And some statistics now, if I am not mistaken, around 40 different users have used the system in the last 5 years. And here you can see the current number of documented entities. So we have more than 3,700 objects, more than 4,000 object transfers, a lot of sources, 263 archival sources, 79 books, or 763 bibliography items, a lot of source passages, and in total we have more than 19,000 total entities. So a lot of information has been already entered in this database. And of course, the data is still curated. Okay, there are people in the team that fix the data, improve the data, add more data, and so on. And now let's see. So we have the database and how we can disseminate this data through a web application. So this is an ongoing work. We have started this work the last month, and we have a prototype with some sample data, not final data. Okay, so I will show you here. If I can open directly, I think let me check it. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, and I want to open the application. Let me check. No. No. Duplicate. Okay, so this is the web. This is a web application. So this is the home page. You can see here we have some categories like objects, transfers, and what we call emblematic cases. And so by going to the objects here, we get the list of objects. So as I said, this is a sample of the data from contains objects from Benaki Museum. So we see here the objects and some basic information like the object type, the creation location, the current location, or the creation date. I can here, I have a filtering, so I can, for example, inspect only book covers. So I will have one book cover here, or cross, we have two crosses and all here. And if I now click on a object, I can get more information about this object. Okay, some basic information here. And here the interesting part is that I can see the transfers of this object. For example, from Moscow to Istanbul, from Istanbul to Athens, from Athens to Benaki Museum. I can also inspect the sources, like archival sources related to the object, or books and so on, or bibliography. And for the transfers, I can also show them on a map. So I have here the map, sorry, where we visualize these transfers. And if I click on a transfer, I can go to the page of this transfer. and see here again information about this transfer. The starting location, the destination, and so on, the purpose, and again the sources. So we link to provenance information, and here based on. And also we have here the routes, like this route has 3 transfers, and I can visualize them again on the map. And also the emblematic cases by clicking this icon. So here the idea is that the historian can write some nice text about different emblematic cases. So feel free to prepare such text and we can include them here. And here we have an example like this about the icon, sorry, the icon of St. John. So by clicking here, read more. So here we have some text created by a historian. So description of this emblematic case. We can include images, different sections like icon description here, or then some other text, so on. And we can also link to other, let's say, stories about this silver frame. So by clicking here, I can get more information about this and so on. Okay. And of course, at the end, we have also the who wrote this text, for example, here, Juliana, so on. So this is the website. The idea, as I said, is to, since we have all this data in the database, we can present this data in a web application. So third parties, other interested researchers, and so on can inspect the data of the RICONTRANS project. So it's an ongoing work. So feel free to provide feedback or any ideas that you may have. And we're happy to discuss this. That is from my side. Thanks a lot. And,
Thank you very much, Pablo,
thank you
for this presentation.
I think so.
To share it.
Okay.
So, if you have questions, comments about the synthesis, about this web page and the way of search, of use them, this is the moment to do this.
Yes, and I would also like to say here that this was a very nice experience for us as well, because it was an amazing experience to, I mean, all this communication with historians, because we somehow talk a different language, they say, so it's really challenging, but also in terms of the system, the case of RICONTRANS was a very complex case. We have data of complex structure. So, and it was really very interesting to work on all this. And yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I've been working, as many of us have, for quite a while now on synthesis. And it's really a tool with with great potential. My first question is about this open access, this end open access product, let's say, that stems from this. Who is going to, I mean, I'm wondering about the process. Will be everything directed, partial information, I mean, to this website, or is the owner of each set of information that will make a decision? And I'm asking this mainly because we have incorporated a lot of material from F4H around Greece, and this might be an issue, and perhaps from other countries as well. It's not always self-evident that everything that the owner, the stakeholder is open to have everything online. So this is question number one.
Yes.
And the second question is, how easy is for us, non-computer wizards, to make this short but very interesting online sort of publications like the one you showed us using Juliana's material? Is this something that each one of us will be able to do whenever we like, using the material we have already in the database, or is it something that we need?
Okay. Both are very good questions. So yes, about the first question, we have discussed it with Juliana, of course. So no, you can decide what data, which objects, which object transfers we can show in the website. So if you see now the system, there is a field where there is yes or no if we want to publish this. Okay, and of course the metadata. If the major problem is with the icons, I think, with the photos mainly. But the metadata is metadata. Okay, I think it's not a problem to provide such data with like the name, maybe the location is not good information, but yeah. So the answer is that you decide what to publish in the web application. You can, of course, we can do all the objects, or but in any case you decide. And also there is the case that we can publish some data without images if there is these copyrights or such problems. So we have, yeah, we are flexible on this. We can decide at any time. And this, and also I would like to add that the web application is retrieving the data dynamically from the synthesis. So if you see something strange, a typo or anything in the web application, you can go back to synthesis, correct this value, and this is directly shown in the web application. So the web application talks directly with the synthesis. And regarding the second part about these emblematic cases, so here at the first stage you can prepare this text in your document in Word or in any format, and you can send it to us and we can include it. And but we can show you how you can do it, how you can correct the text or make changes. So in synthesis, there will be a new category where something like information text. So there you can click and see the text, the different parts of the text. And you can change things there, and these changes will be reflected in the website. Okay, but you do not need to create it, to create these types of entities. Let's say you can prepare your text your computer in any system that you can use, Word or OpenOffice or anything, and you can send it to us and we will include it. And then we can show you if you want to change something, to write, to improve the paragraph, for example, where you can go to do it. So this is the process that we recommend. So.
Other questions or comments or desires? So.
The database, but will in this latest synthesis version will be clear the names. Usually we have these short names like how people usernames. When we open the database, now we see usernames. But for example, it could be real sometimes. I don't say it will be always, but it is possible that someone actually open the base, take data from the base, didn't quote who wrote that because he sees only third round or something, no matter what.
So sometimes, so there is a need to have full names under every object, under every data. So because someone can then put, you know, a footnote, Cristina Giocaro, I can do the name and so on. For the reference, yeah, that is really very important because you know what is going on, but that must be there. That is important.
Yes.
Yeah, this is an excellent point, and because I recall that, for example, in this huge hydrological database that was built in, I think Oxford was the leading party there. Under each entry, they have the reference, including the name of the person who fed the database with the information. So this is really an excellent point, since we are going to open the material to the world.
Yes, yes, I fully agree, and it's very important, and we can do it, of course, yes. So, for example, for the objects, we already have at the end of the information card, this what I showed you, the metadata. So you can put there the name of the person who wrote, or multiple names. But this is very, very important. And of course, the plan is to include this information. Of course, we must check if it's already in synthesis, and if not, we must include it because the web application reads data from synthesis. So if the data is there, of course, we can show this information.
Concerning this point, we have to be very careful as well, because there are many people usually that have worked on one entry, because there have been processes of editing as well. There are not all objects the result of one person's research. So this is a difficult question to reply to. Or we can have a page of acknowledgements and saying that the objects resulting from the fieldwork in this country were made by this team, and naming all the members, and then not putting individual names on each record. But I don't know, there are many aspects to this. It's not very simple. It's not that every object has one author, one
I think we can decide,
redactor.
yes.
And
Once,
the whole database, for example, has been edited and corrected in large scale by Sophia, for example, because there have been a lot of little things and corrections, even to the point, not only typos. So we have to discuss that further.
yes, and I think once we decide which data we can put in the website, then we see case by case, and yeah, we can decide then.
This is a matter for us to make decisions, and for you to find solutions.
Exactly.
So, because, for example, in many cases, the names that appear right now on synthesis are the names of the people who just typed the information, not
the user account. Yes.
Yes, students, or assistants, and so on and so forth. So we probably need to make a decision. One part of I think that one part of this reference should refer to the project itself as a whole, and then perhaps case by case, this museum or that team, or I don't know, that university group or something.
But yeah, the good news is that there is the possibility to include names, and
And all the objects has this is the part of the inscriptions, and the inscriptions are object of research and very hard work of Daria and Hermolaus. So, and this is at least 3% works in one object entries. The student who introduced the data, Sophia who make the editing, and Hermolaus and Daria who include the inscriptions. So we have this at least. And so it's we have to. This is our decision, in fact. But what about the object? What objects will be in the open access? This is the database. The synthesis will be only for the team members, and for open access for researchers and for everyone will be the web page, this website. And what the aim of the presentation of this presentation was to show, and Pablo show us how in general scale how it will be scheduled this website, and it depends of our decision what information we will put out in this site, in this website, and actually we will receive all the researchers of the team and to to play with the website in order to find the questions and put the questions, introduce and so on, in order to schedule the final or the first edition of the website. And the question is with the rights, it's very difficult, you know. And we will put only the information. We check. We have okay from the central from the Ministry of the Culture of Greece, and we will publish this object, etc. So, but this is the the next time, and the display. And in fact, sorry, but we have, in fact, we have another question, very basic, because I'm sure that there is a different loyal system in Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Romania. And this is very important that we have to coordinate all this.
I think in some sense, because there is a synthesis database, and that is very clear, there are all information about the people who are collecting, take pictures. Then you can see who is all people who are working on the database. But on the web page, actually, then you don't have all that people. You have just like some encyclopedia, someone who is making this final edition, writing, editing something, but that is the relation, like, you know, the big field research and all names have to be and must be in the database when it was created, but on the web page, you can just put information, but there is one usual person who will actually edit the final text or final information or whatever.
In fact, my proposal is every nation of the information.
Yeah, that is something else. That is the problem from country to country, the pictures with the church. So that is a huge problem, but that is. We are not in European Union. So, so much. We have all kinds of problems.
So.
And with the emblematic cases, I think there it's the situation is clear. The one who wrote this or the team, of course, yeah, it's acknowledged.
Yes, I'm strongly recommended you to all of us to prepare a small text. I gave to the team my paper and my PowerPoint, and they transformed that in this publication. But in fact, I think that. And maybe this must be the solution of this edited and signed like catalog entries for the object. We may prepare or I don't know what 3,000 words for every object transfer, emblematic, the important, what we want. And this will be these articles like the catalog of the database.
And also in the articles, you can we can have links to the objects, so someone can get more information about the objects. So you can present a set of objects or one object or any. It's in a story-like format. Yeah.
Okay, that would have been my next question. The Benaki, for example, as well as Alba Iulia has already published a catalog, and we are in the process of publishing a catalog, the catalog raisonné of the collection. Will this publication be somehow linked to the end? Because this will be ready text. I mean, we don't need to write new short essays about the objects. They will be online in the publication. So I guess that this is the way to do it in case each of us has publications on the.
If I may, this website is fed by the database. So whatever there is in the database can be put up on the website. So if you want your catalog to appear, will you upload it? You have the.
Must be connected with I gave to the team my paper, and they related this paper with the data in the database.
Yes, but let's not forget that this is an aspect of the website that it's to showcase highlights from the database in a narrative form. The main aspect is the objects and all the data that you can see in catalog form, let's say. And the emblematic cases are there to promote the project and the work. It's not to make extra work by making extra articles, because the articles in the emblematic cases are not going to be written by the system. You have to write it.
Yes, this, yeah.
What I'm saying, that there are already, or there will be, in the texts are there.
Yeah.
They've already published. So we do have already the text with photographs and everything. And so the real question is whether.
Exactly, yeah.
So the real question is if and how we will take advantage of already text, open access to this.
Of course, you can decide. I mean, if the people from Benaki Museum want to have such an emblematic case, they can provide us the text, the images, how they want to appeal. They can also put links to external sources or go to this link and see this. Yeah, you are free to decide. Yeah.
We
yeah,
talked
exactly.
For two different things now. We talk, yes, but. So, other comments? No. So, this is the end. Yes, but this is the end of the discussion for today. And I want to make my concluding remarks. This is our last big meeting all together here. It's not mean that it's our last meeting. Maybe we'll manage to organize another meetings, another projects. I don't know. I hope. And but in the frame of the RICONTRANS project, this is the last. The next 10 months or 9 months, we will work on our books, publications, in our emblematic cases. We will compiled the last artifacts in synthesis, and we will elaborate the synthesis website design, the website based on synthesis design, and how we imagine the information that will be open for the large public, and to offer the results of our work. So I think this is our next task. We have 10 months to finish and to say this is the end. But actually, this is the end of this very hard 2 days of discussion. And I'm very a little bit moved to see this all this words about the end of the last meeting and so on. 60 years, many meetings, many collaborations, many discussions, many conflicts with different level, administrative and so on. But I think we managed to to do something, and we collect a database with almost 4,000 artifacts and written sources, etc. I think it's very useful for all of us, and we managed to. I hope we managed to apply this methodological approach to the art history, to study not only the highlights of the art history, but study all these icons in between between the good and the worst. Very strange artifacts, and find very highlights, discover icons that was how to say, in front of us, and the frame of the icon of Scientology haven't been studied and recorded as artifacts, and many other objects like this. We had the difficulties with. I don't want to repeat all these COVID experiences. Our divorce, if I may, with the Russian institutions. Fortunately, we have the possibility to have Natalia and Laura with us, and we have our friend relationships with Elena Sankova, Nadezhda Chesnokova, and Alexander Preobrazhensky, and I hope in the future we will have the possibility to continue and to our collaboration in real time and in life, face to face, not by Zoom meetings and so on. And I think it was very interesting to meet which one, and students and professors and conservators, all this museum people who work in museums and in the university administration and institution administrations, and in the European Union administrations. But now I want to see my really very profound thank you and grateful to Katerina and to Maria, because without their help and without their work and how to say, very, very, very hard desire to achieve our aims. It was not possible to do many of our meetings. And I think that the perfect function of the RICONTRANS workshops everywhere in Rethymno, in Belgrade, in Alba Iulia, and Athens. It's thanks to Katerina and to Maria as representative of the IMS administration. We have also Ada Markaki. She's the responsible for our tickets of our travels, and she's very, very important, and I'm very grateful for her support and work. And so I hope that it's not the end, and that we will manage to restart, to find a new step in our work and collaboration with other subjects, or something absolutely different, or something collateral. We'll see. And so see you see you tomorrow in the evening. And yes, Katarina, now we organize about the evening.
Thank you, Juliana, and thank you everyone for your collaboration all these years. I'm very happy to have met all of you and to travel to your beautiful countries as well. I have to say that this conference being the last one, the proceedings of the conference is one of the deliverables of the project, as I have mentioned in my emails. Thank you for sending me your draft papers, and we will be expecting the final version in about a month, so that you are fresh from the discussions and the feedback you received. So please, by the end of February, send me and Juliana the final version of your papers with all the footnotes, any pictures and copyrights, etc., so that we can move to the editing and publish it in the series of the publications of the project that will be under the IMS publications series. So end of February, I will be sending an email, as you know. Also, for those of you who sent me the boarding pass to come here, please send me the boarding pass for when you travel back. I think the check-in is open for Sunday flights. If you're interested in the departure bus times for Sunday, also talk to me later on. We have the excursion tomorrow. We will be leaving meeting at the hotel lobby, Joan Palace, at 9:50, 10 to 10 in the morning. We will be meeting at the lobby in order to depart at 10 precisely. If you don't want to come, please tell me. If you have any other questions, also contact me. We have a dinner at the Fish Tavern tonight at 9. So there's plenty of time if you want to pass by the hotel. If you do so, we can meet at 10:02 and walk together. It's a 10-minute walk from the hotel. If you are elsewhere, I can send you a map link for where the tavern is. It's Zabia Taverna. Anything else that you might want to ask me? We're here. 10 to 9 in front of the hotel for tonight's dinner. Or I can send you the link to go on your own. I'm going to be at the hotel. Yes, we can walk together. Okay, thank you everyone, and also for external participants, and see you soon, I'm sure. Thank you.